Hello and welcome along and welcome back to Haut-Beyleron, where we've actually skipped ahead to the end of winter. We've got a good snowfall falling at the moment. And we've got a Deutz 7 series, I think this is, and a John Deere 8RX. Because in the past few days, it's got a bit repetitive on the farm, so I've skipped ahead a few days, but that doesn't mean we haven't been active on here. In fact, I've been very active with these two tractors. And if we look under the contracts here, you can see I have completed 10 contracts through the winter. Basically avoided doing any of the lower end ones. We did a couple of cheap ones just to get equipment and things. Yeah, basically... I've done 10 out of the available 17 contracts in the past 5 days, I think it is, since our last video. So what we're going to do is I'm going to collect all these. We should make a really decent amount of money from these. So let's just collect all the way through here. There we go. And there we are. And we now have 64,000 to play with, which is fantastic. That is going to push our farm forward nicely. Going into the spring, I'm really, really pleased with that. We've also got all of these, so we need to do the same thing pretty much as we were doing last time. You might notice that I've got strawberries again. That is because I wanted to turn on the strawberries, give myself a baseline of how much would be produced. And as I suspected... over sort of 5 days, I think it is, because it was late December, 4 days. So it was, December 2 that we were on. You can see here that we have quite a lot of fruit here. But we have 2 tomatoes to 2 strawberries. So over the same period of time... we will make twice as much money from the tomatoes as we would from the strawberries. Because they produce at the same rate, but they're worth half as much. And as I mentioned last time, because there's a lot of debate over this, and I'm going to be doing some testing with the greenhouses themselves. But there's a lot of debate whether the amount of production will actually increase if you only have 1 item or 2 items producing rather than the full 3. So we're going to be testing that out as well and checking that. That will be a separate video coming up. But yeah, we need to do very much the same thing as we did last time. And come out and load this up with some fruit so that we can get that sold and get that moving. Once I get that done today, though, we now have some money we can spend. And if we have a look in the shop, do we have anything on offer today? We have. Now, as much as I'd love to have that John Deere combine, it is 141,000. We can't afford that. However, I think the Horsch Joker and the Rock King would be good purchases for us on here. So we're going to go and take a look at those a bit later. And grab ourselves some new equipment and basically have our farm, expand and move forward using those bits. I need to get this reversed up and do this. Does mean that we're going to need a weeder eventually as well, because our farm will need that. If we're going to be having a cultivator. And yeah, I'm a little bit torn on the Rock King, because if we're using a cultivator, I'm not sure we're going to be picking up any really big stones. But we will we'll see how we go with that. A roller would be more useful, and we don't have one of those at the moment. Look at all the lovely white that we have on our wheels. So let's bring this round, and I want to load up. We're going to load up the tomatoes first. I hope I've given myself enough space to get in here and get these loaded up. As this is fairly similar to what we did last time, I'm going to get this loaded up, and then we will head down and get them sold. I do feel like my truck is very overloaded when I'm stacking it this high. I mean, I don't think this is a safe stacking height. And I'm very tempted to hold on. Well, we do know that we need another trailer. We need a trailer that will give us the ability to put these in the back here. But I'm actually quite happy with that. Somebody was also saying they put their stuff in the back here and closed the boot up and it sent everything flying. The trick is strap it down first. So strap it down, then close it up. And yes, it does protrude a little bit from the back, but you are then at least in a position where it's not going to go flying everywhere. Let's turn the tractor off. And then we will go and get these sold. Reverse still at the moment. And then we'll head back here, get the strawberries done as well. Actually, the strawberries have produced a third pallet. So maybe they do produce a little bit quicker. That's interesting. Maybe it don't need to produce twice as fast, but they have produced a third pallet while we've been loading these up. There are 1,000 litres of tomatoes and 500 litres of lettuce. Let's just double check that this is the best place to be selling these. I'll go into here, and best place to sell lettuce at the moment only sells here. And the best place for tomatoes, yep, only sells here as well. So both of these should be good prices for this. And looks like we should make about 2,000 euros off this. We'll open the back and undo that. Because yeah, if you don't open the back and you undo that, that just goes horribly wrong. Still selling the rest of the tomatoes and out. Almost there. There we go. 1,977. So yeah, really decent price for all those. Now for the strawberries to match it, which they can't, they would have to we would have to be selling those for the same price, or they would have to sell for a total of 1,000 euros, because we know that we sold them all last time, and this would be a complete match. Of course, I'm gonna have to do more extensive testing, because yeah, I turned the strawberries off for a short period. So let's get them loaded up and we can test again. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I'm not 100% sure where I stand on this, and the last two videos have just got me very, very confused about how our greenhouses work. So I'm gonna go and just grab a blank start. I'm gonna put the same amount of water in. I'm gonna run it a couple of days until one of them runs out of water. So we'll do like four greenhouses, each with the same amount of water. One running one of each crop and one running all four, and we'll see if we all three. And we'll see if we end up with more crop from the ones that are running the single stuff than the ones that are running the multiples. And yeah, see where we go to from there. But at the moment, I'm actually quite pleased with how this is all working out. We have more money than I expected, and this is the thing. Start from scratch, especially over the winter months. The thing you want to be doing is contracts. Do as many contracts as you can over the winter months. Get your farm earning as much as it can. Those ploughing and cultivating contracts might be a bit repetitive, but as you can see, we've jumped massively in how much money we've got because we went and did all of those contracts during this time. Now, I'm probably going to jump forward again to springtime so that we can get into some more work. I think we need to do a little bit of we need to do some fertilizing. Our fields are not too bad, but the main bodies of our two fields both need doing, so we'll get those done at the beginning of spring. And then it's going to be a case really of moving forward to the summer. Again, I think in that period I will do a whole load of contracts, get some extra money onto the farm, and we can go from there. But both of our fields, we've got barley in both fields, so we need to just sort of get that done. Can we fit? Yeah, a tractor does just about fit down the side of this, so you can put even a fairly large tractor like this down the side of a greenhouse like this. Put them side by side. We could put a second greenhouse in here, which is probably a really good use of our money, and make money that way. The other thing I want to place is something to do with the stones. So we need to put the lime crusher or the stone crusher in, and that produces lime, and get that functioning on here, I think. And that way we will be really well off. And yeah, our farm will start producing a fair amount of cash. And that makes it then a good idea to have our stone pickup on here. Even, yeah, and get that cheap one while it's going. So let's lock this off. Head down and get this all sold, and we'll see how much these strawberries are worth, and then head back, and then probably head down to the shop. Sometimes something comes along and it just changes everything you'd planned. We've got great demand at the debris crusher, which means we can take the stones we've got, take them down there and get rid of them, which is probably a really good idea. I need to see what the price is, but yeah, it might be that is our better option. What we don't have is a trailer to take them down there, though. So that might be extra cost, but we do want to get a trailer to work on our farm at some point. So it's everything's go today. Let's see, strawberries. Is this the right place for them? Yes. 500 each. So this is going to be worth about 750. See, that's why you open the back. Reverse it up slightly, and there they go. 750 euros exactly. So it would have to produce a fourth pallet in this time to see how it goes. Yeah, I'm not convinced the strawberry. I'm still not convinced the strawberries are worth as much as the other crops. But back at the farm, what is going to be our next course of action? Well, first things first, I'm going to park my truck back outside my new house, like so, and leave that there. Secondly, we want to look at how much this great demand actually is for the stones. It's not worth it. We would be much better off putting in our own piece of kit to produce lime for us. So that's what I think I'm going to do with that. We've got the money to do it. And if we're going to do that, we probably want this Rock King. So that is 200 horsepower, which our tractor that we have has 190. So that's fine. So I think we want to pick that up. And the cultivator's gone. So, yeah, we pick up the Rock King with all that money off. So I'm going to customize that. And how much extra for the various tires? We're going to put the BKT tires on it and grab that, which is good. I do want to get a trailer at some point, but we will basically hold off on other stuff. But that is going to work fairly well for us, I think. Yeah, we've got this actually as a spreader, which should do us fairly well. Don't know if it actually has... Yeah, it has solid fertilizer in it, so we can run that over our fields again come the new year. I am going to go shopping, though, with this. And drop this off front. I think we probably want to go and give... before we do that, let's go and top up the feed on our chickens. Because that is something that we also need to do. So bring this in here. Yeah, it's one of those days today on the farm where we're just trying to clear everything up that we need to clear up before the end of the winter. And then move on into the spring, knowing that we're about as ready as we can be for going forwards. Take our bag of chicken feed over. One nice thing is going to be that our chickens will be fed by what the stuff that we have, by the crop that we grow this year. Look at that. The snow's melted as well as the sun comes out. Right, let's drop the front loader off the front and then we'll go and get our rock picker. We still have 44,000, which is really good. Oh, actually, no. What we want to do is keep this on the front because we need a piece of kit. So let's jump back into here, drop that off, and then we can also get ourselves a bucket and put our lime and our rocks, or put our rocks into the lime, into the rock crusher, and yeah, create some lime from it. Be absolutely perfect use of our time today. There we go. There is our rock picker. This is quite a big machine, and I'm barely happy that we've got a big enough tractor to pull it. I think not getting that cultivator is going to be a blessing in disguise. Oh yeah, I want something else from the shop. Let's head over here. We want a bucket for our for our front loader. I don't think we got anything bigger. That will pick up rocks and things, but I don't think it's a great piece of kit for us to get. Also, it's 15,000. What we want is the universal bucket. That will do us. Let's buy that. Okay. And then we'll be able to fill up the rock crusher with the rocks. And yeah, we'll be able to use this piece of kit. I think we're going to want to get something that produces rocks as well. So probably a subsoiler or a plow. I think a plow is probably going to be our best bet to get on here. Look at the size of that compared to this tractor. It's going to be our best bet to get. If we get a plow, we're going to produce a fair amount of rocks every year, and at the same time we are also going to avoid getting any weeds on here either, because of course the plow prevents weeds. Oh, this thing is so wide, just taken out a fence post. I lift my bucket up. Oh god. Look at the width of this. I need to get over on the side of the road every time I encounter a car, and we need to drive down the middle because it's just so freaking wide. Got my hazards on and ooh, trying to avoid the cars. Oh man, this thing is really wide, and I'm just trying to keep on. Well, I'm having to drive in the middle of the road, but the cars are rushing at me something crazy. So yeah, we've got this back to the farm, And this is a very nice big piece of equipment. I think what I was saying before about wanting to keep my eye out now for a plow is going to be an important thing. We will want to use this as much as possible to pick up stones, because the stones are now going to be a good profit for us on the farm. So let's just put this in here. Can't do any contracts with that, unfortunately. That would be really useful. Now we just need to get ourselves a lime station, or a what is this called? It's under production. It's under factories. What does it call it in here? Lime production facility. Now my big problem with this is exactly where do I put it? There doesn't seem to be anywhere really good in my yard for it. And I'm kind of looking at it and going, right, I need to put it somewhere where I can get at both ends of it. And the only thing I can really think to do is put it something like either going out near the road, or out this way, or something like that, that allows me easy access to it. Or just plonk it in the middle of the yard, maybe. Somewhere that isn't completely in the way. This is the trouble. If plonk it right in the middle of the yard, it's in the way. I think we're going to have to go over here. I think we'll have to put it around here-ish. Gonna get a little bit in the way of our current pile. But it shouldn't be too bad. And then we just come in here, grab a bucket full of stones. Oh, we need to put the weight on the back of this tractor. Wow. I can hear that scraping along the ground as I do this. So let's get this down. And I'm gonna have to lower the bucket, disconnect it, get the weight on the back. I'm slightly worried the weight that we've got for the back of this is not going to be enough. I mean, it's what is it? It's only a 750 kilogram weight. And this is the thing about stones. Stones weigh so much. And if this is the case, oh no, we are good. It's not great, but it is functional. So we don't have to run back down to the shop to get another one. We're going to have to even that out though, because that's quite a drop. We've got that. Yeah. And in. And if we have a look in here. Yeah, 1,000 litres of stones in. It is inactive, so we will activate it. That will now start producing lime. And I think we can sell the lime directly from this. But I'm going to try and avoid doing that, I think. I want to use the lime. It's going to create quite a few 1,000 litres of lime, this. There we go. Lime production in full swing. Really interesting. As I come in here, scoop this up with the tractor, because the tractor's nose dips, it drops the front of the bucket down and tips some of the stones out. So the stones tend to move as you're trying to collect them, which is making for interesting angles, and it really doesn't like going at any speed. It's lots of very slow, very careful maneuvers to get this in here. I think we need to get a heavier weight for the back of this, or it's actually one of those things where in future we shouldn't need to worry about this so much We can pile them up here as we're doing now if we want. But we could just use this. We could just tip it straight in as well. Because I doubt we will produce more rocks than this can take. There's a few more just in there. There we go. And that is the final bit of this load. And then I'm going to smooth this out because you can see it's got quite a sudden drop here. So we need to smooth our yard out, make it work a little bit better for us, I think. And there we go. That has done all of that. And also, we got this huge tuft of grass in front of our sheds that I don't think we need anymore. So how is this going? Is it producing lime? Yes, it is. So, yeah, we've only got activate and deactivate. So it doesn't actually sell the lime outright. I think somebody's saying, yeah, this does make some money because it has solar panels on the top. So this will make us a little bit of money every month as well. I think it's 1,200, which is pretty good. And yeah, should help us with our farm do better. Going to move my truck out of the way because if we're going to smooth this area of the farm, then we're going to need to sort that out. It's not as flat, this area, as I originally thought it was, which is really interesting. Oh yeah, we need to stand back as well, or this won't work. So, into here, construction, landscaping, and we're going to go smoothing. Want to enlarge it. And just come around here. Now, interesting, it's destroying grass on this. I'm slightly surprised by that, because everywhere else I've done it before, I've not had an issue with the grass disappearing. So there we go. That just sort of smooths everything out. If we go really big, that should just make things that nice little bit easier. And then I want to have some concrete. I'll enlarge that and change the shape of it. And we'll just concrete out over here a bit. And just bring that up so that our yard is like that. And then I'm going to go a lot smaller because I want to do sort of a small parking area here for our car. Now that does not look smooth. Let's smooth this over a little bit around there. You know what? That isn't the smoothing tool. That's the raising tool. So yeah, if we or that makes everything. Yeah, look at what I've created over here. So we'll smooth this out, which was what I was trying to originally do. And hopefully we'll get it smooth enough to work. But yeah, so that's why everything was going a bit mad, because I wasn't using the smoothing tool. I was using the leveling tool, which is definitely a different beast. We run this over here. It's not actually doing anything at the moment. So hopefully that is just gonna make things work a little bit better. Yeah, that's nicer. We could actually run the smoothing tool over this corner. Now, this is an interesting thing about the smoothing tool versus the leveling tool. Oh, move that out of the way. Is that the smoothing tool does not remove crops or anything like that, whereas the leveling tool does. So if I go over here like this, you can see it levels it and takes out that little issue that we had there and doesn't destroy my crop, which is perfect. means that this just becomes that little bit better. Now, something else that people were saying on my video yesterday, we want decoration, other... we need to actually paint grass. I'm just... Oh, no, there we go. Not orchards. Yeah, people were telling me that I need to, yeah, paint the grass. So meadow, yeah, so meadow in here, and we need to put the grass back in. Because if you don't do this, you get a nice green bottom, but not actually any grass. I'm too close to me now. That actually is also one of the other annoying things with this. So it's not many annoying things, but yeah. There are a couple of bits that sometimes irk me a little bit. So put that back in there. Put this grass back in over here. And then what we can do is we'll add in a path and things around our area. Did a little bit of a farm build today as well. There we go. Any other grassy areas that could do with some? Nope, we're good. Right, and then I just want to put a little path into there. No dirt, yeah. Like so. And then round it. And just gonna put a couple of tracks in here. Where we're parking the truck. There we go. Hopefully my truck will fit in that space now. Yeah, we need to. I need to run a smoothing tool all over this. But I think this has worked. I think we've got a nice setup now on here. We've got the truck coming in here. I think there are... Wow, that actually fits that really well. Look at that. And I think we just need to be able to get a truck. I think what we'll have to do is we'll drive something down here and off. And so have like a little driveway area off here and back out again for us to fill this up. Otherwise, I think that's going to get a little bit messy. So, yeah, that's all good. We have got through winter. I think we're going to probably skip another day and head into the spring. We are headed down to the shop this morning in our Vultra because we're actually going to do a contract. We're into spring. We've jumped ahead another day. And, yeah, there weren't really any contracts available on the last day of February that were of any interest. Lots of cultivating. Lots of ploughing, and all of them weren't worth very much money at all. However, coming up today for us has been a couple of really interesting contracts. But it all depends on how long they take to do, really. So, we're down here because we're going to pick one of these up. And the first of these, actually, you can see why we need a bit more money. We need to fertilize our fields. But the first of these we want to pick up is this. We're going to do some seeding. Now, we've got 2 potato seeding contracts. What I want to do is I really want to do field 28. It's nearly 15,000, really, really useful to us. But it's Yeah, it's going to be fairly big with a potato seeding contract. So what we're going to do is actually start with field 14. We'll see how long this takes us and go from there. We've also got a couple more interesting seeding contracts. Field 22 with sunflowers for 10,000 and field 33 with sugar beet for 10,000. Now, we should actually be able to use both seeders. One of those seeders should be interchangeable. In fact, are there... That one would be a really good one to pick up, actually, with the sunflowers for that. So, we are going to get... You know what? I was absolutely prepared and ready to go and do that potato contract. But I'm looking at that now, and the amount of seeds and everything that's going to cost us makes far more sense to take this contract, and this contract, and use the equipment from this one, because the amount of money we're going to make is actually hugely more, and it's going to take us less time. So let's do that instead. We still need our forklift down here to fill up with seeds, but we're going to borrow items for field 41 because it'll only cost us 492 to do that. So borrow that. And then we want to also pick up this one here and this one here. Which, yeah, that's actually a much, much better setup. We're going to be in a Vulture very similar to our own, but that should be fine. And in fact, just makes things very simple and easy for us. You can see this slightly different color we have on our Vulture, actually, because we have a slightly lighter blue paint job on ours compared to this one. This one also has a lot more hours on it than mine does. So what we'll do is we'll hook this up first, and then we're going to buy some bags of seeds. Now, there's nothing on here. It does say, yeah, it does say liters. How many liters does this take? Oh, yeah, nothing in the shop today on sale for us. So that hasn't worked out very well. This should be under planters. There it is. And this takes 2,660 liters. If we look in here and our big bags, seeds. So we want 3 of these, which is going to be 1,600. Oh, extra 1,600 for 2,400. So buy that. But that should be enough seeds for the entire job, I'm hoping. And this is why we've got our tractor down here, because we can come in here with this, pick these seed bags up, and hopefully get this seeder loaded up as quickly as possible. So in and through. Will it get all of them? Yes. And this is why we have the weight on the back, because that is heavy. Will that load it? Not from there, it won't. Let's see if we can swing this around. This may be a case of we have to transport these down to the field, but that is also fine. I should be able to do that. Whoa! There we go. That's 2 of them emptying. Yeah, empties into those rear packs by the looks of things. Or it needs to empty... Not quite sure where it's emptying. Oh, maybe it only takes a smaller amount than I was thinking it does. In which case, we're going to have to get our truck down here. Yeah, it only takes 600 litres of seed. So we got way, way more seed than we need here. Let's switch that over to sunflowers. And the first field we want to go and do, yeah, is that one, which is field 22, which is down the bottom of the map for us. So, well, actually, no, up the top of the map. It's just behind where we are. So we'll head up there. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to load those bags of seed onto my truck and get that back up to the farm, or get them next to the field, and hopefully if we run out of seed we'll be able to reload this. Does worry me slightly. Have I overbought on seed by quite a way? Not a great start, really. There was a question I had for you guys after my last video, because somebody left a comment that made me think a little bit. Now, the lime, the stone crusher to lime that we've got is... well, it does a fair amount and it makes money at the same time. And they pointed out there was something that I was considering using on No Man's Land, which of course I still am. And why was I using it here? So my question very much to you is, do you think it's something I should use here? Do you think I should maybe use something that has a lower conversion rate? Because there's another lime crusher out there that does. That we could use, or do you think I should just sell the stones instead, and that we don't need a piece of equipment like that on here? Personally, I kind of think that we need all the help we can get on a start from scratch, whether I'm using that on another job or not. Let's lift it up, fold it in, there we go, and start it up. It is sunflowers we want in 22. Yes, it is. We don't have GPS on this tractor. It is an old enough tractor not to. And plus, I still think I haven't turned GPS on this series. And away we go. It is a nice wide seeder. I tell you what, if we could get this for our tractor, because this is the same horsepower as our tractor, it would be brilliant. But yes, getting back to my earlier point. What are your thoughts? Do you think I should switch out our line production piece of kit for something else, or just sell the stones directly? Or do you think that it's a perfectly reasonable item to have on here for a start from scratch? It seems that the steering is affected by the piles of stones, so it's not just damage that they do. But if you're not using something like GPS, they can throw you off course. Every time I jump over or hit a bunch of stones, I'm having to adjust my steering just to keep myself on that straight line. Make sure that we're running at completely just sort of straight across the field, which is quite amazing, especially with the amount of stones on here. But then we did plough this field, so I'm not surprised that there are quite as many stones as there are. I am slightly surprised that the farmer didn't collect them up before he got us to do this contract, because we are going to be doing a lot of damage to this drill. It is working really well otherwise, though. We are 50% of the way through the seeds in here, so my original thought that we were going to need more seeds is very, very much correct. And yeah, that is too much of an overlap. Yeah, we are going to have to refill. I'm going to have to run my truck down to the shop and get that picked up. In fact, what I'm going to do quickly is, if we head here and select the truck, this may not work. Set destination. And there. Yeah, it's unreachable. And that is because this is currently sitting right next to here and can't. They don't like to reverse and then head off. They like to just head off. So let's try this again. Set destination here and here. Yep, and that is away. So we'll be able to load that up in a bit, and it'll only cost a minimal amount of money for us to get that down to our shop, or down to the shop. I want to just get it down there and have a minimum amount of time that we have downtime for, so we can send both pieces of kit up to here once those are loaded up, and we get them up to this field. And hopefully by the time they get up to this field, we should have this job done. Although actually what I mean by this job done is we'll have run out of sunflowers. We won't be anywhere near having this job done by the end of by the time that they get down there and get up to here. Yeah, with any luck, what it'll be is they'll get up to this field just in time to refill us and allow us to continue on without any further interruptions, really. Our truck has made it down to the shop, so what I'm going to do now is just set a hired worker going on here, because this, at the moment, is one of those jobs that feels like it's going to take a while, and I don't want to get any interruptions. So we'll head down here, and we've got our lizard pickup, and what I'm going to do is just lower those bags into the back of this. There we go. Right. And we'll do the two together first. One thing actually with these bags is it doesn't tell me how much is left in them when they're on the front of here. I have to come from the other side because that's not working. I think it's a fair amount still. Move them a little bit closer together. Actually, slide them back. There we go. And we might get away with just taking these two up there, to be honest. In fact, yeah, we're going to have to get away with taking these two up there because that third bag is currently not going to fit in here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Caught that. You're going to right yourself? You're going to right yourself. Perfect. Right, we'll send this up to the field first. So into here, you set destination. Pick a target up to that, and this lock. There we go. And same for this. I want that to go up there as well. Perfect. Although both of those seem to be locking on to actually doing field work. Stop this. Reverse it up and restart it. And away we go again. Back on track. And we're down to the last 10 litres. So 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. Turn it off, and we'll head towards the side of the field so that we can get this reloaded. And I can see our tractor and our truck following each other, heading up to the field now. The truck is very much stuck behind the tractor, and in fact has had enough. It's headed up the field across the grass, whereas the tractor is still coming along the road. Our truck has got here. And, yeah. So what we'll do is I'm actually going to swing this round. So we've got easier access to these. Yeah, and you're blocked, but that's all right because I want to go straight in with you and pick up these. This is why I love the new AI worker. It just makes it so easy to get supplies up to the fields. You know, there's no having to back this off. There's no having to go and spend a lot of time away from your fields getting stuff and manually drive it up. You just send your hired worker up to your field. It costs less money to do it than getting the hired worker to do the whole field. And now we can just sit this here, and when we need to refill again, we can just refill again, which, yeah, works absolutely perfectly for us. We will get it a little bit out of the way though, and just lower these down so that we're not straining the hydraulics on our tractor while we get the rest of this seeding again. I do think this Vultra is one of the best starter tractors that you can get in the game. It is powerful, it looks good, all round it's nice. I haven't had much chance to use the 7810 yet, the John Deere, but I am going to need to do that at some point. But this certainly, we've got the one we've got on the farm and the setup we have here. It just works really, really well for. And similarly on this contract, this is not a small seeder. You know, this is a seeder that requires a decent amount of horsepower, and this Vultra is handling it absolutely fine, and doing it at a reasonable pace and really nicely too. So yeah, I absolutely love this. It's a cracking tractor. I actually got the guide out now to see if we can be a little bit more realistic with how we use this. I just want to see, well, it'll give us a greater idea of how straight we are. We can see we're actually quite a way off course at this point. And I don't know if I did a correction on the last run or not, but the 0 is there, which is, yeah, a little bit weird. So we'll see how we go. I think we've got a bit of a squiggly line going the other way back now. It won't matter in the overall bit of the contract, but the whole OCD of it is I'd like a nice straight line going down there. So yeah, it's annoying that I've got that, but we'll see how it goes. Now this is a little bit weird because where this line is, if I put my wheel in it, there's an overlap, and it's not a small overlap either. You know, to actually line myself up, I don't like this guide. It seems to be that I want to have my wheel outside of the line in order to be in the right place. That I need to be driving beside it instead of driving in it, which just seems so very, very wrong to me. I would expect to have to you know, have my wheel in that line. So another couple of runs and I've now got a fairly straight line. I am running with my wheel in the marker, and we're getting a fairly straight setup. It's not that much of an overlap. In fact, it's pretty much right on the edge of where we've seeded before. So yeah, it looks about right for where we should be. And it's actually working a lot better than I initially thought it was. It's quite good. It is definitely making the job easier. Rather than having to look at the compass all the time, I just stick my wheel in that groove and follow it, which yeah, just makes things that much easier. Have we got it down on the other side? We have. So down, and then yeah, just follow that groove and keep the wheel in it, and it works just as well as any GPS. Although up here you can see where we haven't quite kept our wheel inside it the whole way along, and ended up with not quite such a straight run. There we go. That is the contract finished on the field though. So let's fold all this up. We'll go and refill this with seed. And I think the other two fields, yeah, they're right down the other side of the map. So we're going to have to unfold this and hook it up. But I'm going to reload it with seed first. That way we can get up there, we can get that field started, and we don't have to worry about transporting seed about too much. So let's do that there. In fact, I'm going to lower that down. Oh no, lift it up, unfold it, lower it down, refill it, and then we will unhitch it and redo it. Turn these up. Reload with our Volmets. Like so. Oh, and yeah, we're going to have to send these back down to the shop actually to go and get that other bag, because this is not going to be enough to do that second field. So get this in the back of my truck. We'll send the truck down to the shop. We'll load up that third bag and then we'll head back here to get our other tractor. So we'll send this down to the shop. So set destination there, please. Perfect. So that is off. We want to lock that down. This. And do the same with this. So set my destination. Oh, too low. There we go. There we go. That one should head off. Yep. And then we can get this down to the other field. We're headed down to field 33. And why has our car stopped? Oh, there's a 2CV in the way. Right, let's move this. We'll head down to the shop quickly and load this up, and that will make things easier on us. Our tractor has already made it down there, so I can go and load this up with the rest of the seed and then send that down to field 33. I'm hoping that there is enough seed left between this bag and the other one. How much is in this bag? 55 litres. So we got 1,055 litres plus the 660 we've got in our seeder at the moment. So that is going to be enough to get this done, thankfully. Having sorted out our seeds, we have got ourselves down to field 33. I'm just going to pull this in here. I'm actually probably going to want to go at the far end, I think, but easiest way for me to hook up is this end. We should bounce around less on this field. It's only got small stones on it, which is good news. But this government planter should be fairly easy and quick to hook up. There we go. And the PTO as well. Fold it up. And we're gonna get started before either our tractor or our truck turn up, which is great news. We are hitting this on a lot of bushes. Bring this round the field and double check that this wants sunflowers as well. So contract on field 33 is sugar beet. So switch over to that. Back it up a little bit. And because this actually isn't ploughed either, this should be a lot less rough, this journey on this field. Start her up, drop her down. And away we go. And yeah, that is a much, much smoother setup. Drop down to medium gear range. And we're even better. Working these two fields is like chalk and cheese. It is so much smoother, so much easier to run this field. I'm hardly having to watch the compass or adjust it at all. It tends to stay where you put it, which is absolutely brilliant. It's just making this whole job that much easier for me. And yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. It is moving at quite a rate. It's moving at the same speed actually it was on the other field, but on here it's not bouncing around. It's not doing all that movement it was doing on the other field. And yeah, actually is a much smoother, much easier job to work with. This field, of course, is a field that we did ourselves. We did the contract on here with the 8RX, doing the contracting for the cultivating, and yeah, it's as a result we've got the small stones and the smoother ground that we're working with. All in all, I think this has worked out better for us today. We have we're going to have a lower seed price than it would have been for doing the potatoes. We are going to make about 20 grand off these two fields, which is brilliant. I will set I'll set a worker basically doing the last one, because even if a worker is sat there doing the last one using up the rest of our seeds, it will still not cost as much to get the worker to do that job as we'll make of it, so we'll still be in a bit of profit from that. But the two we really wanted to profit from was this field and the other one that we've done today. So it's worked out really well. We have made so much money from contracts over the winter and into spring. It's definitely the way to go on Start From Scratch. You're always going to start off with a small amount of stuff, and you're always going to need to get that extra income, and you have the time. Even running on 10 times on 3-day month like we are here, we have a huge amount of extra time. And I realize in saying that we've run out of seeds a little while ago by the looks of things, but that's all right because we came prepared. Just come to the end of the field here. We will unclip this bag of seeds like so, and go and grab our Vulture, which is parked over here. Yeah, and this is why getting the hired worker for a little bit of money to run these down to the field makes so much sense, because everything there is just there when you need it. As a result, you get this on the right hand fork, I think. Yeah, there we go. And probably want to lower the seeder down actually, because at the moment a little bit high for me. I'll lower that down. That should then allow me to get close enough with this to empty the seed out. Only 55 litres in that first one. I should take about half the bag the second one, and then there should be enough left in here just to finish this field off at the end, and give us a little bit of extra seed. Right. So, nope. Perception kicking in again. There we go. Grab that. Twist it round. Slowly. Don't want it swinging too much. And then what we'll do is we will leave the seed bag on the front of this, just off to the side of the field here. That way we can fill it up and get it done very easily once it runs out again, and it will run out again. Sun is setting now, and we're halfway through this contract. It was a fairly big ask, to be honest, to get both of these done in the same day. But you can see the light shifting and changing as the sun gets lower on the horizon. 6:10 in the evening in spring. So the days are getting longer, but they are not that long yet. It is getting a bit harder to see exactly where we should be on the field. And I think we might have to employ what we were starting to employ at the top end of the field and use the ridge marker. It'll be much, much more visible to us than the actual rest of this. So if we use the ridge marker on this and try and keep this run as straight as we can, then when it comes to doing the rest of the field, it'll make our job so very much easier to be able to see that run, stick the wheel in it, and just keep a nice straight line going across the rest of the field. And you can see the difference this makes now. We just stick the wheel in this and just follow it across, and hopefully keep a nice straight line doing it. As the darkness sort of encroaches in, and it becomes harder and harder to see exactly where we should be going. Night has properly set in now, and yeah, it's 7 in the evening. We've got one last refill to get. So we'll bring this here and lower it down. Done. Starter up. Let's put some lights on this as well. I think the rest of this might, yeah, the rest of this should go in here now. Like that. There we are. Back it off. Turn all the lights off. And we'll go and finish this field off. Wow. And the sun has properly gone below the horizon. We're up to 98% complete now. And just finishing up. Hopefully this will be our last row that we need to do. The lights are all on in Haut-Beyleron. And yeah, the lights are all on our tractor as well. And we just need to do these last couple of strips here to get that arm out. And away we go. And there we go. That's got it done. Perfect. Fold everything up. Turn it off. And we'll head back to our other tractor. So into my high range gear. And over here. And then we can go and pack all this up and get it back to our farm. We still have one contract to complete with this tractor. So I'd still quite like to do that. So let's just drop this down. Oh no, let's fold this out. Then we can drop this down. Yeah, like so. Turn that flashlight on. Like that. Forwards. And we are all done and dusted. We just need to collect our 20,000 euros for these jobs, which is just fantastic. What a day's work that is. Right, so that is all ready to go. We've completed that. Let's head into here. We will collect that one and collect that one. So we just have that one to do. Field 41, sowing sunflowers. So I'll get these all back to our farm. Field 41 is actually fairly near to here, I think. Where are we? 41 is there, in fact. So we'll send everything up to that yard there. And that should do us. It has been a couple of months in the real world since we've been on this map. And we are back on our save game on here because precision farming has been released and the game has been updated. So we're going to continue this on. I've had a lot of requests from people to continue this series. And so, yeah, we're picking up where we left off. We do have precision farming enabled on here now. So we're going to be trying that out on here. Just as a reminder, for those who are catching up, we have field 17 and 20. This is a start from scratch series, so we started with just 500,000. For our 500,000, we actually don't own that much on this map. And we're probably going to reconfigure things a little bit because we do have the stone picker and we do have the lime production. But I think those two things are probably things we can get rid of. We're not looking to do deep work on the ground anymore because we have precision farming and because we are trying to keep this environmental score as high as possible on here. So what we're going to do is we're going to empty this out. We're going to change our lime production so that it is no longer storing. We're going to change the output mode to selling. So sell off this 26,000 litres of lime that we've got in here. That should bring us in a good amount of money to help us going on our farm. And then I'm going to, go and sell our stone picker. I think it's how much is our stone picker worth on here. So that's worth 12,000. We might get up to 15,000 when we go and sell that at the shop. But then we might be able to see if we can get a new piece of kit like a seeder or something like that, certainly going forwards. So we're going to hop in our Voltra Volmet here and drop that down at the shop. What I need to do first, however, is drop the forks off the front and the weight off the back so that we can sort that out. Drop those off. And then bring this around here. I have noticed since the latest patch, the force feedback on my wheel is working again, which is good. I'm quite pleased with that. I know a few people did have some problems with the 1.4 patch when it first came out. Thankfully, I had done all of my recordings recently with that. Manual attach does not seem to be working. Let's try that again. Okay, I might have to disable manual attach on here. Yeah, it looks like manual attach isn't working, so we will drop that off. And we'll have to live without it for now. I am going to be jumping out of this tractor, though, on a regular basis. Trying to detach stuff when I actually can't. So, yeah. We'll see what's going on there. I'm going to investigate that a little bit. Hopefully that will get fixed soon. Because as you all know, that is a mod that I really, really like to use. So let's take this, head down to the shop, and go and grab ourselves some money. Because it's no longer useful for us. Now, everything we're doing in trying to reconfigure our farm today is all about trying to be as high and as best as we can do in precision farming going forwards. So that is trying to till the ground as little as possible. That is trying to I'd like to use a spot weeder, but I have a feeling the spot weeder sprayer is quite an expensive one to have. And I think what we'll probably end up doing in its stead is actually just running with a weeder on there. Let's have a look at this. So now somebody's told me if I spend this, we'll get more money back for than we spend on the repaint cost, which seems a little bit odd, if I'm honest. It's 13,000 for this Dagelman. Let's just have a look in the shop how much this is worth. Stone pickers, right. So, is that we could, actually. Is that the one we've got? Yeah, we do. So we do have the bigger one, and it's worth up to 41,000. So it is quite possible. It is quite possible that, the paint condition, repairing that could do us quite well. So I'm going to repair it first because that's worth it. So we're looking at this being worth about 14,000 once we do this. Yes, so 14,136. So 18,386. No, it needs to be worth more than 14,136 when we repaint this. Okay. Yeah, that has actually added a really decent amount of money onto the top of it. We are yeah, that has actually done it. So yeah, it's worth repainting as well. So let's sell that. Yes, takes us up to 58,662. So this is good. This is going to be us doing very nicely in reworking our farm. Now, I do want to try and get a direct seeder here. There's nothing in here. So what I'm going to actually do is hold off on that for now. We will keep an eye on the shop, though, because the shop is going to be a great place for us to pick up something a little bit cheap. We are not in need of a direct seeder right now. We have all of our barley seeded from last year. What we do need to do, and what I want to ask you guys about, is should we do the soil sampling ourselves, or should we pay somebody to do it? Let me know in the comments down below. We are probably going to go up a growth stage, so it'll be after harvest now that we do the soil sampling if we do it ourselves, but we can still pay for the soil to be sampled while our crop is in the ground otherwise. So yeah, let us know in the comments what you think we should do, and we can either hold that off until we've done the harvest, or we can get it sampled earlier and get our environmental score up a lot sooner. Back down to our farm, and our lime production, I believe, has now sold everything. I remember at the time we had... Oh, let's turn the indicator off. And do we have a beacon on top of this? No, we don't. I had tried to put the beacon on, but yeah, it appears we don't have one. So our lime production is complete, and I know when we first put this in, this was something that we thought was going to bring us in a fair amount of money. We have one of these on no man's land. As I said, we're not planning to do deep work in the soil anymore on this map. So let's head into here, and we can sell this off as well now. So there it is, and that is going to earn us 7,473. So we will sell that. Yes, okay, and yeah, that actually gives us a little bit more concrete area around our farm. We have got our greenhouses here. This greenhouse is looking pretty good. It is producing lettuce, tomatoes, and strawberries at the moment. We have 15,000 liters of water in this, so this is still looking very healthy. What I want to try and do, I think, going forward, is maybe try and bake a cake. I think that would be a really good aim for what we're trying to do on this map. So far, we have produced some strawberries. We've got some barley on the way. We have got eggs on the way as well. Those are going to be necessary for a cake too. It's just really milk. Milk and butter are the other two things. So it's trying to find somewhere for us to put in some cows. Now, there is a good area up the top there that would do us quite well for cows. So let's just jump in the truck quickly. And we're going to go up to the top of our field. And I think we identified this earlier on in the series for somewhere where I would like to install cows on here. It does mean that we're probably going to have to do some work on doing contracting with silage and grass to get some hay and some silage bales in. But yeah, we've got this area up here. It's fairly flat. We didn't extend the field all the way up here because it got a little bit a little bit difficult, but this certainly should be good enough for a cow field. Let's have a look at what we have in here. I don't think we have a cheap enough cow area. Yeah, 75,000. We could put, yeah, so there we go. We could put an area of cows up here. Alternatively, we could put, yeah, an area of cows, put some cows there and produce a bit of milk. So there's certainly space for us to do this. And because it's on a slope, one of the nice things about FS22 is that you can put animal areas like this on a slope. We then got a little bit of grass area around it that we could do as well. Alternatively, when we get a bit more money in, you can put like a cow shed on here as well, which would work fairly well. So yeah, there's plenty of opportunity. Yeah, it would have to go at the top. The only area that is anywhere near flat enough to put this is at the top. So yeah, there's a lot of options. Oh, yeah, and then it gets too big. So yeah, but there are also other options for us to do cows. So I think once we get a little bit better off with the cash, that heading up here and putting at least a small cow area in will be useful for us, and then maybe making a bit of a grass area around it. We should be able to get a mower for not too much, and maybe do some stuff around that. So that'll be fairly useful. What have we got around here on our farm that would work to be sold or rejigged a bit? I think some more chickens would be good. So we got our chicken area around here. I like the idea of another chicken area around here, maybe for us to do. Would be quite good, and that would produce some more eggs and work out fairly well for us. Yeah, we don't own much on this farm, to be honest. We really don't. But this is the thing. We're in March and there's not a lot for us to do on the farm today. So I'm going to pop into here and do something we were looking at for a while. We've got a lot of various contracts we can be doing around here. Looking at the price of these, maybe there's the opportunity to buy a cultivator or something to go and do these fields with. Fertilizing. Oh, here we go. Here is an opportunity for us to make some money without having to spend much. Both fields 5 and 30 are a decent price. I think we will accept this contract on field 30, which is where on our map? Field 30 is over there. I don't think this will take us too long with our spreader, so we'll stick the forks back on our tractor. In fact, no, we are going to go and get a new piece of kit with this. We're going to stick the front weight on the front of our tractor, head down to the shop with our front loader and our piece of kit over here. I don't know if we've got any fertilizer in this, but I think adding a big bag lifter onto the front of this and getting that would be good. I also think a flatbed trailer is something that we could really do with on this farm as well. So far on here, we've been doing all of our selling using the truck. But I'm not sure that that is going to be a good way to go forwards. So let's head down to the shop, get refilled with some fertilizer, and maybe we can get a bit more money coming in today. And yeah, really get the farm looking in a much better place, ready for the rest of this series. I've learned quite a bit since we were last on here. I mean, it was January when we last did a video on this series. So yeah, been a good 2 months. And see, manual attach. So it's been quite an eventful couple of months. Just sort of learning bits and pieces, and my play style has changed a little bit as a result as well. So I am approaching things a little bit differently. We are doing these. We are doing days now at 10 times, and trying to and skipping days when we don't necessarily need to be doing stuff. I don't want to immediately skip now because of course this is the first day we are back on here, and so doing a contract I think is a good way for us to go. Let's pop into here. I haven't got the field analyzer mod on here. I really should get that enabled. So I'm going to put a couple of big bags in here, I think, and see where we go from there. So big bags. We want some fertilizer. Yeah, it's fairly expensive is the fertilizer. Customize 2 of the, no, not 8 of these. 2 of these should do it. Buy that. Yes, please. Okay. There we go. That is still the cheapest way to do it. Oh, and also with that, we want a new front loader tool. As I was saying earlier, I wish to add a big bag lifter. So let's buy one of those as well. Yep. Which is only 700. There we are. So now we can come round to here and to get this on. So connect that up. Angle us forward. Hook into that. Like so. Really, really nicely works. I don't know actually if I needed the weight on the back of this. I put it on here because I figured I didn't want to drive all the way down to this shop and discover that I did actually need the weight on the back of this. So let's do that there. I'm quite excited to be back on here. This is a lovely map, Haut-Beyleron. It's really gorgeous, and I've never felt that I got enough chance to explore it. So being back on here and being able to have a bit of a more of a play round on here on this series is quite cool. I like that a lot. Right, so what I'm going to do is just bring this here. We will switch over and drop that off. Not going to leave the bit on the front as well. I'll just leave all of this down here. So, yeah. There we go. Right. I've taken to not removing the front loader on tractors on a regular basis. It would be quite a job in real life, and yeah, you wouldn't keep dropping it off and picking it up. If we get a smaller tractor on here, what we might do is see if we can switch it over to that. But field 30, I think we want to just pop over the river again and then pop back, because it's quite big, and yeah, it's the other side of the lake around here. So otherwise we're just going the long way around. So field 30 is just in here. Over that way. You see, there's quite a lot of weeds in this. So it's a fairly big field. This should still handle it. If it costs more fertilizer than this to do it, that's not going to be great. But precision farming in the past has used less fertilizer. So hopefully this is not going to be too big a job. Right. Ooh. However, what it isn't is up to the edge. There we go. I think you could. Somebody said you can increase the width of this. No, I think it's its bigger brother that you can increase the width of this. Right. Turn it on. Make sure we're right up to the edge, which we are. And the return of the on-screen or on-map indicator. I've missed that so much. First run has giving us a 10% completion for this field, which is absolutely great news. It's slightly off course, but okay. We are getting a really good coverage. If these two bags... Well, these two bags should do these fields. It's a case of how much is going to be left over once we reach the end of this field. If we've got half of what we got of what we started, so I think that's about 1,200 litres. If we're left with 1,200 litres at the end of this field, then we should be able to go and do a second field. If not, it's going to be a little bit more hit and miss. What we do have is we've got the application rate at the top left. We of course don't have this field scanned. We don't know what the soil type is or anything like that. So as a result, we're not actually getting an application rate. So I think this is doing a flat application rate on here, which isn't great, but considering that we don't own the field, is not overly surprising on a contract. It has been a little while since we've been on here. I just realized that I have the number for field 41 flashing, which means we have an active contract on there as well. And yeah, we do. We have a sowing contract that is up on field 41 as well. So we might try and clear that off today. I have tabbed over there. I've had a look. We have another Vulture sitting there, just waiting to be used for that contract. So I might as well go and use that and get that cleared today as well. Seeing as that's sitting there waiting for us to do it, I would guess it's all filled with fertilizer and everything. With seed and everything to go and do that. Also give us a chance to try out the variable seeding or the variable seed rate on here. Of course, as it's another contract, it's unlikely to show the actual variable seed rate, but it will at least bring the indicator up and we can see how all that works. I do like the fact that precision farming, you no longer have to have that help menu up in order to see what precision farming is doing. It does give you that nice indicator at the top left hand of the screen, which is great. We are now 50% of the way through this contract, so hopefully it's not going to be too long until it's finished. Now, some of you earlier may have been shrieking at me and saying in the comments, or furiously typing in the comments, you already had fertilizer in this, and yeah, I've realized that. The big bags that we put in were only 1,000 litres each, so we had fertilizer in here already, and it's boosted how much we've had in here. Does tend to show that this contract is worth far less than we initially thought, because if we're having to buy at least 2 sets of big bags at nearly £2,000, that's bad. If we're having to buy more than that, then that is really bad. That's, you know, that is then sort of 6,000 to just to do this field, which, because there's only a 17,000 contract, is a lot. And if we'd had to hire the equipment too, that would have reduced our profits even further. So yeah, it's interesting that this is worth about half the money it says it is once you take the costs of fertilizers into account, which honestly seems to be a little bit topical with farmers around here at the moment. Not got a huge amount more to do on this field. Let's go turn that off there, spin around. Kind of got the semicircle about right now, I think, for this. Yeah, I'm quite happy with my turning circle and getting it onto the next row. We are at about 95% complete, I think. And I'm expecting this row probably to complete this. It's sort of a fairly thin strip we've got down the edge there to finish it off. So it shouldn't be too bad. We are down to 600 litres of fertilizer. So the fertilizer has not gone anywhere near as far as I hoped it would on this field. It has helped us use up some of the excess fertilizer we had kicking about, I think, but it is still going to be quite a there we go, expensive endeavor to get this done. But that has completed the contract on here. 13,000. Wow, it was only 13,000. So yeah, it's only about a 6,000 contract once you take everything into consideration. So let's collect that. And then I'm going to go and find field 41. Where is field 41 on here? It's over here. And you can see, actually, we've got a tractor sitting there. So let's just head over there, and we'll go and see what's going on and whether we do actually have any seeds in our seeder over that way. If there are seeds already in this seeder, that would be good. It looks like it's another Ultra, but in more of the darker blue than our own is. Let's have a look. There we go. I'm guessing, yeah. So it's field 41, which is over there. I think we've used this seeder a fair amount. And currently it's got sugar beet in it. But we can switch that over to sunflowers. Start this up. And yeah, shouldn't be a huge job to get this done. Especially with this seeder. It's not a bad seeder at all for a swift job. Also, we do have GPS on this, although I'm not going to use it on a tractor of this age. But it would definitely work fairly well for us with something newer. Right, let's hook this up. Yeah, I am still forgetting. And let's fold it. Bring it round. And are we going to have... is 157 litres going to be enough? If not, we might be able to sort out that flatbed trailer and get it over here. But we'll see how we go. This is going to be fairly swift, because that is not moving slowly. This piece of kit is eating up this field quite quickly. We're already 20 to 30% the way through this contract. However, it's also eating through the seed fairly quickly as well. You can see that we're down to 30 litres of seed. So what I think we're going to do is have to go and grab ourselves a bag of seed. We're not very far from the shop here, so we should be able to go and do that. Can we make it down and back? Maybe. That would be good. Not that it makes much difference, because we should fairly easily complete this with whatever we have. I did not lower my seeder. Let's bring that back here. Lower the seeder. And away we go. So the rain is coming down and we have run out of seeds. So what I'm going to do is we're just taking our fertilizer spreader back to the shop here. We're going to park that up. Grab a big bag along with our big bag loader. And just run the bag down to the field there, because we're not that far away. No. Attach that. There we go. Our manual attach cannot be repaired quickly enough. Does of course happen with mods and updates to games. A mod can be broken by a game fairly often when it doesn't update, so we'll have to see what's happening. Let me know in the comments actually if you've had an issue with manual attach. And this, I know a couple of people on my Facebook have, and it doesn't seem to have been fixed by the hotfix. Seeds are only 800, so that's fine for 1,000 litres, so we'll buy that. That is easily going to be enough to finish this field. Right, there we go. Right, time to be naughty. All things considered, it's gone fairly well today. Well, I say fairly well. We started off with 30,000. Yes, we've sold some bits and other bits and pieces, but I think we're pretty sound in where we are. Will all of these seeds go in here? I'm not sure. If they don't, they don't. I have got seeds back at the farm as well, so yeah, we could possibly have filled up with those, but I don't want to drive all the way back. So what I'm going to do is we're going to park this tractor over at the side of the field here, beyond where we're going to turn with our seeder. I'm going to jump back in this and get this field finished. It's chucking it down now, but that hasn't stopped us. We are about 90% through this now. And this should line us up right. Get us in the right place. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, we seem to be getting a good coverage. So yeah, there we go. 90% complete on this contract. Still got 400 litres of seeds left. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to refill this with seeds when we finish. And then we'll get reimbursed for all the seeds that we leave in our seeder. So it shouldn't cost us as much and just makes this whole thing that little bit more profitable as a result. But all in all, it is very, very nice. It's got worked well. This tractor, I do like this Vulture. I forgot how much I like this Vulture because I haven't used it for a while. Because obviously we haven't been on here and I haven't had the chance. So yeah, it works really well. Although that this is quite dark at the moment. Expecting this contract to finish at any moment now. There we go, all done. That's as much as he wants to be planted. So what I'm going to do is take this over to our seeds over here, as I said. We'll try and refill the rest of the seeds into this. And then we can return this, get a refund on the seeds we leave in it. And see where we are overall. There we go. Turn that off. This tractor does reverse drive. It's got a reverse wheel, hasn't it? Yeah. So this is a reverse driving tractor, this Vulture Velvet. Not many of those in the game at the moment, though. Forwards. And there we go. Right. Oh, 41 litres, really. I know this contract's complete. But we might as well give him a little bit more. Just because I don't want this bag hanging around. So we need to use 41 litres. Bet that's going to finish off this field completely, isn't it? So we want to go down to 619. It's going to be the tiniest amount that's left. Because, yeah, this is not going to take that many seeds. Oh, nope, there we go, 633. So, yeah. We're almost better off, unloading all the seeds from this. and taking them, but won't do it into a bag. So let's just park this under here, unload the rest of these, and get the payment. There we go. Yeah. Right, turn this off. And let's complete that contract as well. And there we go. All done and dusted. 4,602 from that contract, which is pretty nice. Right, I am going to head back to my farm because it is 6:10 in the evening. We are going to get this back. We may jump ahead a few days because, yeah, there's not an awful lot to do. We've got 80,000 in the bank. I'd like to see if some interesting things come up in the shop for us. We are currently heading down to the shop because I want to try out something new that comes with precision farming today. There's a brand new spot sprayer, herbicide spot sprayer from John Deere that comes as part of the precision farming DLC that I want to give a try out. I want to see how this works. So what we're going to do is we actually have a contract on that we can use this with. So we're going to pop down here and grab that contract. It's a herbicide contract, so it's not something I don't have any weeds on my own fields. But it is available if we pop into here, and you can see field 14 is where it is. So we'll get a John Deere 6M tractor, the brand new sprayer, and the front weight. So let's borrow the items for that contract, which you can see over here. So this is the John Deere R732i power spray. It is brand new in the DLC, as I said. So this is it here in the shop. Takes 3,360 litres of liquid, weighs 3.8 tons, can carry up to 3.4 tons, has a 28 meter width, working speed of 7 miles an hour, and yeah, takes herbicide or fertilizer. And yeah, if we have a look in here, the normal configurations of it, you got Trelleborg, Michelin, Continental, Mitas, Verdestein tires, and most of them I think come with narrow. Actually, no. In fact, everything but the Trelleborg comes with only standard tires. See and Spray. That is the spot spraying. So that is the spot spraying set up on it. Is the See and Spray. Adds a whole load of sensors to it as well. 39,000 on top of the 52,500 base price. Now, does our one that we have out here have that on it? No, it doesn't. So I was kind of hoping today we were going to see the spot spraying in action, but no, this does not come with the spot spraying setup, unfortunately. But we are going to need some herbicide for it. That's a bit disappointing. I would have quite liked to have seen that happen in the precision farming on the mission or on the contract to see that. So I'm going to buy one of these. It's 2,000 litres. This should be more than enough herbicide for this contract. And what we're going to do is we'll return it with whatever we've got left in it. It is a nice looking sprayer, this, though. I do really like the look of it. Let's take that down into rear speed. There we go. We do at least have GPS on this tractor, which is good news. That is going to make this contract a lot easier to do. And what I'm trying to work my way up to at the moment is we're not that far off, really, harvest time. So what I'd like to do is have a combine and have a silo ready come harvest time. Now, we do have a few silo options that I've downloaded and got set up. So around the 30,000 mark. We've actually got Alien Jim's wonderful self-assembling ones. We've got a few other options and bits and pieces. And I'll probably go over those a little bit later. The other thing we need, of course, is a combine. Now, I don't think we have in here... No, we have this. Now, this has been very, very tempting, this Zetor Crystal. It is 171 horsepower. We can afford at the moment, it's only 60,000. But why I was really interested was to put this in. This is the automatic sensors that you get, that you can run on the tractor for nitrogen as you're running over the field. Really, really useful. Takes it up to 7,000 pounds though for this tractor, and kind of wipes out all the money that we want. Now, it would be an alternative to the current tractor we have. So there is that. Where is our field? We want to field 14 is where we're headed. Which is up by our farm. So we will head up there. In fact, that is so close to our farm. I'm going to set my truck to go back to the farm because there's no point in that staying there. So set destination. I wonder if it'll reverse. Right. And we will put that going there. Will that reverse? No. That is going to get blocked. So we'll turn that round first. Yeah. You stop that. Right, worker C. I want you to head over to here. So set destination there, and away you go. Right. That'll get returned. In the meantime, we're going to follow and get working on field 14. Actually, we may have a quicker way to go than the truck goes. Go on. Off you go ahead of me, please. Do you realise we don't have a Haut-Beyleron number plate on that truck? I'm actually thinking really long and hard about that Zetor. It is... Okay, it's a little bit less power than we have now, but it does have... we can put GPS on it, and we can put the sensors on it, which would be absolutely perfect for how we're looking to expand the farm. If we sold our Vultra, that would work fairly well for us as well. We'd have an extra 60 grand to put towards it, so it'd pay about 2/3 of the price. With our putting that up for it, and we wouldn't lose that much money from that. We get at least 60,000 for the Vultra, which is I am so tempted. And as a refresh from this series, it's not a bad shout. I don't think would work out quite well for us. Let's turn on the GPS, set ourselves first waypoint, and yeah, this shouldn't take us too long. I think we're going to have a look. I think we're going to have to take our Vultra Valmet down to the shop and have a look and see how that goes. Set our second waypoint and GPS on. I like this little tractor and its setup. It's really quite cool. I'm sure you guys in the comments will tell me what you think about getting that Zetor, but I don't often, you know, get other tractor brands that I'm not very used to. And I think one of the nice things about the used equipment setup here on FS22 is it does force me to consider tractors and brands that I otherwise might not. And having that come up and actually being quite a useful tractor for what we're trying to do on here really does say to me, maybe you should get that. That would be a good all-rounder. It would do you really well. If I just kind of wish I wasn't necessarily selling the Vultra to do it. I'd like a second tractor. But I can't ignore the fact that that Zetor would be really useful with the modern equipment on it. I think that going ahead on here with precision farming and the setup that we've got, having modern things like the nitrogen sensors on it and having the GPS on it to make our positioning of everything more accurate is really going to pay off in droves. So, yeah, I think we're going to switch out our Vultra. I think we'll sell the old Vultra. It's done us well on here. It's done us... Has it done us over a year? I don't think we are a year into this yet. There we go. So, yeah, I think we're in a position where it's done us fairly well, but that extra modern technology and everything on it is just going to be really, really useful on that second tractor. So what we'll do is we'll complete this contract. We'll go and grab our Vultra. We'll head down to the shop. I want to recolor my front loader if I'm going to be putting it on a red Zetor rather than a blue Vultra. And we'll go and get a nice new modern tractor. Admittedly 20 horsepower less than our current one, but I don't think anything we're using requires that extra 20 horsepower. And as I said, I think having GPS and the nitrogen sensor on it, especially using precision farming, it's just going to be so much more useful. So we'll bring our contract tractor into the yard here and just park that up so that we can complete the contract. There we go. So, yeah, that is... Do you know what? I really like this sprayer. This is a cracking sprayer. And under 100,000 with all the sensors and everything on it, actually quite reasonable. I really think that maybe ultimately we'll get one of these on here. Initially, though, even our Vultra or the Zetor, neither of them have the ability for care wheels. So, yeah, it's not going to be something we get right off. Right, let's get this contract completed then. So, our contract here, that is 2,329. We lose 410 for the leasing. We get a 1,700 reimbursement on the herbicide that we've left in it. So 3,656. Yep, I think that's perfect. Right, let's head over here then. And as I said, let's take this bad boy down to the shop. And I think we're going to switch it out. How many hours we got on this? We've only got 9 hours on this tractor. So we should get a decent price for it, I think. It'll be sad to see it go, but I think ultimately it's going to be a good choice for us. So here we go, down to the shop. And the way I want to do this is we'll just park this up here. I'm going to disconnect that because we're going to redo that. So my Vultra, as it stands at the moment, is worth 67,000. It could do with some repairs and a repaint. We're looking to make quite... So we need to make an extra 19,000 on top of this, repainting it, for this to be worth repainting. So 67,000 plus 20 is 87,000. So 86,000 is our target. Let's see. Yes, 88,000. So we make an extra 2 grand by repainting it, repairing it for 4,500. So that is 92,200. Sorry. No, an extra 4.5. So 92,500. Repair 92,900. So we make extra, roughly an extra 400. So yeah, worth the extra 2.5 grand we get from repainting and repairing that. So we will sell that Vultra now. Yeah, bye. We got 149,000, which is great. Now I want to customize our quickie loader here. Do we have a Zetor red? We don't. Don't know what the closest red would be. Probably the Massey Ferguson red. So we'll go for that and customize for 50. Yeah, perfect. Right. So now I go into the shop and I find that that tractor is sold, don't I? No, it is still there, thankfully. Right. So we want that on it. and we want that on it. Extra 30,000 takes it up to 90,000. Standard wheels, although I'm going to put the Michelins on. And we do need a front load attacher for the quickie as well. So 92,141 is fairly decent. I think we sold the other one for about 70,000 once you take the stuff in. So it's only cost us 20,000 to get this. Yes, we've lost about 20 horsepower, but that's not a big problem. So this is going to be a VF 002 HB, because we're going to put the 001 plate on the car. Type 1 and okay. There we go. And buy that. Yes, please. There we go. So 20,000, we've got a brand new tractor, and yeah, it's fully kitted out with GPS and land sensors, which is brilliant, and hopefully will work really well for us. Into gear. Look at that. Very nice red tractor, and I think the red of the Massey Ferguson is probably going to work pretty well with this, if we're lucky. Let's hook it on and see how well it works. Actually, that does work quite well, and we've got a little bit more clearance at the front with this loader, so the 7M works fairly well with it. Just wander in the shop if we have a quick look at this tractor. So this must be a medium tractor. That is, yep, the one we own. So what does it recommend with that? It doesn't give an option. Wonder if the loaders do. So the 6M combinations. Yeah, can't tell. I'd love to know if the 7M or the 6M is recommended. I'm guessing, looking at the size of it, it's probably the 6M that is the recommended size. But I do like the clearance at the front of this. So that works out fairly well. Let's just have a look. Seeing as it's only 10:56 in the morning. We don't have a lot to do down on our farm. What contracts are there? Is there something with a quite large amount of money? There's that sowing contract in field 36 for soybeans. There's that one for potatoes, which is not quite as good. And then we've got that one for fertilizing. Let's take a nice big Russell Mash tractor out, shall we, and have some fun with that today. 16,000 almost repays what extra we spent on the Z-Tour today as well. So yeah, I think we should do that. We're going to borrow the items for that then, and as we're whoa, get that beast. As we are going to be doing that, we want to get some bags of seeds as well. Big bags. Let's grab. Do we own a seed front loader bit? I'm not sure we do. We do own one, so we have got one back at our farm, unfortunately. Let's grab some big bags. I might run back to the farm quickly, grab a couple of bits, and yeah. We'll see if 2,000 litres is enough for the seeds for this. I was looking around the cab of this tractor and wondering if I've actually made a mistake by putting GPS on it, because there's no screens or anything in here that really you would normally get with GPS. However, looking on the outside of it, we do have what appears to be a satellite receiver on the roof. Now, I don't know if that's something to do with the nitrogen sensors on it, or whether that actually is a GPS system. But yeah, we seem to have something on here that could possibly be a GPS setup. So I'm not quite so worried. I'm sure you guys will tell me in the comments exactly what that is on the roof, but I think that's a GPS receiver, personally. Right, let's grab the Rostel mash here. And bring that forward. So we're doing field 36 today with this. Into high and into there. There we go. So we're going to hook this up and get this all running. I don't know if this will open the seeder or not. Right, and connect all the hoses up. Yeah. Open that up. There we go. We're only going to put seed in this. We're not going to put the fertilizer in because the contract does not call for that. It's up. I do quite like this crystal. It's a nice looking tractor, this. And as I was saying earlier, nice to have something a little bit different on here. So where are you going to want to go in? Don't want to go in there. Do you want to go in here? No, so it must go in the back section over here. There we go. So load that into the back and make that as full as it'll go. I think it's this should take 2,000 litres, I think. I think it takes more fertilizer these than nope, there we go. Than seed normally. And doing soybeans. Soybeans is a fairly small seed anyway, so I think we'll be all right with that. There we go. So that loaded in there as well. And in goes the second bag. So we just back this off now, and we'll leave our Zetor here at the moment while we head out, because we might have to refill this conceivably. God, this is a big old tractor. Close that up, and we are headed over to field 36. So yeah, just the other side of the river. We'll go head down and go past field 40. Beacons on, no beacons, so we'll put the hazards on, and hopefully that'll be enough to get us down the road. So the field is just up here on the left. How straight is this edge? I think it's a base game field. The edge is going to be pretty straight. I want to turn the GPS on. I'm still looking forward to sort of getting a variable seed rate with fields and stuff. We are going to scan our own fields. I did have a look at how much it would cost just to get our fields scanned automatically. And it's actually, well, let's have a look at this quickly. It is not cheap. So we've got field 17 and 20. To get field 17 scanned, so purchase soil information, is 1,575. And to get field 20 scanned, which we own, is 5,755. I can buy a seeder pretty much for that, especially if one comes on sale, which unfortunately one isn't yet. So yeah, I think we should go with that. Right, our contract. Let's double check this with soybeans. We have got soybeans selected. Let's turn this on. We want to make sure we are traveling at 180 degrees before we set our first waypoint. Get that right. And that will then just make everything easier. A little bit more. A little bit more. Yep, there we go. Set first waypoint. And then when we've gone far enough, set our second waypoint, set our width, and off we go. I remember if I mentioned earlier in this video that I found a solution to, or I found out what was wrong with manual attach. If I had mentioned it, my apologies, because I just want to go over it again. But yeah, manual attach, as many of you pointed out in the comments last time, the key bindings for all the script mods got reset as part of the 1.4.1 patch. So, yeah, I've now sorted that out. As you've seen, I've been manually attaching everything. And actually, it gave me a chance to slightly improve my key bindings, especially on my side panel. So, it's been quite useful from that point of view to have that reset. But, yeah, for both, I had to do the same for GPS. GPS, of course, all the key bindings were reset for that too. So, needed to reset those. But those are all working now. That's really good. Somebody said that they thought it was a bad idea to sell the rock picker because I'll still have to plow and pick rocks. As far as I know, you only have to plow after planting certain crops. And as not really planning myself to plant those crops at the moment. So you have to do it after you plant corn, you have to do it after you plant potatoes, and you have to do it after you plant sugar beet at least. Definitely for those three. So I'm not planning on planting any of those three crops at the moment, so I'm not planning on doing any ploughing anytime soon. Also, this map doesn't seem to throw up big stones when I was doing the ploughing. So we're not really looking at having to do anything other than roll the ground anyway. So, and I'm going to be doing very shallow working of the earth. So I'm looking to direct seed with a built-in power harrow on my seeder, and yeah, to lower or to increase my environmental score as a result, and hopefully then it will all work out for us, and yeah, it means that we'll end up doing the seeding and everything quite quickly. We'll need a roller. I am going to be getting a roller for the farm. So it's a roller, a seeder, a trailer are things that I want, along with a combine and a grain store. We definitely want to get a grain store unless we get a production facility. That would be the other thing. If I can buy the grain mill, I might buy the grain mill, because we can then start doing what I was talking about before, which is I want to get to the point on this series where I can bake a cake, and that is going to require owning the grain mill, and it's going to require owning the bakery, as well as getting some cows on here, and owning the dairy. So quite a long way to go with that, but I think the potential for doing all of that is there. We're coming up to 90% of the way through the field, and I really love that backdrop of the railway going over the top of that viaduct there, and just, this is actually a really gorgeous map. I am a huge fan of both the new base game maps of Farming Simulator 22. I mean, Erlen Grat in itself as well is a beautiful map, but Giants really did a fantastic job with the two new base game maps. Both Haut-Beyleron and Elm Creek are great maps and really lovely ones to play, with a vast array of field sizes and just a really good view all around. It's absolutely cracking. I love playing these maps. Look at the monastery in the background. How cool is that? We're at 95%, and we've only got about 260 litres of seed left. So, yeah, it's getting a little bit nail-biting here. Oh, I hope I can spin around without hitting those trees as well. Yeah, we're all good. So, yeah, I'm hoping we're going to have enough seed to finish this off. Let's get this on the field, because I want to waste as little seed as possible. We've got an interesting variable seed rate running on here, so it is detecting the ground. You can see the variable seed rate changing, so that does change depending on what soil we're on. I think we're on loam or an area of seed that we don't need so much. We do drop down to sort of orange at the bottom end of this field. In fact, there we go. So we're now using 35 seeds per meter squared. The base is 30, and it can go up as high as 40 if we got particularly bad land. But this isn't too bad here, so we're okay. We must be nearing the end now. We've only got 171 litres of seed left, though. Wow, we were massively over. Get that straightened up behind me, and hopefully it will back up straight. No. Right, we need to control that a bit better then. So we'll take the GPS off, reverse it up, get myself up to the edge. And down. And it won't be too bad. Yep, there we go. Little bit of moving about. Otherwise, all good. In fact, there we go. That is enough to get this this field finished. So I want to get this tractor now back to the shop. And we'll complete this. Hopefully, we're going to make about 10,000 off this contract. That would be really good. Once we've got money back for seeds and once we've taken into account the amount of money we have to pay to use this piece of kit. But yeah, that would be a good amount. I'll go halfway to paying the extra we paid for our new tractor today. It is quite a big tractor on this road. I'm having to stick really over to the right hand side. Just to make sure we don't hit any cars. But we are almost back at the shop. There we go. And that means I don't have to do lots of running around. Perfect. And we're coming up to 5 o'clock as well. So, yeah, that's pretty good timing. Those off. That off. Let's see how much we get for this contract now. So that is 16,000. We lose 1,700. 14,814. That's 4,000 more than I was expecting. But we did spend a load of money on seeds as well. So yeah, not bad. I think we've made a decent amount here. Yeah, about 3,600 on. No, not even that much. About 1,600 on seeds. So, yeah, actually, we've made about 12,000. That's more than I was expecting. So, that's actually really good. Very, very happy. Oh, lots more spraying contracts have appeared. Another one for 6 grand with that little sprayer. Wonder if that comes. I doubt that comes with the spot sprayer stuff. And it's 5 o'clock. Yeah, I'm going to get my little Zetor crystal, my brand spanking new Zetor crystal, back to the farm. We are in our brand new Zetor along with our Amazon ZGB 6001. And that is because we have a chance today to earn some extra cash. There are a couple of fertilizing contracts that are paying well, and that shouldn't take us too long to do. So I'm heading down there in this machine, and hopefully we're going to get our new piece of kit, our new tractor, tried out. We've got GPS on it. We have a whole nice setup on here, so we're going to give that a go. I have had to reassign all of my controls again, so I'm hoping everything's going to work out as it should, but we'll see how that works out. So let's bring this into here, and we're just going to drop our off the back. There we go. Oh, no, before we do that, actually, I want to connect that back up and open that up, because otherwise we won't be able to refill. We'll move this tractor out the way, and actually what I want to do is see if we can put some wheel weights on the back of it. We'll make it much easier than getting a weight on the back of here all the time. So let's just customize this. Now we should have options for, there we go, wide tires with a wheel weight will be 3,700. Just Wheel weights, there we go, will be 1,200. So we will customize that. Yes, please. Okay, and we're going to need to reattach that. There we go. And now that we've done that, we'll head over here and we want to grab ourselves some fertilizer. So we're going to grab a couple of big bags of fertilizer. It's 1,820. So in total, it's going to be 3,640. Let's buy that. Yes. And then back out. And then before I go any further, let's just grab these contracts. So the two contracts I'm looking to do today are these two. Field 5, which is 12,039. And Field 30, which is 13,423. Should both be absolutely fine to do. We're going to end up with about 20,000 off both of these. So it'll accept that contract and accept that contract. In fact, if we have time, we might take on Field 27. Yeah, if we've got time and fertilizer, we'll take on Field 27. And that will pay for the fertilizer we've used on these two fields. So, just going to grab the tractor. Now we've got the wheel weights on the back. We should be able to pick this up fairly easily. And as it's reset, of course, it's gone into... it's fully turned off and all of the gears left. I should have left the trailer over here. Never mind. Let's just... oh, see if we can pick one of these up. Ever so slightly in the wrong place. No, I got it. So I can detach with this. I can't attach with this. That's interesting. There we go. Yeah, still trying to work things out a little bit. And get things to set. I'll probably have my keys sorted out in short order. But they are all being a little bit funny. Now, we're expecting the rain to end in the not too distant future. It's supposed to be, so it's forecast to have stopped already. So I don't think, in fact, yeah, you can see it is stopping right now. So that's good. We'll be doing this in the dry anyway. Let's get the second one on here. And connect that up. There we go. And then we can load this up, and 2,000 litres should easily cover what we're doing today, I think. If it doesn't, then yeah, these aren't quite such good value as I've expected them to be. Otherwise, I think we're going to be all right. There we go. That's that done. Let's get this here. And before our fertilizer gets too wet, let's reconnect everything up. That, and that. And away we go. Oh, let's just close that up. And we are headed for Field 30, which is that away. Beacons on, and away we go. By the looks of it, Field 30 is one we've done a couple of videos ago. It's just up here on the left. And yeah, our first video back here on Haut-Beyleron, we did this. We did it with a piece of kit that we hired. And I don't think... I think we grabbed one thing of fertilizer at the time to do that. So, yeah, here's hoping that this is going to be okay. We're going to set point A, set point B, set auto width, check my lines. We need to move this over to the right. Let's bring this a little bit further back. So, move our line over to the right. It's interesting, the controls say left and right for GPS, but it actually, you assign them to moving right and left, which is a bit weird. And away we go. And now we got some really good coverage, and we're right up to the edge. We won't waste a single litre of this fertilizer. Now, I did wonder if with our crop sensors that you can see mounted on our tractor, whether that would change if we turn them on during this. But if I go Alt-B and turn on the crop sensors, yeah, we're not actually getting any reading. And I think that's because this is a contract. I didn't expect it to, but it didn't hurt to try. And yeah, pretty much straight up confirmed what I thought. I'm looking forward to using this on my own fields, though. Once we got this year's harvest out of the way and we're able to scan our fields and everything, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these bits of kit from precision farming work, because it's going to be good. Halfway through this contract now, and we are down to 1,700 litres of fertiliser. So we've used, in that case, I think we started with about 2,500. So in that case, we've used about 800 litres. I'm hoping that we are going to finish with about 1,200. But if this is halfway through, we're not. We're going to be short of that. I think we're going to be closer to about 800 litres. So it's going to mean another trip to the shop, grabbing another load of fertilizer, because the other field we're doing, field 5, is roughly the same size as this, and therefore we're not going to have enough to actually get it done. So we're coming up to the 1,250 mark, and we are only 80% of the field done. So we might be left with about 1,000 litres, quite possibly. But yeah, we are definitely below where I want to be. Now, I can risk it and try and do field 5, depending on how much we end up with. I think if we've got under 1,000 litres left, though, it's not going to be enough to get that field done. So we'll see where we are, and yeah, we might have to add some more fertilizer in here to actually finish things off, which is unfortunate because it's another £2,000 digging deeper into our profits on this. Over 90% complete now, and so very nearly at the end of this contract. I think it won't be more than the end of this row. If it's anything more than that, then yeah, that would surprise me. We are at 1,040 litres at the moment, so we're getting very close to that threshold where I'm going to have to buy some more fertilizer. And yeah, down to 1,020. Is it going to hit the end of the contract before it drops below 1,000 litres? And the answer to that, of course, is no. That is under 1,000 litres. 991. We're going to get part of the way up this road then before this runs out. And yeah, we are going to have to go and add another 1,000 litres in here. So it hasn't used all of both bags, but it has used a considerable amount of both bags. There we go. That is it finished. Off we come, and we're going to have to pop up to the shop, grab ourselves another bag of fertilizer, because this is not going to be enough for the next field. Back down at the shop, so we should be able to just grab a bag of fertilizer here. Let's just swing this round. I think actually that's probably the wrong... Oh no, that is fine. That's good. I think it's all the others. Whoa. Got stuck in the tire. There we go. I think all the others open on the other side. This one just opens on this side, so that will be able to put one straight in. Big bags. Fertilizer. There's nothing smaller that... No, that's 1,000 litres, and I doubt there's solid fertilizer pallet. Less, but more costly, I think. Plus, I don't have anything I can load that up with, so we'll take the one bag of fertilizer. Yes. Oh, that's so expensive. There we go. Let's get this turned around. Get this loaded up. Oh, distance. Not a strong thing. So 21 is attached. Oh, there we go. I got it. I think it's just a little bit more finicky. And unload it in. And there we go. That is the bag in. Back down. We'll bring this round, hook it up again, and we can head out to field 5. And, oh, we might get up to 80,000. That would be good. I have had a thought, and I want to know what you guys think about this. Rather than spending a whole load of money on a grain store, I'm thinking maybe of buying the grain mill. Now, I know that there is an old windmill mod on the mod hub, but lots of people have suggested that for No Man's Land, and I'm very much thinking that might be a good shout for there. As a result, I'm thinking of trying to get the grain mill on here, make some flour, and see if we can make our money go a little bit further and earn a little bit more from it. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Do you think that that's a good way to go? I think it's 90,000 for us to buy that. So it would be a big expense, but I think in the long run it would pay off. Especially if we can get the bakery and start making some flour for bread, or as I mentioned before, a cake. Field 5 is just up here on the right. So we'll turn in here. And there it is. Right, what I'm going to do to set up the GPS this time. So I think the top part of the field, yeah, so it's all pretty straight. We're going to line ourselves up here. Turn the GPS on. Set our first point. We haven't got a first point. Okay, yeah, we have got a first point. There we go. Set that along there. And that is not right. Let's set our first point. There we go. And then try that again. And this will give us a good line along the edge of the field. Which, no. Menu up. Now this is, if you find this happening, what you want to do is get the, there should be a snap angle. Where are you? Lines, line offset, no. Headland distant, headland management, no. But snap terrain angle, there we go. That's what we want to turn off. And now we can set this again. By the time we get to the other end of the field, we should be all set up on this. So there we go. Perfect. We can now move that over. Now it's moving the right direction. It must be because I was reversing on the last field. That is now. I'm pressing left and it's moving left. So that's good. And, yeah, that doesn't matter. Move it right up to the edge. Perfect. And now, when we turn around here, our lines will be in the perfect place. We're just over 20% of the way through the field. Between 20 and 30% of the way through. We used up about 350 litres of fertiliser when we hit the 20% mark. So, extrapolating that out, I'm expecting us to use roughly 1,750 litres on this field. That is that means that buying that extra 1,000 litres was absolutely necessary because we only had 900 left, and we do have we will have a healthy margin of error. We should end up with about 150 litres left. So if my estimate is out a little bit, by maybe 5%, I think we should be all right. Yeah, we're 30% now, and yeah, we stopped. And at 30%, we are at about 1,500 litres. So yeah, that's about right. So yeah, we'll be good. I think we're going to be okay. I don't think we're going to need to refill this again. Although, I think the whole thing is going to be a little bit close. We're 50% complete on this contract, and we've still got just under 1,200 litres left of fertilizer. That is very, very good. I'm easily going to make this now. If we got more than 500 litres left, no, if we got more than 900 litres left, then it wasn't worth buying the extra fertilizer. I don't think it's going to be that good, but I do think we're going to be left with probably the very same amount of fertilizer as we started the day with, which isn't a bad thing per se, but yeah, it's just ever so slightly annoying that we can't buy the fertilizer for a reasonable price in a lesser quantity. We're past that point now where it wasn't worth refilling our fertilizer. We are at 850 litres. So it's, yeah, we needed that extra bag of fertilizer that we picked up at the beginning of this, or before we came to this contract. So 3 bags of fertilizer was warranted. I still think we're going to end up with about 20,000, given the extra little bit of cash that each of these contracts has. If we come back in here, yeah, and I'm going to put the cruise control on. Let's bring it down to 10 just so that we can control it in the corners and have a look in here. You can see that the contracts in here, we've got 13,423 and 12,039. So we're just shy of 25,500 there. We have spent, well, we can have a look at how much was spent on fertilizer today, actually. Let's have a look in the money, and not on new vehicles, but on fertilizer, we spent 5,460. So yeah, it is pretty much £20,000 that we're going to make off both these contracts, even with these on here. So that's even with 3 bags of fertilizer having been bought. Not bad, really. I'm really quite happy with that. 20,000 on top of here is going to take us up to 82,000. If we want to buy the want to buy the grain mill to start getting some flour produced, we will have the money fairly soon, and yeah, that will be great. And I think we're going to have some produce to get selling soon. We're going to hold on to the strawberries so that we can get them to the bakery later, but everything else can be sold, I think. Final row of this contract, we're at about 95-96% now, and then we're going to see how much these are both worth. We don't have to go back to the shop at all once these are completed. We can just go in, pull off to the side and complete both of these. I then want to head back to my farm and see where we are. The one thought I have got going back to the just spending all this money on buying the grain mill, there we go, contract done, is that we are going to still have to buy some equipment and things this year. And if it all goes into doing that and doing the the flour and everything, we're not going to make any money from our harvests, so we've got to be careful of that. Let's have a look though at our 2 completed contracts. So 12,039, 13,423, collect and collect. So yeah, there we go, 87,955. We actually, yeah. Oh yeah, because we collected the full thing. We made 20,000, but of course that doesn't come off the contracts at the end. So yeah, we are up to 87,000. We are only, in fact, 87,995. So 88,000. We are only about £2,000 from buying the grain mill, if we want to go that way. One thing I have noticed after finishing that field is we are left with 520 litres of fertilizer. roughly how much we started today with before we'd bought a single bag of it. So yeah, that happened. That's the way that's gone as well, which is slightly annoying. I think when harvest rolls around, we might try and pick up some contracts, actually, as well. See if we can make some extra money. Especially if we, again, if we buy the grain mill and take contracts into there. Last time I did that, I ended up getting all of the grain from the contract into the grain mill and making money off that as well. So I'm quite hoping that that's going to be the case again, and we'll be able to make some extra flour off that and do that way. We of course need to make sure we've got enough wheat to feed our chickens and keep them going, but that shouldn't be too hard. I think I'd like to get a workshop down at our farm as well. I think that would be really useful. But at the moment, I also think getting somewhere where we don't have to buy, because actually our gateway here does not have a lot of space to the left of it, so we don't have a huge amount of space to put a grain store in. It would kind of be in the middle of our yard, I think. And having a look at that in here, see a silo, we're looking at spending, even with the cheaper ones I've got, we're looking at spending at least 30,000 on a silo to store it until it reaches best price. And not an awful lot of I suppose we could put it there, maybe at the side of our shed or something. We've got some other ones. This is an old silo that's yeah, that has an interesting shape. Not quite sure where we would, well, we'd have to put that there somewhere maybe. So we have got silos that we could use that are worth the money, but just buying the grain mill, that would allow us to process everything and would be 90,000, I think. Let's have a quick look. We'll head down there. Grain mill is down here. So yeah, how much would it cost for us to purchase this? 96,000. So we are about 8,000 short. We do have time though. It is only May, and looking at our calendar, we're looking at our barley coming available in June. So yeah, we need enough money as well to hire a combine. So we will see what contracts we have kicking about. There are a few. There's some good spraying ones out there. There is also some baling if we wanted to sort some stuff for some cows later on. So plenty for us to be doing still here on Haut-Beyleron. Our chickens are out of feed, so we need to find a way to get them some feed. We've got some money we can do that with at the moment. We need to find a way to transport it back though, which is the more important bit. So we're going to be getting a new piece of equipment that became available with update 1.4. It should be a use. So we're headed down here with our Z-Tour. We've got the bag lifter on the front because that is going to help us load this up. And if we drive over here, we'll be able to hop out and quickly jump into the shop. So let's go round here, over to here. And the trailer I want is this. This is the Sulic ANS 1900. It is literally 3,500. Sorry. We need to just double check the number plate on my tractor. What are we? VF002HB. So let's get that with that. Okay. Take that down. VF002 HB. There we go. Literally, that is the only customization. So we're going to go with that. This will go well on our car and on our tractor, which is quite a nice trailer. So we will buy that. Yes, please. And then out here, I want to go into the big bags. And this is an expensive way of getting feed for our chickens. I'm going to grab a couple of bags because we just need to make sure we got enough for them to feed until we get our barley harvested. So let's buy that. Yes, please. And then we spent about just over 6,000 to get all of that done. And this little trailer, I mean, it is tiny, this trailer, should take both of these bags. Won't take much more than that. Will only be, it's for our truck. Will actually be quite useful to get a couple more items to the sell point for equipment. And we're going to be doing that today as well. Sorry, not for equipment, for produce. So stuff from our greenhouse, we're going to be loading up today as well, and getting that sold, get a little bit more money in. I want to be in a position where we can buy the bakery, oh no, sorry, buy the grain mill when our harvest starts, as well as having enough money to rent ourselves a combine harvester and to get all of our crop harvested. We also want to get a trailer, so we're probably going to try and do some contracting work with the harvest as well. And if we can put that into the bakery as well, or the grain mill as well, that would be really useful. So looking to try and get some harvest contracts done, along with getting some money in for produce and things. We are at 80,000. I think it's 90,000 for the to buy the grain mill, so it's gonna be a case of being a little bit careful. If we have some time, which we should do before the harvest, we might try and do 1 or 2 more contracts. We'll see how today goes, but at the moment, this little trailer on the back of it, I didn't realize how tiny this. So we'll connect this up like so, and head back to the farm. That is just, yeah, I think that's going to be better on our truck than it is on our track. And back into our yard. Let's just bring this up round here. Yeah, this is going to work so much better on the back of that car. 3,500. I probably shouldn't have expected anything that large, to be honest, but it'll do the job for what we need it to. We should get, I think we'll probably get 8 pallets onto here, so that should be quite good. I'm gonna set these strawberries to storing. I don't want them to come out. We're gonna try and get them to the bakery for the future use. Let's bring this over here. Will 2 of these do this for a while? Maybe. This is, I think we might end up replacing this chicken coop with something a bit bigger. We can only put 30 chickens in it, and we're not getting a massive amount of eggs out. We have nearly a full pallet, but it's taken a long while to get them. And in fact, look at that. We did not need to buy as much chicken feed as we have. So I'm just going to put this down here. Dang, I thought a couple of bags of chicken feed was going to be what we needed. It was only the single one. And this is why I think we're probably going to need a larger chicken pen. I think we might move our animals, as I said. Oh, no. There we go. And off there. Perfect. And we'll just put this around the back here. I want this area to sort of be the area for my house as we go forward, and as we increase the size of the farm and build it. So it's going to be a little bit of work, I think, to move things about a bit and move the sort of the main part of that side of things on the farm up there. Right, now let's bring this back here. And I want to drop my bag lifter off the front because we want to start loading stuff up from our greenhouse, because we've got a lot of stuff stored, actually. That's a lot of stuff stored. Right, let's bring this in here. do that so that we can get that out of the way. I'm going to lift it as well. Shouldn't collide. No, I think we're good. Connect that up and back it off. Perfect. Yeah, I need somewhere else to put my front weight, I think. Let's just plonk that down aside here. Down. Disconnect. And nicely done. We don't actually really need the weight for the rear anymore, because we've got the weights on the tractor now, so it should be fairly good for that. We're going to come in here and, yeah, we're going to remove everything that we've got in here. Right, so, strawberries, I want to change the output mode to storing. Okay, so they're always gonna come out. There's not much I can do about that. So yeah, we're just gonna have to keep moving the strawberries out the way. And yeah, I have to stack them in the shed, I think. As I said, I don't want to sell those at the moment. We're gonna sell the rest of what we're outputting here though. So yeah, let's get the strawberries out the way. We're gonna get a lot sort of yeah, appearing and spawning there because there's a lot in storage. But once we got them stacked in here and out the sun, we can start to look at the rest of our produce and getting that to sale, probably down at the market. This is our last pallet of strawberries sitting over here. So we've got 4 pallets of tomatoes and 2 pallets of lettuce we can sell today. And we've got a total of 9 pallets of strawberries, which is a huge amount. Oh, let's try to get them nicely stacked against the back here. There we go. I think having a freezer truck or something that we could transport or store these in would be a good thing, but at the moment we don't have the money for that. So let's get these into our into the back of our truck, I think is the next step. Let's start her up, get into reverse. We will drop the tailgate. There we go, so that we can load this up. And yeah, we got 4 pallets of tomatoes and 2 pallets of lettuce. Trying to figure the best way to get these in here. I know we can get 2 pallets on the bottom and 4 on the top. But with our trailer, I think I'm going to put the tomatoes on the trailer and the lettuce on the in our truck. So let's see, will this fit more than 1 pallet on here on the end? Yes, it will. So yeah, that's going to be the better way to do it. We'll put the tomatoes on this trailer like so, and we'll put the 2 things of lettuce into the back of our flatbed, or in the back of our truck. Line up my forks into this so I can take it sideways and then get it into the trailer or into the rear of my truck like so. Perfect. We can now just strap that down. Ooh, let's press the right button to do that. There we go. Close the back of that up, and then I'm just gonna hook this up to the trailer. This is going to be much more stable. Much better way to transport these. That's not good. That's not good at all. Oh, really? Right. What we're going to have to do then, turn this off, this is going to take 2 trips because I'm not putting the tomatoes on top of this. That is annoying. Where is the best place to take the lettuce? At least we'll be able to sell these if they are for the best prices if it's 2 different places. No, it's going to be the same places. Right, same place as always. Le Jardin de Fermier Farm Shop. Let's get these lettuce down there. And yeah, that's... I really wish that trailer would work with this. It's ever so slightly annoying. Because it's a useful little trailer, but just not with my truck. The trouble is, if it's for my tractor, it's not a useful trailer for that either. I think we're better off with the flatbed that we normally get. So let's just disconnect that. Or finish that. So how much did we get for that? 1,644. Looking at the miscellaneous trailers. Yeah, the Brockman is 8,000. But this is going to be far, far more useful to us. Yeah, I'm disappointed by that. That's not good. Let's head back up to the farm though, and we'll load up the strawberries onto... Sorry, we'll load up the tomatoes onto that trailer and get it up here, and then... I think that's definitely a trailer for when you're starting from scratch and using a really small tractor or something like that. Kind of the kind of series Jababoo likes to do, where you're starting with really, really small stuff. And oh man, it's... I don't know how much. I think we're gonna have to sell it. I can't see it being a massively useful trailer to us. I either want to get a bigger brother version, which is one of the... so I think far more useful to us would be something like... Where's the really... Oh, I don't have it in here as a... Is it in here as a mod? Do I bring it in? No. The one we're using on No Man's Land would be much more useful than this one. Price of other ones we've got. Yeah, there's nothing in here that is massively useful. I'd love the idea of the cane trailer, although at a 16-ton, that might be better on another farm. That's a good trailer. Yeah, there's a few nice trailers here. There was one available as a used trailer recently, but I kind of went, no, that's okay. I can avoid using that because it was fairly big for what it was, and I don't think we need anything bigger than a 16-tonner on here for our 2 fields. Oh, and we are gonna try and increase our... Wow, that is... Why is that getting stuck on the end there so badly? Oh, it's getting stuck on my other tomatoes. Right. I don't think this trailer is that useful to me at all. There we go. Pick both of them off and then try and get both of them back on again. Oh, yeah. This was a mistake. Definitely a mistake, this trailer. It does not fulfill my needs at all. Because getting 2 more on the back of there, that is going to be fun. And then, yeah. Got the other 2 on the front. Let's try and get these lined up well. Yeah, this little trailer is just... Wow. It's just crazy. Let's try and line this up a bit better. Just thinking tractor-wise, small tractors. Yeah, it's sort of the Porsche or the old Z-Tour or something like that would work much better with this kind of setup. And it is really small farm or long work stuff that would be good for. Let's try and get that off there without making it fall off. And you can just about get 4 pallets on here. Oh, man. Right, let's go get these sold. I just want to do at least one trip with it. And then I think we're going to head back down to the shop. Because this is not what I'd hoped it was. In hindsight, I'm quite glad that I put the tractor's number plate on the back of this and not the truck's, seeing as the truck can't actually pull this trailer. And yeah, it works out better for that. We've got 2,000 litres of tomatoes on here. Let's see how much those are worth. We'll head here and just undo the strap. Looks like we're going to get a fairly decent amount for them as the last lot go in. Yep, 83,990, 1,693 pounds. Not bad. I think I'm going to go and get rid of this trailer. So we overspent on the chicken feed. We got a trailer we didn't need. Basically, a lot of what we've been doing today has been a mistake. Thankfully, we seem to have sold our... We're back down to the shop. We'll come in here and we'll drop the trailer off here. Oh, I'm interested actually to see how much repairing our tractor would cost at the moment. Let's detach those hoses and all of that. So we're going to sell this. Will cost nothing to repair it. Oh no, can't be repaired. Okay, so we've lost about we lost £423 on that. So fine. Chalk that up to experience and we'll get rid of it. Yep. Ah, it's not good. Paint condition on our tractor is awful, but repair for it is 2,700. I'm not going to do that right now. I do have a question for you guys. So I think the bakery on here is about 60,000. There is a windmill mod, which does both oil and grains. That is 30,000. So for our 87,000 on here, we could conceivably get both the bakery and the grain mill, or a grain mill. So get our own windmill. Alternatively, we could buy the grain mill, which we've previously established down on here, is about 90,000, and then the bakery on top of that is an extra 60,000. It's around here somewhere. We'll just have a look at that on the way home. What do you think? Do you think we should build our own windmill and go from there? Here we go. I think... Is this the... No, that's the patisserie. I was right. I'm right outside it. So that is... Yeah, it is here. But I can't see anywhere where... We don't own this. Must be round the back that we access this, maybe. Let's have a look. Yeah, right round back. There we go. So this is the bakery. So this would cost us 50,000. Oh, slightly less expensive than I thought it was. So yeah, we could get the bakery for 50,000. For 30,000, we could do the windmill. So 80,000 would do it, or we could do it all for 140,000 if we bought the grain mill. That's built into the map. Let me know what you think in the comments. Should we build our own windmill and go that route, or do you think we should go and stick with what? All right, we're back at the farm. Let's just park this up, and then we'll see what we've got to do around here. Like so. level that out. This up. There we go. So we're all right for water. There's plenty of that in our greenhouses here. So yeah, plenty of that to keep going. So that's all good. Let's close that up then. And I think looking at our chickens, yeah, our chickens are good. They are 100% health. As I said, we can only get 30 animals on here. I really want to start getting more chickens, I think. It's not overly expensive. So, one thing left. We've got plenty hours left in the day. Let's just see what... So, on our contracts, we've got a few that's in here. And... oh, hang on. Hello. What's this? £10,000 for spraying field 36 with herbicide. I think that's an easy enough one to do. So let's borrow the items for that. And yeah, I'm going to head down to the store in my truck. And we will go fill up with some herbicide. And actually, whatever herbicide we don't use, of course, we'll get refunded for as well. So I don't think it's going to be... And we go, and into the yard, and there is the sprayer for us to use. Let's park this, or park this in front of the garages for now. Go. Open this up, because we need a pallet of herbicide. Yeah, I hope it doesn't take a full pallet of this. Buy that, yes, okay. Shouldn't do. And yeah, returning this with some herbicide in it will be fine. And there we go. So about half a tank of herbicide should be fine. Field 36, have we done stuff on that before? No, this is... oh yes, we have worked this field before. But that should be fine. We're going to head down to that field. And we've got some... And 36 is a fairly square field, or it's got some fairly straight edges, so there is that going for it. Let's unfold this. I have just thought of a reason why we might want to buy the grain mill on the map and not place our own. If we're going to try and do a load of contracts, doing contracts that deliver to our grain mill will actually give us a load more money, and it's worth spending the 90,000 to do that, and we'll probably make enough to get the is that going to start up? There we go. We'll probably get enough to buy the bakery anyway, doing it that way. So I think that might be the wiser way to go. But yeah, as I said before, let us know in the... We're 60% of the way through with over 20% herbicide left. That actually is encouraging. I was really, really worried that we were going to run out of herbicide before we finished this contract. But it looks like we're going to be all right. It's, yeah, it's a close one, and we need to be careful that we waste as little as possible. But thankfully, the GPS is helping to maintain that. And I'm not 100% sure. Whoa, hang on. What's going on here? I'm not 100% sure. I have a very wide... I don't have a very wide setup on here. Oh, mistakes have definitely been made today. Definitely been made. That is very, very annoying. I was lucky up to that point. Right, let's reset the width on this. Set our cells going again. And yeah, hopefully... we still have enough herbicide left to finish covering this field, because that we're 89% complete with 5% left. Oh man, this is way too close for comfort. Right, I'm going to cut it there. Down to the last 3% of herbicide. Oh, no, no, no. I'm going to slam into a tree if I do that. Right. It's a tiny amount of herbicide left. And not a very big bit of field left. Okay. Come on. Finish off. How far? And so I got 65 litres left. I am 98% left. What we can do, though... Let's bring this up. I want to change the work width. So, let's change the work width. Whoa. Raise that up. To... I want to move it out to the side as well. I can't remember what the control for that is. So we're going to cut the work width right down. Let's do that. There. Try and cover as much of this side bit as we can. Like so. Yeah, because I can't remember how to do that. Right. Send that back out. Not quite full width. 44 litres left. Come on. Finish. Finish before I run out. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Contractor field 36 complete. Oh, man. We did it. The relief. Oh, my Lord. Ah, we went up right to the last litre of herbicide on here. I think we better head back to the shop and complete this. And pick up our truck. But that... Oh. Well, we won't get any money back for excess herbicide. Let's turn in at the right point. But we are going to make a decent amount of money off this contract. So let's turn 10,170 minus 1,700 or 1,800. So we're going to make 8,000 through. That throws us up to 92,865. So pretty happy with that. Look at this. Our barley is ready to harvest. So we're going to be moving things forward and trying to get ourselves nicely set up with our production change today, as well as getting this harvested. First thing I need to do as a result of that is purchase myself something new for my farm, because we need somewhere to store stuff at the very least, or to turn our barley into a workable crop, and I think, or into a workable production. And I think, based on your feedback last time, we're going to go the production route with this, and we're going to go with this. So this is our windmill. It is, I think the way I'm going to do it is to put it like around about here-ish. And we got to be careful, because what I want to avoid doing, I want to line that up with the edge. We're going to send it out over the field like this. In fact, no, we're gonna point it this way here, and have the steps coming here. And yeah, do it a little bit that way. What I might need to do first, though, is possibly just smooth out the ground here. Although, actually, if we get it far enough from the field, we should be okay. It's going to create a bit of a rise at the back, but we'll smooth that out in a moment. We want to be a little bit careful about how much of that we do. In fact, I think if we do top end of the field here, this will fit in with our farm a little bit better. And also give us a good place to load up. So a little bit out from the field if we're going to be raising the ground. And there. Perfect. In fact, I think that sits nice and smoothly in our land pretty much. We haven't destroyed any of the field, which is good. What I do want to do though is smooth this out, because you can see how raised this is in places. It's sort of giving you a bit of a middling setup. So we're going to go back into there, back into the construction, select that, and we should be able to smooth this out. So landscaping, smooth terrain, and it's a bit difficult to see some of this. In fact, I'm going to have to step back myself, otherwise I won't be able to do stuff. So let's do that again, into the construction area. And it's a bit difficult to see from this angle, but you should be able to get into here, landscaping there, and then we're just going to increase the size of that a bit and just soften around the edge. I do like that doing the softening means that we don't actually destroy any of our crops while we're doing it. Why won't that soften there? Maybe it's too big to do it. Let's move that. See if it certainly softened it on this side. For some reason, it doesn't seem to want to soften it on the other side. We got a little bit of movement, but I think we might have to go from there. Okay, so that's our height. And we're just going to raise that up a little bit so that it smooths it out. It's not perfect, but it's better than it was. I think we might work the ground a little bit more, but time is moving on, and yeah, I really want to get started. So we're going to head down to the shop in our tractor. We need to pick up some bits and pieces for getting a harvest started. Now, my ultimate plan here is to get the bakery and initially start producing some bread, but once we get started with the cows and with with the cows and the dairy, hopefully we should be able to start making cakes, which will make us a lot more money. But yeah, initially it's going to be making bread from flour at our windmill. We're not going to be able to afford the bakery today, unfortunately, because the harvester I want to use is this one here, the Tucano 300. We're going to go with the standard wheel setup, standard engine setup. I think we'll be fine. We are dealing with a bit of hills, maybe a little bit of extra HP. Yeah, we're going to go with a little bit of extra HP. I do want to put GPS on it. Because we're renting this, it's going to be a random number plate. So we are going to lease this harvester. That is going to cost us 11,067. So we'll go yes with that. We then need a header. Now, unfortunately, looking at this harvester, this one doesn't come with a header on it. But if we look at the similarly powered, where are you? The similarly powered Tryon, which is slightly more expensive. We can look at the combinations for this, and that does give us the Combo Flex 1080 that it recommends. So I am going to lease this as well. This is a 10-meter header. So, oh, no, into there, lease that. Yes, please. So that's going to cost us 3,000 to lease that. And then we also need a header trailer. So if we go back and we can go into the headers now, find the header that we've just got and go combinations with that. We want the N6035. we're going to go with the class. Yeah, class green on that. We're going to go with the class red. Wherever it is. That's Hardy. Does it not have the class red in here? Yeah, either the Fent or the Hardy one are probably the closest, I think. Everything else does, yeah, isn't quite right. So, yeah, we'll go with the Fent red for that. And, yeah, the Fent red for the rim colour as well. Oh, there's the class red. So, it's a slightly deeper red, which is not on here for these. So, we'll go with the black then. We'll go with the jet black. That'll do. So, yeah, we want to lease that. That should be a matching number plate. Yes, okay. And then we're going to go right back out of the shop because I want to double check what the number plate is on my tractor. It's the O2. So we need to get a trailer to do our carting with. And the trailer I want to do my karting with is this one. It's the Labouche. It should hold a couple of tanks from our combine. So we're going to go with the class brand colour for it with the class wheels. It is going on our tractor. So 002 HB. There we go. Back only, main colour. Yep, I'm happy with all that. We're not really going on the road, so don't need any of that. And we don't need any extensions. So we're going to lease that as well to keep our costs down, as we're not going to need it outside of this. And actually, we've got 53,000 left. That's not bad at all. So let's get the tractor hooked up to the trailer. And we can then send that back to the farm. While we get the combine harvester all hooked up, and we can then get that back ourselves. So tractor is off with the trailer to return to our farm. We are going to now load up our header onto our combine. I think we've got enough space on the other side. We have got a hitch on this, so that's not going to be an issue. And yeah, just hoping that this does have enough. Let's unfold this just quickly. Just check that we have got enough clearance with our auger. Ooh, I'm not sure we do. Look at that. That is going to be close. We may have to move around a little bit to get that to work. But yeah, that's going to be a case of emptying with the stationary tractor. Not a huge problem. But wow, it's a pity this combine doesn't come with its own header, because yeah, we could really have done with a header to do that. But it may be that it just reaches over the edge, so we might be all right. Right, that onto there and hooked up. We will fold this all back down. Wait for that to come in. There we go. And yes, this is a fairly big header for this combine. If we're lucky, it'll work though. And that's kind of all we can do right now. So yeah, let's get this back to the farm and get doing some cutting. Back down to our farmyard, and we're arriving here just as our tractor and trailer do as well. So we'll bring these into the yard. I'm going to bring the header trailer down here. I can't see out the back. Let's bring this down here in front of our shed is probably the best place. Give us easy access into the field. Disconnect that. Yeah, the actual width, the actual ability to do this is going to be quite interesting as we get a full tank. So hook that up. Then want to hook that on, and yeah, that's everything else hooked on as well. Will it come off the trailer? Oh, not easily. Let's wheel it round that way. There we go. Right. So we want to make sure that we are dropping a swath. So, no, we're not looking to disable that. And because we're going to want to bale this. So this is why our whole harvesting setup, we are going to end up with a slightly less than 50,000. Although we should be able to make the money back to get the bakery fairly easily. Let's drop that down. And into the crop we go. There we are. And we're going to keep the auger into the field to begin with. But, yeah. This should work out quite well, I think. We're not got a massively good yield on here because we're not into full precision farming setup on here yet. But after this year, we are going to hire the soil sampler and get these fields properly sampled so that we know exactly where we are and how we can maximize our yields off them. I've finished the first headland, but I've had a little bit of an issue. Down the bottom here, the headland, I think the way everything is positioned has resulted in the width of this header picking the front of the combine up, and meaning that some of our crop is very difficult to harvest. So what I'm trying to do at the moment is see if we can get down here, get right down to the bottom. We're going to be overlapping the edge of it and actually see if we can get this harvested and collected up. I think we need to smooth out the field a little bit down here. But I think we can actually get it if we're careful. Yeah, there we go. We have lost a little bit of the straw to that, but at least we've been able to collect it up. We are at 82% full, so I'm going to go back down to the bottom corner and see if we can get... I think we can probably get across the headland at the end here and get this in. This is actually quite a large header. Surprisingly, I didn't think it was as big as it is, but it is, and it's making quite a good cut in for us, and yeah, collecting up quite a bit of crop with each pass. And because we haven't scanned this field, we don't know exactly how well the harvest is doing, unfortunately, how the yield looks, but in general, I'm quite happy with this. We're looking at getting about 7.5. Yeah, this has about 7,500 litre tank in it. So 15,000 litre trailer should do us fairly well. And 2 passes around the field should also give us enough turning space in the middle. Even though there's not going to be a huge amount left, having done a full 2 headlands. I'm not going to worry about doing any more headlands on the other side, I don't think. I think we're already in a position... Whoa, there we go. Where we're good. Right, let's put our harvester down here then. And get our auger out. And see if we can actually empty this combine and make it so that it works. Right. Here we go. This is the moment of truth. Can we get this tractor and trailer close enough to empty this combine? I think we can standing still. I think it'd be a lot more difficult if we were trying to do this when... Oh, it's not hit the combine when we were moving. But I think like this, we're probably going to be okay. But yeah, moment of truth. Let's find out. No, that is not going to empty into that. Right, we've got to get it closer. And the only way to do that is to pull forward slightly. And then bring it over like this. So yeah, definitely not a setup we can unload while moving. But still a setup that we can unload anyway. There we go, I think. Yep, that's got it. And there we go, all emptied. Let's move the tractor out the way. He's ever so slightly in the way there. So it works for how we're doing things. Wouldn't work so much if I had someone working with me, I don't think. Looking at the shape of this field, I think that when we reseed this next year, we want to go across it rather than up and down. Up and down is definitely the shorter way once we've cut the headlands out. So yeah, it would make sense to go the longest edge, which is this bottom edge. At the moment, we're okay. It's not so bad doing it this way. It also, I think, favors how that bottom end of the field is. I mean, I want to bulldoze that and sort that out so that we lose that dip going down to the road. But at the same time, I think it would just sort us much better overall to be able to do this across ways, and yeah, to do the longer way would make an awful lot more sense. You can see from this angle actually how much it dips down off the field towards there, and yeah, we need to smooth that out a bit because that's where we extended the field out to give ourselves a little bit more crop. We're not quite going to get 2 full tanks off this field, which is not the end of the world, but good to know that we've got a decent sized combine. On the other hand, the whole reason why we have that problem down the bottom end of the field is precisely because of the width of our header. The width of our header is the thing that is meaning that it's lifting one side and missing the edge. And just sort of lifting everything in the middle up to the point where it can't actually successfully cut. What we would have if we actually had the correct header on this combine, I think it might actually be able to cut that bit without any problem. I want to go and see if there is a header for this combine overall, because it'd be quite a good combine for us to have on here eventually. I like this combine, but its problem at the moment really is that we have no real header for it. The only thing we've got is a corn header. Right, that off. This round, I am intrigued to know if that would have emptied, because there was no indication that it was going to empty last time. So let's pop out here. Let's get as close as we can with this, because it is over the trailer. Look at that. That is actually over the trailer. So, will that empty? Yeah, it will. Fantastic. So you could do it. You're going to have to get uncomfortably close to the combine to work this like this. But, yeah, you could do it if you wanted while you're moving. But you're going to need a very good combine driver to do it. And, yeah, you can see, if you get too far away with your movement, it finishes the emptying. Although, is that trailer full? It's a weight thing. We are running, yeah, we're running maximum weight on here. So, while we can take 15,000 litres, we can't actually take 15,000 litres because this is the maximum weight for barley in this trailer. Wow. And, yeah, our tractor is... it's doing okay. Hang on, we're in low. Let's go up to 5 high. Yeah, it's not too bad. Right. Over to here. And we can now get the production going in our windmill as well. I wonder if the windmill will start turning when we start producing stuff through it. That would be cool. I've no idea if that's the case, but that would be cool. Right, let's tip this. No, that's a pity. We actually need to be further back. There we go. Now we're tipping it into the actual windmill. That all gone in? Yes, that has. Right. Let's check on the productions. And we got 12,000 litres of barley in here. We want to be creating barley flour. So activate that. We are going to be storing it for now. See, we can put canola and stuff like that in here as well, which is brilliant. and will earn us extra. So we could do 2 crops in here now, which is excellent. So we're doing barley flour. Everything else is off for now, so that's great. Right, let's get our combine over the road and get started on our second field. And hopefully we can get ourselves deep into this second field today. Oh, look! It does! When you're processing stuff in it, the windmill turns. That is absolutely brilliant. I love that so much. What an awesome mod. I am so very, very pleased I put the extra horsepower on this combine. Because going uphill with this header is 3 miles per hour with the added horsepower. I hate to think how slow this would be going if we had done it the other way. My biggest worry, though, is that we have... I think we did this field up and down rather than across it. And as a result, I think we're going to be struggling to cut this field up like this. So we're in a bit of a conundrum. If we don't finish this harvest today, I think I'm going to have to go and look for a different header. It will cost us extra money, but I think it's going to be worth it overall. Yeah, downhill we are achieving twice the speed that we were doing uphill. So don't think it's actually... I think it's more just the fact that it's a big uphill struggle, and I think that's probably going to be the case for any combine that we get on here. Even if we had the other combine with the same header on here, I think that would struggle just as much, simply because, yeah, the horsepower wasn't really much different. So, yeah, I don't think changing our header is going to make much difference to how this combine does. Now, this is going to be an interesting bit because, as you can see, we're having trouble with the header lifting again. And if we can't... Oh, wow. I honestly can't get that. We are going to have to flatten a whole load of area because at the moment, this just cannot harvest this field. Let's take it round. See if we can harvest this any other way. Yeah, it's going over that hump into that bottom corner. Same issues as we had on the other field. This is why those parts of the field weren't already set up as part of the harvest, because it is just so bumpy. We're going to have to smooth out the whole lot. I've got another full trailer off the field, and we're going to tip this in now. Again, I think we've got another issue I think we might have here, and what might mean we end up going with a some sort of grain store anyway on here, is the fact that we are currently about half full off a single trailer. We've got a second trailer just by doing 4/5 of the headland. So is this... are we going to have enough space in this windmill to keep putting our barley in? I think this is going to lead us to having more than one crop on the farm next year. Maybe something that produces oil as well, because you can see we've got very little overhead left in our windmill to produce stuff. And we are producing flour, but we aren't producing it fast enough. So we might end up having to put ourselves a little grain store in next to our shed anyway, just because our windmill doesn't have enough space. And then we're going to need a trailer to transfer stuff from the windmill to our... from the grain store to our windmill. So it's going to be an interesting one. We've got to store the overflow somewhere. We're at the top of the field and just emptying the combine. I have had a look quickly to see if there is a more suitable header for this combine. And I think there is. Looking on the mod hub, Giants released a Class Tucano 580. And while this is the 340, I have a feeling that the Vario 770 header that comes with that would fit this combine better than the pretty huge great one that we have on here now. So what I'm going to do is we're going to get round the rest of these headers today, and or the rest of this headland today, get this harvested, and then I think we should be getting fairly close to 5:30 by that point. So what I want to do is then load up this header on the header trailer, and we'll return it to the shop, and then that will prevent us from being charged for another day on the header. And then we'll see if we can get that slightly smaller header to do the rest of this field next time, which hopefully is going to speed us up a little bit. At the very least, it will make things a tad more manageable. And we'll see what difference that makes. And hopefully it'll also give our windmill a bit of time to make some space for some more crop from here. Although, as I said, I still think we're going to need another silo. We are in a position where this field is going to produce, even if we put a second crop in our other field, this field is still going to produce more than that windmill can take in one go. Coming up to the end of the field, well, at the end of the headland, and we are at 86% full. Yeah, 88% full. So I think we're still going to have more in here than our trailer can take with the weight limit on. So let's put that out, and we'll go get our tractor. And we'll bring this down and in here. And as I said, we are going to max out the windmill here easily. We're going to max out the trailer. Oh, let's jump into the harvester. Get that emptying. Perfect. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting setup we have to go for here. We definitely need more storage than just the windmill. We've got another 2,000 litres here in the combine, so we'll empty that today. We should get enough space in the trailer to do that. But then I think we're going to empty whatever remains in the trailer into the windmill in the morning. And at that point, we're going to have to grab ourselves a silo as well. So let's back this up. The windmill has definitely been a good purchase, but it actually isn't a replacement for a silo, as I expected it to be. There we go. Wow. Didn't take a huge amount in there. Let's get the rest of this out of the combine then, and we're going to be left with 10,000 litres that don't go into our windmill. There we go. That is the last 2,000 litres from the combine. So I want to put my auger in. We're going to park this here, because in a moment what we're going to do is get the header loaded onto a header trailer. But this I need to put under cover. And then what we'll be able to do next time is build ourselves a grain store. Definitely not going to have enough money for the bakery initially. But that's okay, because we will do eventually, definitely. And yeah, what better place to put this than in the storage where our current strawberries are. There we go, and that's that done. Time to get the header trailer on our truck, I think. Let's use this and make this a little bit ridiculous. Once again, I've discovered this truck does not connect up to many things I would expect it to, like a header trailer. I think it might be time to switch this out for something else that's more useful. It just isn't. Right, so let's head over to the combine. We're going to drop the header off, and yeah, they can come and collect it because, as I said, it's not really much use to us, this header. It's a bit wide and it taxes the combine a bit much. We'll see if we can get something a bit better. And I think the same goes for our truck. We might, if we're doing things like replacing stuff, I think we might see if we can get something a little bit better for that next time. Right, let's open here, leased items. Let's return that header. Yes, okay, and return the header trailer. Okay, and how much is our truck worth? 19,000. That might go a nice little way to something new. We've been producing quite a nice amount of flour so far. Let's have a look in here and see where we are. So our barley is still producing. It's looking a bit odd. There we go. 22,908 litres. So we've got a little bit of space in there. And we have produced an extra 1,007 litres of flour beyond what we've currently got out here, which is 3,000 litres of flour. So that's really good. We're going to leave that storing in there at the moment. What we do have, though, is a bit of an issue. We need to tip what we've got in the trailer here into our windmill in order to keep harvesting. And unfortunately, we got 10,000 litres in here, which is more than we have space for in our windmill. So we're going to have to build some storage. We're going to need a little bit more to be able to take the rest of the field we've got up here. We need a new header for the combine. I said last time the header that we were using was a bit too big for the combine, wasn't making it easy to unload, and also might have been causing us a slowdown on the uphill bit. Fortunately, I have found a replacement header for our combine, which is good. Yeah, there we go. We've still got 6,000 litres roughly in our trailer, so we're going to have to deal with that. I think to do that, we've got a nice bit of space here. So let's go into here and into construction. I did download a few silos that might be quite useful. Oh, yeah, this one. Now, this is up from a French, a French rural pack, I think, that this comes from, that's on the mod hub. It's only 30,000. It holds 5 million litres, which is a bit over the top, but we're not going to need that much space. And if we can put this, oh, it's overlapping with me, so let's move that out of the way and try this again. Does it list it in here? No, it doesn't list the pack in there. But yeah, it's a placeables pack. There we go. And if we get in the right place, we can do it for 30,018. That should leave us with enough money for everything else we want to do today as well. And fits in there rather nicely. I'm quite glad that we got rid of the stone crushing plant, if that fits in there that well. Then we should just be able to back this up and tip the rest of that in there. So that's good. What we can do each time then is we can put as much as we can into the windmill, and then the rest can go into our silo. Now, we need to go and get a new header, and as we discovered last time, this truck is not really up to the task of what we wanted to do on the farm. So I'm going to head down to the shop, and we're going to go and see exactly what we can replace this with and how much this is worth. I think it's time we switched out our truck. And yeah, let's go do that and see if we can replace it with something more useful to us. Now, there is one vehicle I think that will perform the job of this one much better, as well as adding a few more options in. So let's sell this. We want to do some repairs for £43 first. And that gives us a little bit more money overall. So let's sell that. Takes us up to 42,000. So let's go and have a word with them in the shop and see what they say. Now, the first thing I want to do in here, actually, is have a look in the sales screen. And, oh, hello. So we have a 16-ton cane trailer available to us. Now, if we're going to be transferring stuff between our silo and our farm, we could go do a lot worse than this. So we're not going to add any silage sides onto this. We will put a set of Michelin tires on it. Design, side markers. Nope, we'll leave that as is. The ladder. To be perfectly honest, I think we could go with fairly standard setup on here. Metal barrier, plastic banner. No, we'll leave it standard. 50-year decal or standard. No, main color. Wow. We can put it into red to match our tractor. But I think actually I'm going to keep it the standard blue. But no, we will keep it the standard yellow and the standard blue. We want VF02 HB on it because that is our tractor. So that's all good. So I'm going to buy that for 9. Oh, wow. What option have we got on here that's adding 5,000? Ah, I almost put the wrong. What is the difference? Standard 2 must add something weird on. What is the difference between standard and standard 2 that adds that much money? Right, 9,100. So close that was. So let's buy that because that's going to be useful to us. And then from a vehicle point of view, having got 21,000, I think we can stretch to this. This, of course, is the TLX 2020 single cab from Mr. 82 Squared Studios. We are going to put, I think, basics Nokians on here. Front grille, I'm going to go with... Oh, I'm going to go with a chrome front grille, I think. No vinyls, extras. No, oh, let's go for some black side steps. No kits, no cab lights, no window tints, no attachers. Oh, maybe actually... Yeah, I'm not going to go with the full kits. I am going to go with a black fender, I think. That's the extra. It should be. Right, here we go. Front bumper black. That's what I'm going to go with. So that's on there. We will have the square cab lights, as that doesn't cost us anything. No window tint, because I think... Oh, I don't know, actually. Dark window tint. Standard attacher. Yeah, we don't want any extra attachers. Mirror's fine. Not going to upgrade the engine because 280 horsepower should be fine. The olive new age and the school bus new age for the colours. Rims, I'm going to go chrome. And then this is going to be VF03. Actually, VF01, because I don't think we have a VF01. So that's good. And we are going to go front and back on that. Although I don't think it has a back setup. So, yeah, it will fit on the front. But, yeah, we've got no back one. Anyway, so 28,320. Yep, that is great. Okay. Now, we've got 5,000 left. I need to get the header and the header trailer. Now, what I found on the mod hub was this set of headers. We've got a Vario 680, which is 6.8 meters. That would definitely fit on our combine. And I think the 930 would also fit on our combine. At this point, though, it's a little bit down to cost. So to lease this would cost 2,840. That might be okay, I think. So I'm going to lease that. and okay. We need a header trailer as well. So header trailer for that. And I should say, this pack of headers, this is the pack of headers by the same modder who created the combine we're using. So that is, yeah, massively useful. I want to get this. So chassis color, we want not the olive green, we want the class green. Extension color, I also want the class green, but there doesn't seem to be an option, oh sorry, a class red, but there doesn't seem to be an option for that, so we'll go the class green on that as well, and then the rim color we'll get in the class red. This we are going to put 01 on it because we have that. That's what we're going to try and tow this with, and go yes there as well. So that leaves us with 2098. I need to find an attachment in here that is gonna be cheap enough for me to put on. I don't think there is one. I think we want this, so I'm gonna have to borrow a little bit of money, and then we're gonna have to get some back, because otherwise we can't tow this. There's no tow hitch on the back of this. Oh, I thought I'd got my amount of money just perfect. So we'll borrow 5,000 because we can at the moment. And then that should give us enough cash to get the actual flatbed. Yeah, there we go. 2,500. It's a tiny amount we are short. Olive New Age, along with the school bus New Age, sorts that out. That is the right bit. Rear bumper I want in black because that's what we have on the front. Not going to worry. No, we don't want dual fenders because we've only got single on here and extras. We could go side rails, roll bar. I think that's going to get in the way anyway I look at it. So I think we'll just leave it standard. So let's buy that. Yes, okay. And we are then, yeah, we're just £402 short we were. So let's do this, and I might have to speak to the shop and get them to load the header onto the header trailer for me, because I don't want to have to bring my combine all the way down here to do that. So my header is all loaded up onto the trailer, thanks to the shop for doing that, and we can get this back to the farm. And I think I requested a hired worker. Yeah, here we go. So I requested a hired worker to bring our other trailer down here so that we could return this and get our cane one, our brand new cane one, down to the farm. So just let this pull this up into here and then we can take over. There we go. Brilliant. And we'll just go and return this. Shouldn't actually be a problem at all, I don't think, because oh yeah, we can just drop this here and get it returned. So let's do that. It's a pity that we didn't know about this used one coming up last night, because what we could have done is saved ourselves a day's worth of hire on this new one, or on the old one, the one we had hired. So yeah. There we go. And then we want to return that. We'll find that under leased and return. Okay, perfect. So now, yeah, we'll send this guy back to the field with this trailer on, and we'll get down there with our new header. So I think we have overspent a little bit getting the TLX here, but I don't think we're going to regret it. I think it works pretty well with what we're trying to do here. We just want to bring this down here, and our tractor and trailer are coming around the other side, so that's good. I think we could have saved ourselves some money in the first place had we actually got the right header and the right setup originally. So there is that here, really. Well, he's coming off the road. Where's he going? I think we might take control of that first. So, yeah. You off. And we'll get you set up. Ready to go. Like that. Because, yeah, we've only got about an hour and a half before we get a touch of rain. Okay, let's maneuver onto our header here. Nicely does it. Make it not jump too much. Perfect. Right. Let's see what... Oh, that's going to be much better. It's that extra 1.5 meters is just enough to make it easier to unload. That's what we were missing on here. We are going to get to find out now, though, how well this all works as far as our harvest setup goes. Oh, I've already clipped my new truck. Right. So, let's see if this is any better going up the hill now. I want to set myself up at 90 degrees. Yep. I set myself on at 90 degrees. We can then set our first point. And GPS on. Oh, unfold our harvester. And yeah. Oh. Need to connect up our PTO. There we go. Done with the header. And immediately we're heading up this hill at a much better speed. I can't believe the difference this header's making. Now, I would much rather earn the money to get the bakery if we can. But if push comes to shove and we're looking to get all of our flour through before December, when is the best price to be selling bread, I'm going to take us just up to 6,000 litres here. There we go. And 80%. Then it might be worth borrowing the money. I'd like to know what you guys think. Should we borrow the money to get the bakery and get the flour transported down here? We'd probably have to borrow some money for a flatbed as well, to be honest. And see how that goes. Or do we hang on, try and earn some more cash and do it that way? There we go. It's one of those conundrums that I'm not 100% sure of. We're certainly going to earn a whole lot of extra money doing the bread, and so I think it's worth doing. It's just, can we earn the 50,000 that we're going to need to do the bread in time to make the most money from it? Whoa, 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 whoa. The rain has started to fall. Combine off. Auger out. Let's get this emptied and get this grain under cover. I don't want to continue going because we will lose yield because of it. And we're actually making fairly good time now with this. Our combine is very, very much better with all this. Let's go into medium because we're pulling this trailer uphill. Tractor not overly happy about this. But yeah, we want to get this grain into the grain store. Or at least... Wow. How much does this... 6,000 litres? I suppose... This is supposed to be a 16,000 litre trailer. Is it bigger than that? I suppose... No, that's probably about right. It was more the 12,000 litre limit that we had before. Oh, I put the auger in. Right. Let's empty this out. We had the weight limit on the previous trailer. I don't know what the weight limit is on this one. Does it tell me, actually, what the weight limit is on this trailer? Oh, not that we could actually tell. So, yeah. Let's go tip this. That's 8,000 litres. back into full whack. This trailer should be fine on this tractor. I'm not expecting it to be a huge problem. But we might go and try and sell some produce, I think. That would be a good use of our time while we've got the rain falling. And then when things clear up in an hour or so, we'll be able to get back to the harvest. So, yeah, reverse this up. And whatever doesn't fit in here will go in our store. And whatever... Wow, there wasn't much in there. And, yeah, then we can get back to it when this rain ends, because this is just annoying. There's not actually a huge amount for us to sell here. We've got, well, we've only got 3 pallets of strawberries, a pallet of tomatoes, and a pallet of lettuce. There's nothing wrong with our greenhouse. That is looking okay. So we're all good as far as our contents go. Can we get that one shoved to the back? No, back off a little bit because we're catching the one beside it. Oh, and it's catching the one at the back. No, we can't shove these any further back. Oh, we might be able to pick it up though. Let's see. Will you pick up? No, that's just too much hassle. Yeah, that's too much hassle. I'll have to rework that later because that's going to be a problem to get at now. I don't know, actually. If we catch that side of it, it might be okay. Anyway, I don't want to destroy my strawberries, so let's get the rest of the strawberries into here, and then we can look at doing the flatbed with the others. Wow, I've just finished doing the strawberries into storage and the rain has stopped. Absolutely perfect. What we'll do then is yeah, we'll just drop the forks off the front again. We'll hook up our trailer and we can get back to doing this. To be honest, there weren't enough tomatoes or lettuce to really make any money off this today, and it was just something really to do while we were waiting. Just gonna put the trailer up and turn that off. There we go. And now we can get back onto the field with this, and we've got sunshine for the rest of the day. Hopefully we can knock the rest of this field out fairly quickly. I've just realised something and I'm very, very annoyed with myself. We are right next to the railway silos. I did not need to spend 30,000 building my own silo because I could have just stored it there. And somebody mentioned it to me actually in the comments recently. Don't spend money on a silo, just use the railway silo. And I missed it. I can't believe I missed it. The amount of difference that actually would have made today is stupid. And yeah, so before people put into the comments, oh look, you got the railway silo straight in front of you, you could use that instead of building your own. Yeah, I hold my hands up. I should have used the railway silo and not built my own. Oh man, that's annoying. Right, we are at 80% full, 6,457 litres. If the previous... Oh, is that... I can't see. There we go. If the previous day is anything to go by, this is where we want to be emptying our harvester out. Right, will that empty? Yep, that's going into the trailer. Perfect. So, yeah. Two of the combine being 80% full. Hopefully that should fill the trailer to weight. It shouldn't fill the trailer fully because the trailer is 16-ton trailer. So, it should be able to handle that fine. But it will do it weight-wise. It might be slightly bigger because it is a bigger trailer. But we'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, that would have made all the difference. We've just gone over the hour, and our harvester has now cost us that extra little bit for the rental. But I've made a few mistakes recently in this series, and it's really annoying because it is stuff that has cost us money as a result, and is not good at all. One thing I haven't done wrong is this harvester. This harvester and this header is a fantastic setup, and I really, really love it. I wish it wasn't rented. I wish it was something we'd been able to buy for the farm, but certainly going forwards, this is the harvester I want on here. It is the perfect size for our field, and works really well. I have noticed we've got a couple of stones and rocks in the field that we probably should do something about at some point. Trying to pick up a rock picker for a couple of stones, though, is a little bit annoying. So I don't really want to do that. We want to go straight up here, I think. Okay, and there. Yeah. There we go. But yeah, we're going to have this field finished in no time now that we've actually got the correct setup with this harvester. And it is just such a great setup. So we went slightly longer on this run because, well, we were cutting in and we ran out of space. So our combine actually ended up getting full. I'm going to back it out of that crop a little bit. We managed to not run into any crop, but as you can see, it's a little bit well, it's a little bit close, and I don't want to run over any crop. We'll see how much of this, though, fits in on the weight limit of this trailer. Load it up the front, and I'm quite pleased that I'm not driving the tractor upfield with a full trailer, because that would not be good. Wow. How much is this trailer? This trailer going to take the lot? That's amazing. That really is. Right, header down. And let's jump in the tractor and go get this tipped. Wow, that is more than the previous trailer took. Which is great. Although, yeah, I think we might be taxing our tractor a bit now. So based on the fact that we haven't actually been able to fill our trailer today, it looks like it might be able to take 2 full loads from the combine, which is absolutely brilliant. I love that that's a distinct possibility. We are not going to manage to fill it today because, as you can see, we are on our last 2 rows anyway. And that, even this, I don't think is going to give us a full tank on the combine. So there's not enough left there. Does mean we're going to be able to get to return the combine today, which is very good news. Although it has cost us, obviously, because we've gone slightly over the hour with it. But that's partly because it took us so long to do the headlands. Just going up that far side was just a massive pain. But it has worked well, and as I said, I think this is a combine I would like. This is a Tucano 340, and yeah, works brilliantly for our setup on here, and would look to use it going forwards. I'm actually quite pleased we got a trailer that will be able to transfer our barley across as we need to, and as our windmill gets empty. So we want to wait really until we get a full trailer's worth of space in the windmill and then transfer that across, and hopefully we'll get the bakery running and get some bread in there fairly quickly. As I said, though, let us know in the comments, do you think I should borrow the money to get the bakery and get that up and running, or do you think we should go and earn it and then do it that way? Would love to know what you think. We have managed, though, to get this field harvested, which is very good news. Let's not hit the trailer, but we will empty, and yeah, just that extra bit of space has made such a massive difference. We can get the auger into the middle of the trailer, which is really where we want to be unloading. So that is absolutely perfect. This 930 Vario header is spot on for us and works perfectly. Right, what I want to do is get this header off. We've got no more fields of our own to cut, so this can now be returned. And we'll get them to come and pick it up once we've dropped the header off and got it all ready for them. And then we just want to tip the last of our barley into our silo. Oop, there we go. That's off. Yeah, the last of our barley into our silo and top up the windmill if we can. And I think we're going to be topping up the windmill on a fairly regular basis to keep it going. But it's all good. We are now on the road. But yeah, we could have saved ourselves a whole load of cost. Right. In here on the rentals, there's nothing in our harvester. Nope, so we'll fold it down just to doubly get it ready. Into here, we will return the header trailer. Yes. Okay, the header. Yes. And the combine. And it's all gone back. That was the perfect setup. I was really pleased with that combine in the end. Just going to top up my windmill. So let's back this up to here. There we go. And tip. Yeah, not much going in there. And then we'll just spin round and put the rest into the silo. That will do that, which is brilliant. And then, yeah, I don't think we've got much else to do today. Having done that, we're going to be getting on with doing some baling, possibly next time. What I do want to do, if there's any other harvest available, any harvest contracts or anything like that that come up, we want to try and get that. I was kind of hoping the field beside us might come up for a contract, but it doesn't look like it's going to. And yeah, we'll put this here in front of the strawberries for now, but I think we're going to want to make some space a little bit further down. Maybe bring the water tanker out of the shed, because I don't think that's perfectly positioned there for us. And probably better off being up by our greenhouses. Just park this tractor away here, and then I would say that that has been a fairly successful July harvest for us on here. We just need to get these fields baled, and then we can get them scanned and start getting precision farming working for us as well. And now we've got a nice new, maybe shiny fronted TLX in here. We have a few bits of cleaning up to do post-harvest. We're actually, the first thing we need to do today is clear out some of the flour from our windmill. And this is because we're in a position where we've run out of space in the windmill itself. So if we pick some of these up and move them out of the way, we should be able to get some more to spawn out of the windmill. Oh, pushing that right up against that. We're a little bit of a downhill slope here coming into these. There we go. So I want to move these out of the way. It will start spawning them, but we're going to move them over here and get them into a place where we can then transport them down and get to the bakery. Speaking of which, I've had a little bit of feedback from you guys as to what you think I should do. Lots of people saying that actually getting the bakery on a loan is a good investment and would work fairly well for us. So we might try and do that. If we can get it to pay back fairly quickly, that would be good. But yeah, you see, this is just going to keep doing this. So I'm going to unload these to here. and get from here. Just pile them up here. I think we're going to need a store at some point. We're definitely going to need a transport trailer. Something we don't have at the moment. We also have no money. So we need to borrow a baler today. And we have no money with which to do it. So I'm thinking we're probably going to have to see what contracts are about. And see if we can pick up one of those to help us make a bit of extra cash. I think we had 5,000 litres of flour in storage. So, yeah, it's going to bring at least five of these extra ones out. So I'm going to get these cleared out. We'll see how many that leaves us with clear from our windmill. We've still got plenty of flour we can be processing. So, yeah, plenty to process. We need to get our fields baled and then turned around. But I think it's going to be a case of doing that once we've gone out there and grabbed some more money in. Last pallet of flour, and that's 9 in total out of our windmill so far. We still have plenty in storage of flour. Of grains. So we have a look in here and here. So we've got 30,000 litres of barley in storage. Producing in the grain mill, we still have 23,000 litres of barley. So yeah, we're going to be creating that for a while. Once this empties out and we've got these out of here, we will then refill it. Yeah, it holds about 30,000 litres. So one full load out of our grain store should then refill this. So we're just going to leave that going. What we need to do now is drop the front off this, though, and have a look and see if there are any contracts we can do. Really, really want to take on a harvesting contract today if we can. So stop our tractor here and have a look under what's on the contracts. 2 baling contracts, neither of which paying a massive amount. Yes, we have a harvesting contract. It is for oats to the old grain mill. Where is the old grain mill? Is that the one that is on? No, that's the grain mill. Oh, wow. We get contracts to our own grain mill. That is brilliant. I think we might be taking that on then. Let's jump in our truck and we're going to head down to the shop. Get this stuff that we're going to need to do this contract because we don't have the harvester anymore. And yeah, absolutely fantastic. Delivering crop to our own built mill. I didn't think that was going to happen. So down at the shop here, let's have a look. How big is the trailer it's giving us? Oh, it's giving us a class trailer, so that's not too bad. We'll just park our truck up here. Front of here. I do like this TLX. This TLX 2020 is gorgeous. Really quite pleased to have that on here. We've got the Massey. The little Massey AL 3707. It's like we're back on no man's land. It's amazing that this little tractor comes with this trailer. I would not have put this little Massey as a tractor to go with this trailer. Very, very interesting setup, this. But we can hook it on, and I'm just going to send this straight up to the field. Doesn't want to connect. That's interesting. It's not a huge trailer, this. We do want to put everything in here into our thing, but or into our mill. Right, so what I'm going to do is we're going to take a hired worker from here. We're going to set destination, and we will put them going up here like this and send them off. Hopefully not enough money. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have to head up to the field and transport this myself. So away we go. This is going to be enough to get us out of debt, this little contract. It's also going to give us a little bit more income, so we will we'll keep an eye on it, and hopefully we can deliver. I'm actually thinking I might leave this tractor and go and grab our own, because then we might be able to do better with this. I don't know. We'll see how we go. So a couple of people have warned me to be wary of contracts with precision farming, because apparently they can produce slightly less crop than you need to complete the contract. We are going to try it out. We're going to see if that is the case. The other thing that I'm not too worried about this, mainly because however this contract goes, we are still going to make money off it. Even if we end up having to pay for a lot of the crop because it falls short, we should be okay. It is oats on this field, so unfortunately I don't have any oats to spare to complete the contract if I needed to. But we should still be able to get them in. I don't know if our grain mill is actually going to be empty enough, though, to do that. So we may end up finding that we are, well, we're delayed in completing this contract because it's not ready. Right, has that unfolded? No, there we go. Unfold the harvester. Then we can start it up and cut in. Yeah, there's quite a few weeds in this field. I don't know exactly how that's going to affect things. We are dropping straw. I'm not going to bother with that because we are not picking straw up from this contract. We are going to be making a whole load of money from this contract, though. Thinking about it, it's not the storage of oats that's maxed out. It's the storage of barley. So, yeah, this will all tip into our old grain mill, so long as it's not more than about 30,000 litres off this field. But I would be very surprised by that, considering the amount that we got off our two fields. I think we're looking at more like maybe just a single trailer off here, so maybe sort of 12 to 15,000 litres off this field, which would be good. That would give us a nice bit of extra flour. We'll turn it into flour. We'll make bread from it, and we will make profit from it. I definitely think it's going to be wise for us to go and get the bakery. I think the bakery is going to be worth borrowing the money to do. It'll pay back fairly quickly as a result. And yeah, it will easily pay its loan as well. And we are already 20% complete on this contract. I want to take 2 headlands out and then go down the middle. It does have GPS on this combine, but I'm not going to use it because I don't think it's overly realistic for this combine to have GPS. So, yeah, it's not going to take very long to knock this contract out, I think. And it should give us the money, with any luck, to get our fields baled today, which would be excellent. Twice around the headland, and we are about 60% full. I think we're somewhere in the mid-30s complete on this contract. There is a contract progress mod, actually, that I'm using on Calmston at the moment that I really should get on here, because we've been doing a few contracts on this map. Right, let's cut in here. Make sure we're going the right direction on our compass. And yeah, we're not going to fill up cutting in here. I don't think we're going to get that much more than a full tank on here. 60% or 62% full at this point. And yeah, we are a good 40% nearly into this contract. 97% full, as we are, I think, about 60% done on the field. If we swing around over here, yeah, you can see that we've got a slither on that side to go. We are coming up to, well, I'm going to empty when I get to the end here, because we don't want to be trying to do a cut-in. This 8,500 litres on this, possibly. We are just shy of that, so, and 99% full. So I'm going to go and empty at this point. We're not going to get 2 full tanks off here. If we get, yeah, if we get another half a tank, that would be quite good. Bring that around there. And then burst into position. And there we go. Let's empty this out. And then we'll have a look. So we are 60% through this contract. So yeah, as I said, we are nicely moving through it. We'll get this emptied. I think our trailer should hold all of this. Yeah, it will do. Although not much more than that. I think it might just hold this field, which would be quite a good trailer for use on here. I'm still worried about this little tractor pulling this trailer, but I think we should be all right. Let's head up the top of the field, though. We'll cut in, and we'll get the rest of this field cut. As I expected, it doesn't look like we're going to get much more. Well, even if we reach it, I don't think we're going to hit half a tank on here. We might get to 40%, which will give us another 3,000-ish litres. That will take us to about 11,000 in the trailer. Well within the capacity of the trailer, so long as it isn't overloaded on weight. And well within what I'm expecting here. Yeah, 12,000 litres off this field would be great. We have only just passed 3,000 litres. So with 8,400, or just under 8,500, we need another 500 litres off this middle row here to hit 12,000 litres in our trailer. So with any luck, we might just get there. Especially, yeah, we are already over 3,100 litres. So it's a good amount. Oh, it's still going up fairly slowly. I don't think we're going to hit that magic number, because we've only just coming up to 3,200 litres. 3,300 litres is probably more achievable. It is still going to leave us only just shy of 12,000 litres, so not the end of the world by any means. Here we come up on 3,300 litres, as we also come up on the edge of the field. And there we go, 3,321 litres off here. So yeah, that's a decent amount, and will create us another nice bit. Oh, I can't see the auger on this combine from the cab. That's a little bit annoying. But there we go. Right, back it up. Will it all go in this trailer? I'm hoping so. That trailer is looking very full, but it has at least gone in. I'm just going to leave the combine here for the farmer to pick up in a minute. He'll come and pick the tractor up from our farm. And we'll have to go and grab our truck and get it back to the farm as well. Wow, this little tractor is not happy pulling this 93% full trailer. So 11,797 litres we're going to go and put into our windmill. Now, this is one of those instances where it actually doesn't matter how much of this it takes to complete this contract, so long as we complete the contract. And that is the biggest concern at the moment. Is there enough yield off that field to do this? We'll back this up. Doesn't look much bigger, this trailer, than our other one. Well, than ours. But it is. It's a fair, well, smaller. It is a fair amount smaller. In goes the oats. 80% complete. Is it going to complete the contract? Yes! There we go. Don't know how much extra went in that, but certainly we've completed the contract, delivering it to our own windmill, which I absolutely love. I love that if you add productions into the map, you can end up getting contracts to it. So let's have a look in here now. And yeah, we have 11,797 litres of oats. Therefore, we are going to activate that. I think, I don't know if our productions are actually running at the moment. They must be, because we got flour out when we while we've been sitting here. So yeah, productions are running. They are still costing us money to run. But we're gonna get a whole load of flour and make a whole load more money off that contract. So let's head into here. This contract here, we are going to get 1,637 for that. So let's collect that. And that has done us well. £955. Is that enough for us to borrow a baler? Let's have a look in here. Cheapest baler would be the Pottinger for 48,000. No, we do not have enough money to lease this baler. So, is there anything else we've got that could be cheap enough? 60,000 for the crone. No, we are going to have to either borrow money to do this, or we're going to have to do another contract. So let's have a look in the contracts. Make silage bales and take them to the livestock market. That would actually pay us really well. Are both of these make silage bales? No. So this one is to make silage bales 5,128 and would only cost us 299. So yeah, let's borrow the items for that. And I'm going to head back down to the shop to go and pick that all up. So here's our setup. It was actually that baler I was looking at a little while ago is the one that's available for us here. How much horsepower have we got in this? Got to be a fair old whack in order to use the two mowers together. I think we are going to do it as they've suggested. We've got field 2 is where we're going, which is quite a way away, and I don't know if it's worth. Where is field 2? Let's have a look at this. Right up the top corner here somewhere. Oh wow, right up there. Is it worth just putting the baler on the back of this? And I think it might be, because it's such a long way to go. I am going to try this. If it's a problem, then we'll bring our tractor up to the field and do it with that. I think will be the answer. But yeah, I'm going to bypass going around the field twice. And hopefully we'll be able to get this done fairly quickly. As I say, if this little tractor is not up to the setup I'm currently running here, then what we'll do is we'll jump back to our farm quickly. We'll grab our tractor, which does have the power to do what I'm trying to do here. And then we can get this job done fairly quickly, I think. Field 2 is not very large, and it's actually one of only 2 grass fields on this map, which is why we got a lot less grass fields than I was expecting, or a lot less grass contracts than I was expecting. I want to unfold the front. There we go. Start it up, drop it down. We'll then unfold the... No, that is folding everything up. Start up the baler. Start up the front. Put the baler down. Like so. Yeah, it's going to complain at me. But then we can get moving and get baling. Fantastic. Honestly, I would rather have done a contract like this with a baler that we'd leased and make a little bit more money from it. But yeah, it looks like it's not really going to be an option. Lift up. Oh no, don't lift that up. Lift that up. Right, get that there and all good. Now we can lift that up. Perfect. So, yeah, 59% off a single row. That's not bad. Let's see if we can't get quite a few bales off here. And I think actually this field is probably bigger than I thought it was. I've been around the grass field twice now. And we've already got several bales out from here. I've set up a GPS course as well because this is a more modern tractor with GPS fitted. And yeah, so we're going to try and do a bit of... Oh no, I've just released my GPS course. Damn. Right, so I pressed the wrong button. Meant to press the button on my wheel and didn't, so we'll have to reset that up. But it has been going fairly well. We've got a decent number of bales off here already. We now have enough space to turn around with. Let's set ourselves our first point, though, on this. Go. And set the second. There we are. So we're back in business with the GPS. Just need to make sure we don't press the wrong button when we are doing this. I did have a setup on my wheel for lifting all implements at the same time, but I can't remember for the life of me what it is. And there we go, another full bale. This is a pretty efficient way of doing it, though we're going to do every third row by the looks of it with the GPS setup. That should still be pretty efficient and should give us less turning round time. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with where we are and where we're going. We made our first pass across the field and we've got some nice strips available to us. We've got 2 more passes to do. I'm not going to put the GPS on for this end one because it's not a full width. But then we're going to move back across the field and then eventually we should finish off near side on here for the final lot. It is 5:15. So what I think we're going to do is take this tractor and the baler and the mower back down to the shop. Then we can head home in our truck and then pick this up next time so that we can complete this. Should have enough money, I think, to survive overnight. But if we don't, then this contract is at least going to give us some extra cash. And then, based on what you guys say, I think we might look into whether to buy the bakery or not, or whether to just sell the flour and move on. We've almost completed our second run across this field. We have a lot of bales off here. We can only remove 4 bales at a time, and it's gonna take a while to do that. So yeah, this is gonna be something that is a 2-day job for us to do. That's, as I said before, not the end of the world. We're still looking at getting a sizable sum of cash off here, and yeah, we should be okay. Only a couple of little bits of grass missed. What I'm probably going to do is make up a bale from the grass around the edges of the field. So the last bale we get will be enhanced by that. Bring that round and in. There we go. And now we should have a nice easy ride to the end of this field. And at 6:20, I think we might have this finished by 7 o'clock if we're lucky. This is the first time I've really been up this area of the map, and looking at it, I do wonder if I set up my farm in the wrong place. It's not overly cheap here, although this field here is quite nice and inexpensive. But it's got quite a good area that we could have built a farmyard and everything. And could have bought a house up here. We have a look. Where we are is this area here. Don't think we can't actually buy that house, but this field here has a really good potential soil-wise. Field 1 here, that is 276,000, so that's fairly expensive. Field 3 though is 275,000. Much bigger field on it, much more potential. So between 2 and 3, and 3 giving you a whole swath of extra area, I wonder if it was actually would have actually been a better purchase up here. We are a little bit away from everything, of course, as well. So I don't know. We did a start from scratch, and I think there's a lot of potential up here. Where we could have built a farmyard alongside Field 2 here and bought the area around the observatory as well. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential up this end for a really good farm to be placed and built around, especially around Field 1 and 2 here. There's a huge potential. But that is it for this field. We've got just a little bit left. We are at 60%. So as I said, I'm just going to leave my mower down. I'm going to mow around some of the edge here. Make sure that we get one last complete bale off here. We have got a few patches around the field. But I think we've got potential to just sort of whack around the edge of the field here and grab a little bit more until we've completed this bale. Wow, the yield is not quite so good around the edge here. But, yeah, we're going to get another bale off here. Lift up the front. We can turn that off now and fold it up. Drop this bale out. And we're done. So, I am going to go and take this back down to the shop. We're not going to be able to do anything more today. Let's turn that baler off, actually. So, lift it up and turn it off. Perfect. So, yes, I'm going to take this little fed back down to the shop. We will grab the wrapper. We will get these wrapped next game day, and then we'll go and sell them. See if we can complete this contract. See how much extra we make from this, because this is more bales than I was expecting. So I think it's going to end up being quite lucrative, this one. And then we can go from there. We are heading up to Field 2 today to finish off the contract from last time. We've got a lot of silage bales to wrap up here. I think we've got somewhere in the region of about 12 to 18, somewhere around there. I haven't done a good count, but it is a large number. One downside to that is the fact that we've also got to transport them, and with this contract we can only actually transport 4 at a time, so this might take us a little while, especially as we don't have a flatbed trailer down at the farm. How many do we have on here? We've got 5 there. Another 5 there, so that's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I was 1 bale out with my estimate of 18 bales. Still, that's a very large number of bales. Should give us not only a decent little amount of money for the contract itself, but we should end up with some good money as well from the sale of the excess bales, because we will get a few excess bales off here. If it was, we have to deliver 80%. So if it was 20 bales, we would be getting 4 bales off here. So I reckon we're going to get about 3 bales. That would be 15. So yeah, I'm expecting to get 3 extra bales off here. That should give us a nice little bit of extra money when we drop them off. It's going to take us 4 trips plus 1 bale, which is exceedingly annoying to get all of these off here. So yeah, it's going to be a few trips back and forth, but we should get these wrapped up and done fairly quickly. And look at that, that's a fairly nice diagonal there we've got for wrapping the rest of these. Just 1 more bale to wrap, so let's load this on. And I'm wondering if I can actually fold this up with this bale on here. That would be pretty good, because then we can go and drop it straight off. We have a look at our map. We're taking it somewhere on the way. We can swing by there on our way to dropping this off. Yeah, we can't fold this while a bale's being wrapped, but with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 left on the field. 4, 8, 12. Yeah, 16 left on the field. Always worth counting twice. We're going to be a little bit unsafe on the road and just drive back with this bale on our wrapper. It will save us a trip back later and means that we can get the first set of bales. Well, we can just do 4 trips with the others to get the rest back. I did initially consider putting a double bale loader on the front of this, just to see if we could do it that way and pick up any stragglers. As it is, we are doing okay with this. It's not overly realistic, but it should allow us to deliver our first bale. Yeah, there we go. 7%. So that's a good start. Means we should only... so we've got 4 trips now we'll have to do with this. We'll get this back to the shop, get ourselves changed over so that we've got the pickups on the front and the back, and we can start getting this transported. But this, to me, is another good reason for us getting ourselves some sort of transport, because we're going to need it in the near future anyway. I think we might have a look out for that. In fact, when we get down to the shop, we'll have a look and see if anything is on offer today that we might be able to use. So back down to the shop with this. We'll just back it over to here and then get those connected up. There we go. Right. And then we will hook these up to the front and back. So we haven't used the windrower at all, or the rear mower, hilariously. Oh, come on. Connect those up, and then we need to reverse in for the other. There's our trail boss, our 2020 TLX. I don't know if you guys have seen, but 82 Squared Studios is working on a new TLX, the 1979 version, which I'm really looking forward to. Let's pop into the shop here, have a look what we've got. We've got a cultivator. That might be useful to us at 17,000. Plow isn't, the spreader isn't. Actually, that isn't, because I want to get a direct seeder. We're going to try and get a direct seeder on here. But yeah, none of the rest of that is useful, unfortunately. And no flatbed. Would really, really like to pick up a flatbed. But ain't one available to us at the moment. And so back up to field 2. Just squeeze between these bushes. And I'm going to take the furthest away ones first. So unfold that. Unfold that. Lower it down. Yep, like so. And then up. These work so much better than they did in FS19. I had so much trouble trying to get these to work in that. And now it's a much, much easier job to get them to work. Switch to the rear ones. So yeah, 7,000 litres in total of 2 bales. So 3,500 litre each. These bales are. So I'm gonna try and get concentration on so that I can back onto this and hopefully turn it so that it will get onto here, but it's not doing it. And then on top of everything, I'm really confusing myself with my steering. No, that's turned too far now. Let's get the other one, and then we'll come back for that one, I think. So see if we can... Actually, we'll grab this one on the other side, and then we won't be going into the grass for that first one. It's coming onto it as straight as possible. Yeah, like that. Lift it up. And then that gives us the chance to get nice and straight onto this one as well. Oh, it moved. There we go. That's got it. And fold those up. And perfect. So, yeah, we've got 4 more trips like this to do. So it's off down to the animal sales to get these sold or get these delivered for our contract. See how far we get into our contract after these 4 bales. And we're back down to the animal or the animal market. And do I have to drop these off? I do have to drop these off. Unfold that. There we go. Doesn't take much. I wonder if we can do it by just unfolding them at the front. Yeah, that does it as well. 38% off those. So, yeah, more than 2/3 of the way through. I have noticed the billboards have updated around here. This will drive you crazy, of course, refers to the entry of Kubota into the season pass for the second DLC. If you are interested in getting the second DLC for Farming Simulator 22, or the season pass so that you get every DLC in Farming Simulator 22. There are links down in the description. Those will help support the channel as well. And at the time of recording this, I think there's also still 8% off the Kubota DLC if you order it at the moment. So, yeah, go check those out because that is going to be a cracking DLC released at the end of next month. Now, I think this job is probably going to take us most of today just to get these all collected up. The thing about that, though, is that most of the day isn't such a bad thing. If we can get this contract wrapped up and then head back down to the shop, what we should find is that we have enough money left to hire a baler. If we can hire a baler and get our own fields baled today, that would be absolutely fantastic. That would give us a really good, or put us in a really good position to head into September. We will, yeah, we can get our fields scanned because that's the other thing we need to do. We have been doing precision farming on here for a few episodes now, but we started with crop. So we've not been able to get the field scan without paying for it a lot of money. So hopefully we'll get a decent amount of cash. Also, we might start delivering some of our flour to the bakery. So what I'd really like to get alongside hiring a baler is to get a flatbed so that we can transport stuff, because we really need to start doing that and making our life easier. To sell the straw bales, because we're not going to hold on to those. We'll probably sell those towards the end of the year, though, because that's normally when you get the best prices. Oh, come on. Trying to line this up can be a bit of a pain, as we discussed earlier. There we go. That's got it. But yeah, we want a flatbed that we can transport the pallets down to the bakery. And I think initially it's worth just putting the flour in the bakery, getting the money for it, and going from there. As people have said before, it takes the bakery a while to actually process that flour. So if we put that in there, we make money from it. We might then actually be able to buy the bakery just by selling the flour to it in the first place, which would be absolutely brilliant. So yeah, there's ways we can make money, ways we can progress this, and hopefully we're gonna, well, this has already been a fairly successful start from scratch. I'm looking to spend a little bit longer on here, see how far we get, maybe do a little bit of precision farming and experiment with that a bit before we finish this series. But certainly at the moment, I'm really quite happy where we are with this series. So back down here again, we'll just pop into here, unfold, and unfold. 69%, so yes. 4 more bales should complete this contract, which will be great. We're going to bring all of the bales down here, as I said a moment ago, because we want to sell the excess. But to have 4 bales worth of sale on here will make a massive difference to us. That's going to be worth a fair whack of money. Back up to the field for our 3rd load. Let's this up. Drop that down. I wonder if it's easier to do this from in-cab. Don't know. We'll find out in a moment. Oh, no. Absolutely not. Couldn't see where that was at all. Although, straightening it up was a little bit easier. Let's take this over here. Line it up. Drop it down. That's going to the side. There we go. That's got it. Right. No reverse steering in this tractor. So switch over to that. And then because we have a mod that restricts how far we can turn, that makes it more realistic. There we are. That's not too bad. Right. And then there's one more over here. Like so. Line that up. Oh, no. That way, please. There we go. And done. Perfect. So, with 4 more collected up, this should complete the contract, these ones. Only one way to find out, though. Let's get them unloaded into the sell point. So, unfold. Unfold. There we go. Contract on field 2 is finished. Perfect. Is the front one folded up? No, the front one's not folded up. Let's fold that. And back up to the field. We'll bring the last 4 down here. Actually, we'll bring the last 4 down here. Where's the best place to sell silage? That would be the biogas plant. So let's tag that. Where's that on my map? Well, that is even further down that way. So we need to go and pick up these last 4 bales. Drop them off the biogas plant so that we make just a slight bit more money. And then hopefully that's going to be enough for us, along with this contract, to at least rent a baler and get all of that wonderful barley straw baled up. It's taken us to early afternoon, but here we are, ready to collect the last 4 bales off this field. And yes, these are all pure profit for us. These bales should be worth about £1,000 each, so we should make 4,000 just off these bales. If we can do that, then we're going to be in a position where we should have enough money to just get the little Potinger baler. That's all we need to bale up our barley straw. And with that done, yeah, we're gonna have to get... I was really, really hoping that we were gonna get a flatbed that on used that we could that we could use. It's gonna be worth borrowing the money, to be honest, to pick one up. We can make a load of cash off it. When is the best price for flour? Price is on the way up. December is the best time for flour. Best price for bread is also December. So I think we sell the flour in December. We then leave it to process for a year to get back to December. and make money there. Hopefully. That would be my plan. If we can make enough from our flour to buy the bakery. We need to make 50,000 to do it. So it's going to be an interesting one to see if we make it. But if we do, that is going to be fantastic. So yeah, we'll load up with flour in December as much as we can. And then, with any luck, we'll sell enough flour to buy the bakery. If we're lucky. Right down the bottom here is the BGA. Oh, I was hoping we had an entrance down here. Perfect. So, do these... Okay. Where can I unload these? Let's have a look. Well, what we'll do is we'll open that up and see if anywhere takes them. Oh, there we go. There we are. So, 1,936 in that side. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. See if we get a different result. Oh, 19,036 on that side. 1,930 on that side. So, slightly less on one side than the other. But in both cases... pretty good amount of money, so very happy with that. We've made 4,200. Whoa, Citron coming out of nowhere. We've made upped ourselves to 4,256. So I want to get this tractor back to the shop now and get this contract completed. And then we can see if we can get a baler back on the back of our pickup. Should be able to. But, yeah, probably should have bought the tractor down here in the first place. That is the contract all done and dusted. We just need to bring the tractor into here. Turn it off. And then over to here. Look for contracts. 5,123. Really good. 4,894 in total, but that should put us over 9,000 in total. Yes, does. Perfect. Right. Let's see if we can rent a baler. We know we can't afford one. We don't have anything new in the sales, so balers. There we go. So I'm thinking we're just going to rent that little one. We've got 60,000 for that, 48,000 for that. So yeah, we're just going to lease this with the BKT tires on it. So yep, that is 2,400. We will make that back in bales fairly easily. And now I'm just hoping that our TLX 2020 will hook onto this and allow us to get this baler back. Otherwise, I'm going to have to bring the tractor down here and do that. Right. Yeah, there we go. No way to connect the cables, but that's all right. We'll at least be able to get this baler back up to our farm. And there we go. We're home. Let's just bring this in here. I think we've got, yeah. We've got some more flour to move out the way. But that should do the job. Detach that. And yeah, this truck is so much more useful than the old one we had. Very wise purchase, I think. And fits in here really nicely. Very, very good addition, that. Right, we want this tractor. Yeah, we've got no flatbed on the farm at all. We've got a nice cane trailer that is going to work out well for us in the long run, I think. But we, at the moment, don't have anything flatbed to get everything else done with. Right, let's connect that up. There we go. And now we can get this started up. And this tractor is more than capable of handling this baler. There we are. And away we go. As well as needing to lease something to scan these fields, we're also going to need to lease a mulcher, I think. We got 6,600, but if I buy a mulcher outright at the moment, we're going to find that that eats up most, if not all, of our money. So I'd quite like to hold off on that for now. And then when the farm gets a little bit more established, at that point we can then look at leasing buying outright a mulcher. For now, I think we're much better off just sticking with the bits that we've got that we've already purchased, and then going from there. So that's quite a wide pickup on this. That's really good. And we managed to miss the tree. Even better. We've got 4 bales off here already, which is a really great start. And yeah, we're going to get a decent amount of straw off here, which is going to serve us very well going into the winter. We'll be able to sell this for a really good price. Might hold on to a little bit in case we do cows, but to be perfectly honest, if I was going to do that, I would have held on to some of the silage as well. And at the moment, we need the money more than we need the cows. 8 bales off here so far. That is a really good number. And we've got our larger field still to do. That's really good. Now, a lot of people have suggested I do more than one croppo on here next year. And I'm actually thinking that's a really good idea. We've got... So if I'm looking to maximize the flour and the output from our... Well, eventually from the bakery, then it would probably be good to do 2 grain crops on here. However, lots of people have suggested, and I like this idea as well, of putting something like canola or something like that in. Maybe doing some sunflowers in an open-air garden as well, and putting that into here, and doing some oil as well. So, yeah, I think that might be quite a good choice. Sunflowers from an open-air garden, I think, would be a really good choice. And we do have space to put one here on our farm, around the back of our house. So that would make sense. So we might bring that in and do that. I think that would work very, very well on here for sunflowers. Come on, there we go. While we're still outputting other stuff. And then, yeah, and then our windmill won't get all clogged up with a single crop. We'll be able to get it all through at once and do it fairly well, I think. Especially if, with all the flour we've got this year, that we then have a lot of flour going through our bakery when we eventually get that, then we will be in a position where we probably want to be selling something else. And oil with canola or something like along those lines will be a really good way to go. So how many bales have we got? Let's have a look here in our stats. 10 bales off our first field. Looks like we're going to have a lot of bales in total then, because this is probably... This is 2 to 3 times the size, so I'm expecting us to end up with maybe 40 bales at the end of this today. That's pretty amazing. I think when we replant this year, we're going to have to go across the slope rather than up and down it. It's causing problems with me baling. I've got bales rolling. It's also... The combine was struggling to cut this field properly when we were cutting it earlier. So, yeah, there's that. It's less easy to unload. It's, yeah, there's all sorts of reasons as to why we want to cut this field at a 90-degree angle to where we are now. So I think that is probably where we're going to end up. And around. No, I'm going to have to spin out. Around. There we go. And then we can get this top end. It is just annoying because this very top bit here, the slope turns the other way, and just makes things, again, that little bit more difficult doing it that way. Let's swing this round. So I'm trying to unload bales at an angle where they won't roll. But it's not the easiest of things. And the first 2 bales I tried it with, both of them rolled. And have now caused me something where I'm going to have to, at the very least, nudge them out of the way with my front loader. We're almost done on the headlands. And we've already had 18 bales of this field. We're looking closer to maybe 50 in total, because this takes us up to 29 with this bale that I'm loading now. So that's actually a huge number of bales. I'm really quite surprised. We've got that many. We've got nearly 20 bales off of just the headlands here. We could get another 20 bales off the main part of the field. And that's quite something. That's actually pretty big. 50 bales in total is huge. I need to work out, though, how is the best way for us to transport these bales off here. Because at the moment, it's looking to me like a bale stacker might be a really quick way to do it. But that would mean leaving these fields until the new year to get planted, and I don't really want to do that. Or selling the straw for a cheaper price than I'd like. So, yeah, I'm not sure that's the right choice. I think we just need a nice, big flatbed trailer. So I might have to go looking for something that will do the job for us. Maybe we'll get lucky and maybe one will turn up in the next day's sales. We'll see what happens. The sun is setting as time marches on. We are coming to the end of the middle of the, well, taking every other row. And you can see here I've missed unloading this. Let's reverse that round like that. Get it across the slope. Perfect. And then we can take that there. Yeah. Managed to not have anything roll since those first 2, which is great news. But yes, it is getting fairly late. We are beginning to work in the dark as, yeah, the sun is pretty much set now. And I've got this row here to do, and then we can work our way back across the field. I think it's going to be a fairly dark late one, but I don't want to go any further than tonight with this baler, because if we do, it's going to cost us a load of money, and we've got better uses for that money. I think we're probably going to have to try and sell some lettuce and stuff next game day. So we've got some tomatoes and some lettuce come out of the greenhouse. We should be able to sell that and make a bit of cash. It's going to be, from a flatbed point of view, yeah, there's nothing there. The Bremner we could possibly use. It's going to be in, no, bale loaders. So there's that one for 19,000, that for 21,000. Oh, that for 16 for that Roland. Now that wouldn't be too expensive to lease that. How much would that cost to lease? Oh yeah, that would cost nothing to lease. So, yeah, worth leasing that next time and loading up loading that up with stuff from here and getting these off the field. As I was saying earlier, I think straw, we have a look at straw here. Straw price hits high in December. It's at a low right now. It's going to shoot up and then it'll hit a high in December. A high of 86, so yeah, the more bales, the merrier, because it's not worth very much, this straw. Then it was going to be a late one. It is nearly 10 past 9. Oh, we're rolling down this hill quite nicely. I don't know exactly how many bales I've got yet. I'm going to check it when we get to the end of the field. I've got to get myself in a position where I can get started back on this. One thing I do like about these base game maps is that it's still actually fairly light at night. You get a nice, good, bright moon on a cloud or a cloudless night, and it ends up giving you at least some semblance of being able to see. I mean, if I turn the lights off, it's not that easy to see, but it's not too bad. You can't actually see where the bales are. So if I was trying to pick these bales up at night and do that, you know, I'm not bale hunting in the dark, which I have on some mod maps. It gets so dark at night, it's ridiculous. You can hardly see the nose in front of your face. And yeah, I suppose in real life on a cloudy night, I have had it like that, where you can't see anywhere in front of you. But even on the cloudless nights, it tends to be quite dark on those. It's yeah. Right, is there enough bale straw here to finish a bale? The answer to that is no. And there's no other straw really on the field to speak of. So we'll head back to our farmyard. And then we can return this. And see exactly how much. Or how many bales we've made. Right. Like that. There we go. Right, so let's park this up back in our shed. We want to return the baler because, yeah, we have no further use for it today. So let's return that. And the leased items, that is our only leased item. Turn that, yes. Okay, right. So, how many bales have we made today? 50. Exactly 50. Wow. That's pretty huge. So we've got 50 bales to collect off our farm. If we can do it in 2 trailers of 25, that'd be great. So I want to get a big enough trailer that I can do 2 trailerfuls of 25. We've got a lot of flour kicking off around here. In fact, yeah, oh wow, everything is fully loaded. We need to clear these out of the way next time as a matter of urgency. To keep producing flour, we are going to have a lot of flour by the end of this, which is really, really great news. We are doing a little bit of cleanup first thing today. We've got all of this flour sitting outside of our windmill, and I want to get it moved because, as you can see, we've got an awful lot stored inside the windmill itself. If we have a look in here, you can see we've got lots of flour coming out, both oat flour and barley flour. So we want to keep it coming through, keep it working through. We're going to sell it in December. And so we're going to be loading this all up on a flatbed around then. I'm keeping an eye out for one in the sales so that we can borrow money to grab one if we can. But we do need to try and reduce, or at least restrict, how much money we're borrowing in order to make sure that we have a good cash flow, better cash flow than we've had on some other series. We have a few other bits and pieces to do today. We need to get all these bales off our fields, so I'm going to grab a bale spike to do that. I do know that I can use the front forks to do that, but I'd rather not. It's a little bit cheaty to me. I'd rather have a set of bale forks to move my bales with and not stick the giant paddles of these in here. So yeah, we want to keep that going. And then we need to get an Isaria. We need to scan the fields and get the precision farming stuff working on here, because next year's crops we want to get as best we can with precision farming. And I think, as I was saying last time, we might split next year's crops, seeing as we have this. We can still plant canola at the moment. I think September is still a month where we can plant canola. Yes, just. So we got a little bit of time where we can get that planted. And so I think we might be trying to turn things around and get that done fairly quickly as well. So lots to do today, lots to get done. And of course, in the shop, something useful has turned up in the form of a John Deere 7810 for 50,000. But It's useful long term, it's not useful immediately, and we kind of need to save the money and not go spending it on frivolous things. At the moment, a single tractor is good enough for us, and I don't want to go out there and get the 7810 just for the sake of getting the 7810. Final pallet of flour, and this makes a total of 18 now that we've got, so 18,000 litres of flour for our bakery. Now, the one thing that does worry me slightly is if the bakery is unable to take all of this and process all of this. We are basically going to take this down to the bakery and sell it down there, and then hopefully buy the bakery while it's still processing. And that way, be able to get a load of bread out of our flour. Now, let's have a look at this. Price of flour, there we go, at the bakery is £884. Price fluctuations, it can go as high as 1,200 in December. We are very much at a low at the moment. The bakery itself, if we go and have a look at that, that costs 50,000. So yeah, we need 50,000 litres in order to buy that. I think what we'll probably do is drop as much of the flour off as we can here, make as much money off it as we can, and then borrow the rest to buy the bakery. I think that sounds like a fairly good trade-off. For now, though, we need to get the forks off this, head down the shop. I think we're going to go and pick up the Isaria and get that so that we can scan these fields along with a bale spike so that we can start getting the actual bales off the fields as well. And then what we've got to look at after that is probably starting to get these fields planted, especially if one of them we're going to do canola for canola oil. We want to get that sorted as quickly as possible. Approaching down to the shop now, and we're just gonna, I think we're gonna rent the Isaria. I don't think we can afford to buy it, and we will buy the bale forks though, because those we're gonna need on a fairly regular basis. None of our stuff we're looking to sell till December is the thing. So let's pop into the shop here, and we'll start off with the front loader tools and grab ourselves a set of bale forks. Double check that we haven't got any. Double check we haven't got any alternatives as well. Well, we've got those, but those aren't. Oh, those are very expensive compared to the £600 for these. So we'll buy those. And then we need the Scout, which should be under miscellaneous, I believe. Yeah, there it is. So this is going to have to be borrowed. I think we already have that built into our... Yeah, we already have that built into our tractor. So we're going to grab the Scout. We are going to lease this. It cost us 867, but that's all right. It's a short-term use. So let's go and reverse up and grab the Scout first, and then we'll grab the bale spike, and we can just start scanning our fields. We could actually scan our fields and move bales at the same time, which would be quite something, I think. I think one job at a time is probably a wise way to go, though. Let's hook this up. Ah, there we go. I had the front loader it the wrong way. There we are. Right. Let's get this back up to the farm then, and we can start doing some scanning. I don't think there's any way we can get away with not having to borrow some money to progress. I mean, we could take longer to do everything and, you know, go through another harvest season before, and then not borrow money to get to the bakery. But I think it would, I don't think it would work for us. We'd take just forever to do it. So, yeah, I want to try and avoid that. We've not connected any of these up. And we do have space to borrow some cash. We've only got about 200 and... I think it's 230 or 280 pound, £1,000 loan on here. £285,000 loan. So we are well below the £500,000 loan. In fact, for a Start from Scratch series, we've only borrowed 85,000 for our farm. We could buy another field, really, if we wanted. So I'm very, very aware that this is, for us, a very low loan game save at the moment, which is quite cool. I mean, it's not often that I make lots of progression without borrowing much money at all. And yeah, so 50,000 for the tractor suddenly doesn't seem so bad, but I need to resist things like that. If I'm going to do a really good Start from Scratch and you know, really do well at this, not borrowing money when I'm really tempted to, it has to be something I do, because we don't need it. I don't need to borrow the money for that. If we're investing in something like the bakery, where it is going to turn what we've got into extra cash, I think it's worth it. But as I said before, it's got to be one of those things where it balances out, where we have a where that investment pays for itself. Hence, wanting to drop off the flour first. If we can drop off the flour, get that processing, and make money from that before we buy the bakery, that's going to give us twice as much cash. Similarly, if I can find any harvesting contracts that allow us to go into our windmill, that doubles up on the harvesting contracts amount of money. So yeah, I'm liking that all round as a strategy for this. And hopefully doing this is going to give us even more of a boost overall, and possibly increase the amount of crop that we get into our windmill in the first place. The trick with this scout is to try and get as much coverage in as few samples as possible. I've not 100% succeeded here, because yeah, I'm gonna have to get this last section of the field in two goes, in two parts, and I've got a tiny bit up the top of the field where I've not got a scan for it, which is annoying. But we have covered 99% of the field, which is good. Yeah, we'll get this last patch here and make it easier on ourselves with that. How many samples have we taken so far to get field 20? That'd be under here. 16. So 16 samples. I'm going to see if I can get our other field done in 4. It's a much smaller field, but it might be a bit trickier to do. I can get the very corner. I don't know. It's not going to be many. We can certainly get towards the center of the field. Yeah. We managed to get all 4 corners like this. We might actually get this in 4 samples. Otherwise, I think it's going to be 5, looking at the overall shape and dimensions of this field. So, down there. Get that there. I think we can move in a little bit. Wow. We might get a really good coverage from this side here. Oh, no. I've got to back up a bit. It can be very, very difficult to get exactly where you want. But that should be a good enough sample to get most of this part of the field. Then it's just going to be getting into that bottom corner, and it's can we get enough overlap into this bottom corner to also get halfway up the field and get enough coverage further up. Oh wow, yes we can. About here-ish, but back up a little bit. So there should do it. We might actually get this in 4 samples. That would be amazing. Oh, we sampled a little bit of the field next door. Never mind. Not our field yet. But look at that. Oh, that has gone much better than the previous field. 4 samples, all in all 4 corners, taking our total number of samples to 20. And yeah, just a really good coverage. Right, let's send these soil samples off for analysis and see what we get back. I'm hoping we're going to have some good yields with some nice loam across these fields. So soil samples off. Do we have to actually? Oh no, there we go. Send soils for analysis. Why? Yep, perfect. In the meantime, we're going to drop this off and go start getting some bales off these fields. So, £2,000 our soil samples cost. That's not bad. Let's have a look at what we get out of this. So, oh, wow. So, field 17 is absolutely brilliant. That is almost entirely loam. Field 20 is almost entirely silty clay. That's horrible. Is there a boost on that? Let's have a look on the actual sales. What's the... Yeah, that's a minus 93. That's a plus 121. Just looking at the other opportunities. So field 19, which would be way out of price range. How much is that? That is 242. That is 377. That is 130 for field 14. Much smaller field, though, is the only thing. Yeah, I think it's going to be worth looking around and going, wow, that is all silty clay. Yeah. 14 is not a bad choice as far as close fields to us go. But I think we'd have to expand that if we did. Right, I need to get these bales off these fields, especially this lower one. We want to start getting ready to do some planting. Last 2 bales off our smaller field, and I found somewhere fairly good to get them stacked, which is great. They're worth at their peak about £86 per 1,000 litre. These are 5,000 litre bales we've got here. So we're looking around about £430 per bale. Yeah, so they're not worth a massive amount, but it is worth keeping hold of because they're only worth about £68 per 1,000 litres at the moment. So there's a fair way to go. Fortunately, we have quite a lot of bales. We worked out last time, I think we ended up with 50 bales. So that's really, really good. How many have we got on here? Oh, no, that's not quite right. Stacking around bales is always fun. Especially if you can get them. Yeah, you see, if you lift the front of your tractor off, the other bales come with it way too easily. Right, let's get the pressure off this. Disconnect our front, because I think we've got a stuck bale. Yeah, we have. Right, there we go. And then lift up again. Oh. Ah! It can cause the whole stack to just go awry if you're not careful. It's why lots of people stack them end on. But there we go. Little bit of jiggling around and we've got it. Right, so we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 bales off there. So 40 more bales to collect off our other field. Ooh, that's a lot of bales we got to store. And yeah, I could have done it in a barn, but I decided we're just going to stick them there. And we should be able to get this in sort of a 3 deep stack with any luck. We'll see how we go. I'm just going to grab a single bale, though, to start with, just to finish off that row. We've got about half our bales stacked so far. This will take us up to 25 with these two. Just want to try and get them. Oh, careful. Don't want to send the entire stack flying. But yeah, this will take us up to 25, getting these two on here. When you start catching other bales on the pile, it can get a little bit hairy, but there we are. Those are in that. So we need, again, a single bale to go on the end of this row, and then I can do another 4 bales on top. That will take us up to 30 bales in total. So we're getting about 15 a line at the moment, which is good. With 50 bales, that means we're going to get this all here in 3 sets plus 5 bales over. So what I might do is put some more bales on the top. We can fit 3 on the top of that first stack. And yeah, that would then make 6, which would mean that we wouldn't have a complete 4th set, which would be good, because we are running out of a little bit of space here. So 4 stacks high seems to be a good way to go, as long as the bales will take it. So let's just get that on here. They do seem to be stacking fairly well and taking this fairly easily, so that's good. So yeah, I think we'll go 1 more high, and that way we'll get every bale into 3 rows here. One thing I've found about round bales, ever since I first stacked them in FS15, is that it's much easier to stack round bales badly, but they are more forgiving when you do it. So they will jostle into place fairly nicely and settle down fairly well if you stack them badly. Whereas square bales are much easier to stack neatly, but if you stack them badly, if you don't get a neat stack, are far less forgiving. They will explode everywhere. So yeah, this is why I tend to like round bales quite a bit. They work out well for me more often than not. But it is just trying to make sure that you stack them as well as you can, so that they can then... Oh no, we've lost the back ones. But you see, they've still sort of slid into a better position, or into a usable position at the back, even though jostling them has lost those back ones. Yeah, we've got 1 that's fallen into an odd position. Otherwise, they've just rolled into place. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We stacked them badly, but they jostled themselves into a more suitable setup. It's such a weird thing with them. So many bales left on this field, and it really has taken all day to get these collected up. And a fair amount of fuel, but not too bad. I expected my fuel gauge to drop a lot faster and a lot lower, to be honest, doing all this running backwards and forwards. Has saved us a load of money doing it this way. We've not had to buy the trailer. One thing I did calculate while we were doing this is that we should get about 20 to 25,000 from doing this. It won't quite be 25,000 because that would need to be 500 pound a bale. We're only going to get about 480, 460 ish. So yeah, it's going to be closer to sort of 22,000. But if we have a look at the price of bale trailers, bale loaders here, 19,500, 21,500, 16,000, 20,000. That might be a good one. So yeah, there's a few here that will be really useful for us, that this stack of bales will pay for. Admittedly, we'll probably have to borrow the money to get the trailer in the first place, but we'll be able to immediately pay it back when we sell these bales. So, yeah, that will be the plan. Borrow the money and then immediately pay it back as soon as we've sold these bales. If we're lucky, we might even get one of those trailers on offer used, which would be perfect. We would save even more and make a profit from all these bales that we got on this field. On these two fields, which would be fantastic. Been quite a relaxing afternoon, sort of driving backwards and forwards, getting all these bales off this field and getting them stacked up. Something I need to watch out for is I completely forgot this is a multi-fruit silo. One of my bales rolled off the pile and has rolled into the silos. So we've now got 5,151 litres of straw in the silo. I have no idea where the 151 litres came from, because these are 5,000 litre bales. So yeah, we've got either part of one of our bales has fallen in, or why it wouldn't take an entire bale. If that's the case, I don't know, but I need to be careful with this stack because I don't want to lose any more bales into there. Trying to go slowly here. There we go. So yeah, we're getting close though to completing this. We've got about 8 bales left on the field, I think. So we're going to get those cleared up and get them back. And then we're going to be done for the day. And as it's 6 o'clock, that's a good thing, I think. As the sun sets once again on Haut-Beyleron, we have our last bale off this field. That is pretty spectacular, that. Look at that. So, yeah, it is 20 past 7 in the evening. We have got all 50 bales off the field. Oh, I think I'm going to put a gateway in at this point here. It is directly opposite our gateway to our farm and would actually be a really great way to access that field. You can see here we've got a fairly mishmashy pile of bales here, but we do have a pile of bales here. And yeah, I think that's done pretty well for the day, to be honest. We'll put one more on the front here. Careful as we're going down a slope, loading them up. This is not the best place to be putting bales, to be honest. Gonna get that on there a little more securely. There we go. If I manage to not make the entire pile collapse in the last 30 seconds of this video, that would be great. The last thing we need to do today is in our shed. We've still got the Azaria Scout, so down with that. All that off and the lights off on that. So we need to get this returned. Otherwise, we're going to get charged for it for a second day. Leased items, Scout, return. There we go. And what we're going to need for next time is going to be a seeder. I want a direct seeder, so that would be a direct seeder. So that's 33,000, 42,000. We are going to have to borrow a fair whack, I think. 41,000. Yeah, neither of these are direct seeders, so they're not any good for us, even at that, even at those prices. Maybe the Potinger. That is a 3 meter one. That is a 3 meter. Yeah, they're all 3 meters, but they are all direct seeders. This does have the HK25 on it. Yeah. That is all pretty good. That is a nice one as well, but it's 50,000. So yeah, we will see what comes up. Maybe if we're lucky, something will appear in here. Nothing so far, and that John Deere is still there, teasing me. But with our large pile of flour here waiting to be sold, a large pile of bales waiting to be sold, and very little money in the bank. We're going to head into the next day and probably try and get something seeded on here. We are heading down to the shop again because something pretty awesome has turned up. I'm actually going to try doing this dirt road this time. I go around the main road all the time, but there is a quicker way down here, and that is down this way. So the plan was today to get us a seeder. So we are going to be doing that. We are going to be purchasing a seeder at some point. We're going to have to borrow some money to do that. However, at the same time, something's come up in the shop that we're going to need to borrow a bit of cash for in order to purchase as well. And it's something I was talking about last time, which is just insane. And that is this. We have a flatbed trailer that has turned up and is available and holds an awful lot of stuff. This will be perfect for bales. It will also be perfect for us for our products and our produce as well. So yeah, we're going to grab this as well today. This is 11,852. So we're going to have to borrow £10,000 to get this. We're also looking at grabbing a seeder. I was hoping one was going to turn up there, but it hasn't. So looking at the cost of the seeders, the Amazon ones are cheap, but still too expensive. We're going to have to probably get the Nordsten for 33,500. It is a direct seeder. It's got a power harrow on the front, so that will do us fine. It is 3 meters like all of these lower ones, although the Kuhn one is a bit, yeah, it's 41,000. Basically 33,000 is the cheapest, and it's we're gonna have to borrow about 35,000 in order to get it in 5,000 chunks. So we need to borrow £35,000 before we start today. Sorry, £45,000 before we start today, because we need £10,000 for the trailer, and then we need 35,000. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yes, that should do it, I think. No, that's gonna be that should do it, I hope. So let's go back in the shop and grab these. Now the trailer. The thing about this trailer, buying this now actually works really, really well for us. Do we have a red for it? No, we'll leave it as the green. Not costing any extra cash. No. We'll leave the rim color as it is. Need to change the number plate. We are going to put VF 002 Haut-Beyleron, so HB on here. Back only, main color, yep, that's all good. And then buy that, yes. Okay, and yeah, I was wrong. I do actually need to borrow another 5,000. So we're still not putting our cost up by too much, and we'll be able to pay all of this that we're borrowing today off fairly easily. So let's buy that. Yes. Okay. And what I'm actually also going to do, maybe I think we might have actually some seeds back at the farm. So we're going to hook this up to the big trailer, which is why I've brought this over here. This TLX is actually quite good. It will allow us to do a load of carting stuff that would otherwise require a second tractor. We can't connect all the other bits up to it, but should still be okay. Yeah, and this has no problems. So we're going to get this back up to the farm, and then we'll come back and we'll grab the seeder, and we can go and check while we're up there if we actually have any seeds or whether we need to buy any for our trailer. So we get this back in here and to our farm, and we're already maxed out on the flour again, actually. So we need to sort that. First, I need to get this parked out the way. And because this is a dolly trailer, as always, it's going to be fun. Especially doing it on the back of a truck. But there we go. Bring it round. Swing that round. And right, and want it to go further. There we go, but not too far. This is the thing. It takes a lot of care and attention. Try and get these things to go in the right place. I think we're okay though. Yeah, there we go. So we'll get this parked just off here. We need to expand this yard a little bit, I think. It needs to have a little bit better layout, but we're not too bad at the moment. That is kind of in the way of us getting stuff off there at the moment, but we're okay. Right, so disconnect this and bring this out and over here. Now, I've been in two minds. We've got enough time today, I think, to possibly get both of these fields seeded. We've got how much seed? We've got 128 litres there. We've got 12 litres there. That might be enough. It might not. Let's jump into here. We'll disconnect that off the front. And then what we're going to do is head down to the shop, grab the seeder. I don't know if... Do we have the field planner on here? Oh, we don't. So I'm not 100% sure how much seed would be necessary. But I think we might have to get a whole load of it back here eventually. Maybe it was wise to have left the truck down at the shop. We can see in a bit, but first we've got to head down there, pick up our seeder, and get it back to the farm. So actually, I've changed my mind. I am going to buy some seeds. We need them, well, based on what we have, we need them in order to fully, we need them in order to fully seed everything. Now, the field we're going to concentrate on today is the big one. So we're going to try and get that all done. Let's buy some seeds then. We're only going to get one big bag of seeds. It's only £800. So that should be fine. And this should do all of our big field with any luck. Our seeder is open, which is great. So what we want to do is come over here, hook this up. And the reason why, you might notice I got a helper finished. I've set the truck down here in order to get that to... Are you going to open up? Yeah, there we go. No, open up, please. Really? I'm going to have to open it manually. I wish there was an external manual opening because, yeah... It would be really, really helpful. There was in FS19, but in FS22 you still have to hook it up at the moment to this, unless there's somebody's come up with the external opening. There we go. That's all open. Because yeah, that's not overly realistic. And then we'll bring this around and get this filled up. But yeah, we're going to go and do the big field at the top. And get that done first. If I can use up the other seeds, I will do. Because, yeah, we're still left with 400 litres. So if we need to use more than we can, what I want to do, though, is now bring this over here and put the rest of the seeds in our flatbed. And get this back to the farm. So this is the downside of not having... two tractors on the farm. Is that the tractor that we load up our seeder with seed with is the same tractor that we have to use on the seeder. So open the rear, then we can just put this into here, get it locked down, and then we can head up to the field and get the field starting to be planted. So we'll put this over the wheels. So on our fifth wheel, check I've got the right thing selected. There we go. Something else I should note is that our tractor is gonna need repairs soon. It's getting fairly low, and that does worry me a bit. So we'll send this back to the farm. Yeah. So just there-ish. Should be fine. So that is on its way back. And now we can hook the rest of this up. And back to the farm with it. And get started on that field. And we're going to seed our field, as I was suggesting. So we're going to go across the slope with this instead of up and down it. We are going to put canola in, so it won't be quite so bad, but it means that whatever combine we get and lease for it, we'll be able to do fairly easily. And I'm kind of hoping we're going to be able to get the canola and our wheat, because we're going to put wheat in the small field, hoping to get both of those done at about the same time to minimize how much we have to hire a combine for. So considering I'm trying to buy the bakery, why am I going to plant canola in this field? The reasoning behind this is that we have so much stuff going into our windmill at the moment and working that we can't. We're gonna be stuck with a whole load of wheat that we wouldn't be able to do anything with. So yeah, we're gonna do that and do it that way. All right, we've got canola selected. It is the right time of year to be planting it. And why am I not direct? Am I direct seeding this? I think I am direct seeding this. Has that actually seeded anything? Let's have a look. No. Is this not a direct seeder? I thought this was. That might be a big problem. We might have to go and change this. If I stop it now, how much money would I lose selling that right now? Let's go and have a look. I might have bought the wrong seeder. 26,000 would get closer to 30. Which of these then is a direct seeder? Wheel weights, seed crops. Why does that not have? It's just cultivate. So this, which is 10,000 more, would do the job. That I don't think will. I think it's got. This is the ridiculous thing. These have power harrows on them, but apparently that isn't going to do what it needs to do to the soil. We're gonna have to go and get the Leon 303 Aerosem 302 on this, I think. Right. What I'm going to do then is I am going to unload the seeds here and go and switch this over for the other seeder, because this one won't do what I need it to. I'm a little bit disappointed by that. I thought that was going to work, which is not good. Right, we want to get this unloaded over here. You might notice that I have turned off all of the indicators for where tipping and using stuff and things like that is. I kind of know them off by heart by now. 29,000, so we're going to lose a couple of grand on that. But we have got to sell it. It also means, it also means that we are more than 10,000 short. So we are going to have to borrow another 15. This is a day when we're borrowing a lot of money. It's a good thing we've got plenty coming in the near future. But we're going to borrow 40,000. That is, or borrow another 10,000. That's still not enough. So there we go. We borrowed a lot of money today to try and get this set up. And I don't like borrowing this kind of level of cash. So this should do what we're after. This definitely has the Ionut built in. And yeah, let's buy. How much is that to lease? The trailer we need for a longer term. This we don't need quite so long. So yeah, I'm going to lease this instead, and then we're going to repay a lot of that money that we've bought, that we borrowed back. So let's go back here, and I'm just going to repay, take us back down to 3,000. That's better. I feel better about that now. There's no real customization on this seeder or anything, and I think probably leasing is the way we should have gone in the first place. So again, seems to have the same sort of thing on it. And if this goes wrong, then we actually lose more money. Whoa. Than if we had done it, than if we bought it and then returned it. So this is a little bit of a gamble, but I'm fairly sure I've seen this act as a direct seeder before. The big difference you can see with this already is that it's got 2 bits attached to the back rather than the single one we had with the previous piece of kit. So my hope very much is that when we come around here and go to load this up, this will take everything in here. Oh, wow. I might bring the truck back. Let's see if this works first. So we turn on that. It's all in. We have got GPS on this, so that's good. Down. And away we go. And no! Why is that seemingly having no effect? That is a power harrow. That is a direct seeder. What is going on? Let's move a little bit further into the field. I am at a loss. Why is our seeder not doing what it's supposed to do? Let's turn it off. Right, what I want to do then is we'll drop that off. We'll take the power harrow on its own, turn it on, drop it down. What is happening? Okay, we'll reconnect it. Right, reconnect the PTO. Connect to anything else. Lift the whole thing. Turn it on. I am very, very confused right now. Why is this not doing what it should do? That is the oddest thing. I don't know. There is no way that I can get this field planted today with canola having to go over it twice, which is the idea behind getting a direct seeder. But the fact that it won't let me do it is slightly weird. Any ideas in the chat would be greatly appreciated, but yeah, I think we're going to miss our window for doing canola because we just can't do anything about it. We've got, no, not seedbed. We've got stubble tillage there. And I don't know where to go from here. Do we have to mulch it first? I don't know, chat. This should work. And it most definitely is not. Because that... Actually, I'm just going to run over this bit here. Has that seeded that? That is now... Oh, we're too close to it. Let's move out of the way. In a nutshell, yeah, that has planted canola. Something is very, very wrong with this. Right, so we're back down in the shop because, well, basically, I want to try mulching the field first. But something big has come up. And the reason why I'm going to pop into here and go and undo pretty much a ton of stuff that I've just done and take us up to £53,000 is because this has turned up for sale in the shop. 49,466 for a New Holland 8670 with 170 horsepower. I've been saying we need a second tractor, and yeah, here it is. Now, I'd love to take this up to a higher horsepower, but unfortunately we can't do that because we don't have the cash. I can't put GPS on it or anything like that. I think we can put the Michelin tires on it, but we might upgrade this later when we have a little bit more money in. Standard attachers, yeah, adding a front thing on it costs too much. Pretty much everything I want to do costs too much. So yeah, we're gonna have to raise some money for this later. Then we might just put a large front weight on it. It'll be useful for what we're trying to do at the moment. And yeah, we're gonna grab this. It's gonna be 3. Now this may be the thing that saves us today. So this is why I need to get this, to be honest. Let's buy that. It's gonna be in fairly bad disrepair, I think. Now what I want to do is I want to grab hold of a mulcher. We're gonna see if putting a mulcher over this helps us first. We ideally want a 3-meter one, which is that, or I just lease this one. Yeah, we'll lease this. We'll see how this works. So yeah, that, and we'll keep it as that color, and we're going to lease that. It will cost us $239 to lease this, and head back. Right, let's see if we can get this set up here to work. Oh, quite nice having a New Holland. Now this is one of the ones that's really freaky in the way it turns, but I do like this tractor. And it's been a while since we've had a New Holland, so this turning circle on this is just exceptionally cool. And actually, this tractor isn't too bad in disrepair-wise. Let's have a look quickly. Where are we? There we go. Yeah, it should be all right for a while, so that's all good. Let's get this going. Lots of gears on this. So up to our farm, and we'll see if mulching this stubble has any effect. As it is, I think we're probably too late in the day now to actually get this canola in. So it's looking like we're going to be planting something else in the new year by the looks of things. Love the engine sound on this tractor. It is just exceptionally nice. Right, got this back up to the field then. We'll unfold the mulcher. Small mulcher for this, but should do it well. We've been using this all over the place. But what I'm going to do is mulch this. And then, once we've done that, what I'm looking to do is get... yeah, we'll get a single row done. Wow. I'll get a couple of rows done. This is fun trying to get this up here. Will this now direct seed into this field if we get it mulched? If it does, I can probably put a hired worker going and mulching the rest of this field. But there we go. I'm going to turn the beacon off. I am going to have to put GPS on that tractor. We're going to need GPS on that tractor just simply because that New Holland will probably end up doing most of our field work. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of an interesting thing to do if I don't have that on there, especially as we've got it on this Z-Tour. Right, down. And no change. So no, this will not direct seed if it's a... that is incredibly annoying. So we're not going to be using this seeder to do this job, unfortunately. If we have a look in here and have a look in our productions. Now, the reason why I want to do canola is because we can do canola oil from it. Looking at this, we're gonna have to do sunflower oil. So sunflowers are what we're going to be planting. I don't think this seeder even does sunflowers. We can go and put wheat or barley in our other field, and we will go and do that. We are going to have to prepare both of these fields now first before we can seed them, though. So, yeah. That is incredibly annoying. And so what I'm going to have to do is get this field mulched, which will be good for it. We will probably put some more lime on here as well, actually, because looking at it, the lime is a bit deficient. And then, yeah. Oh, this is not how I expected things to go. Gone around the headlands a couple of times just to make sure that I've got enough area to turn, which even now doesn't seem quite right. And yeah, just trying to make sure that we get this done as efficiently as possible. The turning circle on this is interesting, to say the least. And then we're working in a smaller area here to start off with. As I said before, we're now trying to do this field a little bit across this way to minimize how much of the slope we're having to deal with. It's fine at this top bit here. The slope isn't quite so long or so bad. Whereas along going down towards the farm, it's quite a bit heavier to deal with. It's part of the reason why this tractor is currently running in 12th gear, because it was the only way I could get up the hill on the far side. It is a nice tractor. I like this tractor, and I'm so pleased that I went, yes, that's come up secondhand. We've got to grab it. It's got 30 hours on it, so its maintenance cost isn't going to be cheap. But, as I said before, it's about at 50% at the moment. What I'm expecting is that we're going to be able to get to the end of the year. We're going to be able to sell all of the flour off, and in doing that, make a load of money that we can then put back into the farm. As we are going to be then immediately trying to buy the bakery, and get us producing bread from that. But yeah, at the moment things have taken a really, really sharp turn. and hopefully we can come out the other side of this. We are going to do, as I said, sunflower oil instead of canola oil. It does mean that our combine next year will have to have 2 headers, which is going to increase the cost of that slightly. But all in all, there's not much I can do, because this field is never going to be ready in time in order to actually plant canola in it. I'm so used to doing this field down the slope that it seems just a little bit odd to be doing it this way. But it is putting a lot less strain on the tractor. It's having a lot less problems dealing with the slope like this than it was when I was going up and down it earlier. So with any luck, this is just going to make things a little bit easier. There is definitely still a slope in this direction, but it's much more gradual than the slope down towards the farm. So I've no issues at all with this like this. Mulching, I think, still helps stuff in precision farming. I'm hoping so. Otherwise, this is a bit of a waste of time. But it should make a difference. Let's have a look. So doesn't say. Okay, we'll find out when we actually plant something in here, whether we have a boost to our yield. I'm hoping so. We could do with it. We could do with something going right at the moment, because I can't believe that direct seeder is not working. Neither of those direct seeders are working. On the last little bit of this field, and yeah, going across it, definitely the way to go with this. Just so much smoother and so much easier to handle. The tractor didn't struggle at all, especially if you go top of the field down. It is just, yeah, just really works well. We've still got quite a few patches of stones on here, I've noticed. So we didn't quite pick everything up when we did. You can see there we've got a couple of big patches of large stones. So yeah, there's a couple of areas where our stone picker we missed a couple of bits. And we do need to smooth out this bottom corner. We might do that before we get too much further. But that has got our first field done, and that's fully mulched. Now we just need to go and do the second one, and then today isn't a total bust for what we're trying to do. I am still gobsmacked that our seeder didn't work. The direct seeder did not work. Is really annoying. So we're gonna get, I think next time what we're gonna do is try and get some lime onto these 2 fields. If we have a look in the precision farming screen, have a look, where are we? Our farm is up here. pH levels, okay, aren't too bad. They could have been worse. So maybe we don't need to get any lime on there. That's not so bad. It would be good if it was right up. In fact, most of it is right up in the green where it should be. We've only got one small patch of 5.75. What's the soil type? So yeah, it's maybe a little bit lower than it should be. pH value, it says it's bad. So maybe it does need some. Lower this down. We're going to go around the edge of this field a couple of times. I might just get a bag or 2 of lime and go round and see if we can raise the pH levels on these fields. If we have the money to do it. I don't want to keep borrowing money. We borrowed quite a bit of money today, so I'd rather not go and borrow more. We sort of borrowed it on the promise of what we're going to get in the future. That future still feels quite a way off. Nearly 6:30. The sun is setting, but we have managed to get both of these fields mulched. ready for seeding of some description. We will have to get... I think we're going to make the most of the seeder and the power harrow attached to it by getting this field done next time, maybe. We really need to sort that out and get at least some wheat or some barley in here. Then we'll go with wheat because wheat is something we don't have. Do we still have some barley in the store? Or have we all got it out? Yeah, we still got 30,000 litres of barley to go through our windmill. Our windmill is currently completely full of flour, so we've got no space in that. We've got some space for more barley at the moment. So we've got more barley and more flour than we know what to do with at the moment. Maybe we should just do sunflowers on all of our fields for next year and do it there and just use the power harrow to do that. Let us know in the comments though. I might hold off doing an immediate seeding. Well, we can't go and immediately seed, so there is that. This does like to go back to -1 when you put it into reverse. Put the tractor in there. We'll bring the other tractor back in a minute. Last thing I want to do tonight though is get this returned because we don't want to be paying for that. Return that. Yes. Okay. Actually, if we're not going to use the seeder, we can return that and just keep the power harrow, maybe. So, yeah, I'll get that back and we'll go from there. We've got several bits and pieces we need doing. First up, I'm going to connect our New Holland up to the power harrow that we've got left over from our seeder. I returned the seeder itself because we're not going to be using that. I think what we're going to do is seed these fields with sunflowers, but we can't do that till the new year. So I want to prepare the fields as best I can. There are some direct seeders about, and I have downloaded a couple to try them out. I did some testing with these combination seeders, and I'm kind of a little bit disappointed in them. Even in the base game, they don't direct seed, which is very annoying, to be honest. I fully expected these to do the job and to basically enable me to seed directly into the stubble without much problem. And if you separate them out, they work like this. You know, you get the separate power harrow and seeder setup, but it does not exist if you connect the two up. So it's a little bit weird, the setup for these, and a little bit disappointing. There are direct seeders that you can get about the right size. If we have a look here in the shop, I did download a few here. Mods. So we got these Vatstads. They're not very expensive, and I think we might try and buy one of those once we get past the winter. Although I don't think those do sunflowers. So yeah, we're going to need something that will do the sunflowers later in the year. Yeah, that is what we're using at the moment. That doesn't really work. I did download this to try. And yeah, there's nothing really we've got here that will do everything we're hoping to do. Direct seeders here. Yeah, there's not really any direct seeders in this area that does sunflowers. So this is why we're having to use the power harrow to get this job done. Because if we don't, then when we come to plant the sunflowers come the new year, we're not actually going to be able to plant them. And I don't want to buy a planter for the sunflowers. I think longer term we're probably going to do canola and wheat on here, so it doesn't make sense to be using a to be getting a planter rather than a seeder to do those jobs. Now what I'm doing at the moment is we're just filling in this slightly weird section of the field here, because what I want to do is get this tractor out and on to doing this with a hired worker. We got £737. That should be enough to do this. That will free us up to sort out our windmill, which is currently unable to produce any extra flour. It is full, so I want to move that out of the way. What I might do is put it directly onto the trailer. We're going to be doing one of two things with our trailer come December. We're going to be getting flour to the bakery and trying to make money from it that way, and also getting rid of and selling the straw bales. So we'll probably do the flour first to try and get that set up and working first. And so I'm going to load flour directly onto our trailer going forwards. But first we need to get this little bit of the field done here. Just finish that off down there. There we go. And yeah, we want to clear this out, get this working, and away we go. Like this, down, hired worker, and she can take that over. While we flick over to this tractor here. Right, so we're going to have to pull the trailer out first, I think. Into reverse. Oh, so many gears to go through on these tractors. There we go. Into full reverse, and we'll pull this trailer out and around. I want to make it fairly easy to get to. And we'll fold down the sides. I'm guessing the sides of this fold down in the same way as we've had on other trailers. Bring this around. Oh god, yeah, backing this up is going to be fine. My original plan had been to pull this trailer with the TLX, with the truck. It isn't overly happy pulling it, especially on the hills. So lots of issues with that. Okay, how do we unfold this trailer? There we go. Is that going to unfold both sides? Yes. Right, so with that done, we can now unhook this and bring this around and start loading this up. I want to watch out. Keep worrying that I'm going to hit those windmill blades. That would be quite concerning. I think we're going to end up with nearly 30 pallets off here, which is... Oh, that's got the... Yeah, there we go. Which is a huge amount of produce that we're going to end up with here. That's 30,000 litres of this. And what I'm hoping is that we can get this on here fairly well, fairly tightly in. And it looks like it's going to be 3 across, which is good. Whether we can get them right up to the end, that is going to be the question. Is there any collision on that? I don't think there is. I think we're okay. Right, so right over the other side. Just inside. Yeah, there we go. And then the next one, I'll try and pick up 2 at a time and stack them together. Oh, looks like our other tractor has got stuck. So we'll just jump out of here. Take the worker off. And then we can back it up. The one thing I don't like about this tractor is that whenever you go into reverse on it, it automatically sets the reverse gear to just -1. You go forwards and you get in the gear that you were before, but going backwards you have to go down the gears again in order to actually end up in anything that gives you a decent speed. So it's a little bit annoying like that. Right, so now we can see if we can grab 2 of these off here in one go and load them onto the trailer, which will make things just that little bit more efficient. Down onto the second one. There we go. Oh, that's pretty straight, actually. Quite happy with that. Right, and then see if we can get these onto the trailer together and then strap them down. If we can do that, and then if we're lucky, we'll fit 10 rows onto this trailer. There we go. Right, and then we can strap that down. Look at that. Yeah, that is definitely the way to stack those on that. That fits almost perfectly. So I'm going to continue getting these stacked, and then hopefully we're going to be in a position where this is going to continue to produce flour. Although, for now, I'm just going to load the trailer up as much as I can. So this is our final pallet out of the windmill. Means that we've got 9 pallets out of here, I think, today, which is great. I mean, that is, that's, you know, 9,000 litres of flour to add to the, how many we got there? 6, 12, 18 litres, 18,000 litres that we've got already, which is gonna all pretty much fit on this trailer, I think. Thankfully, these side bits that don't disappear don't have collisions on them. Otherwise, that would make filling this trailer just impossible. But yeah, that's good. Right, I want to be very careful. I don't want to push the other ones off at all. It's a very tricky thing to get these to sit where you want to. Yeah, just trying to, I'm carefully nudging stuff in. May not be wonderfully realistic, but I haven't got the precision that you'd get within the realistic setup anyway. So I'm not such, it's not such a big problem for me that. Just nudge these in, because we've got to get these close and get these in, because if we don't, these aren't all going to fit on here and aren't all going to work. And a great way I've also found of nudging things and getting things in the right position, if you overlap with one that's already locked in. So here, we've got a little bit of, it's a little bit sticking out. So we just come up to here, and it won't let me go any further than the one on the right. So there we go. And that then lines all of these up really, really nicely. Where's my next one? Oh, it's there. Okay. Hopefully those are not going to move. Right. So now I want to get as many of the rest of these loaded up as I can. And then we're going to go and see if we can get some money to keep our hired worker going. Got about as many as I'm going to get on 3 across. So what we're going to do for the very front of this is just grab a couple sideways on and get them in there. This is what happens when we can't get it all in the space, or we can't stop little gaps appearing. It's pretty much exactly the right amount of space for a full set of these. So yeah, you get little gaps in there while you're manually loading, and it ends up that you have to put in a couple sideways at the end, but that's not a huge problem. We've already got 2 more pallets of the flour out of our mill. So yeah, we've got 2 more to stick on in here. I thought that was going to be tighter than it is. Don't think there's enough space. No, I don't think there's enough space in there for ones of the in the way that we have been stacking them in there, unfortunately. It's close, but I don't think it's quite enough space. So yeah, we've got what 4 out here and 2 in the 2 by the mill to fit on top, so that's plenty, and we're gonna have plenty more. We've still got a month and a bit before we've got to go and sell this, and yeah, just loading it up now makes it a little bit more efficient for when we come and do that. So let's get this last one on here. So we'll put the remainder that we're going to get on the top, and that will then make things just that little bit better. Has that pushed that out the side? It kind of has. We're going to have to push that back in. Oh, wrong vehicle. This is the vehicle I want. Yeah, we need to push that back on from the other side. Forwards. Oh, this is going to make us so much money. £30,000 just from the initial sale of all this. Plus, that will be at a slightly higher price as well, which is good. Plus, we got lots more kicking about. This should be pretty much spot on. I think I pushed that back too far the other way. Oh, we've also got a finished hired worker as well, so we need to go and finish that bit off. But all in all, we're looking pretty good, especially if we can get this loaded onto here. There we are. Goes down, and what we can do now is just fold up the sides of this. The turner on, fold it up. Look at that. Not bad. A couple of them sticking out a little bit, but all good otherwise. And then we just need to get this onto... we need to get the rest on the top. And then with it being midday, we can go off and get a little bit more work done. Last two on the top. And that is a very nice collection of flour we've got ready to sell later. That is gonna be huge for us. That's, yeah, absolutely stoked about that. So we can leave that just off to the side. I think what we'll do is we'll just pull this round and see if we can park it. Maybe up the top here, seeing as what all we'll be doing is if we put more on, we'll be putting them on the very top, which is a lot easier to load. Now, this trailer was moving, so we might have to watch out for that. And then what I need to do is we'll go and put this tractor out the way. We'll go and finish off that little bit there, and then we're going to head down to the shop so that we can get a little bit more work done today. Now, using this power harrow on these fields, this should mean that our environmental score is still kept fairly high. What I need to do is make sure that I get probably a spot sprayer when we come to do these. I'm gonna put some fertilizer down. I think we're gonna lime these fields over the winter as well. They're fairly high, but they could be better, so I want to make sure that we maximize that on here. But we're not roughing up the soil too much. We're not going too deep, especially with this power harrow. So it should work out fairly well for us. It's almost as good as if we were direct seeding. But of course, we're not quite doing that. We'll turn this off. And now I'm going to take this right up to the top. And we'll get this working up there. We've got £245 left. But what we're going to do is take on a contract, generate a little bit more cash, and then from there, we should be in a position where this whole field gets done. And yeah, it's going to be a case of just continually doing some more contracts, I think. I don't think I'm going to do masses of ploughing contracts as we did first year on here before we put on the precision farming, because that just got way too heavy and way too hard. So we'll see what other contracts we can do around here. If we can get a cultivating contract or two, that would be great. For now, though, I'm just going to plonk this up here. There we are. We will get a hired worker going on that. And then we're going to head down to the shop in our truck to get this contract started. I'm actually slightly concerned because it's 1:45 in the afternoon, which isn't where my concern comes in. It's the fact that we've got rain on the way. How long have we got till the rain turns up? Let's check the forecast. Okay, we're not too bad. Rain is due at 6 o'clock. So we can always stop there. Oh, hang on. And next day actually isn't too bad. So let's go contracting then. Into here. And we got a choice of Oh, wow. A lot of harvesting contracts have come up. In fact, one's disappeared. We have a sugar beet harvesting contract. We have a sunflower contract. We have 2 sunflower contracts, in fact. Both of those are going to Jardin de Fermier's farm shop, but would pay fairly well for us to go into our mill, and we could do it with that contract. Yeah, we could do it with that one, and that would pay for getting the equipment for that. So I think we could do that, take that, borrow the items for that, and use them on that, especially it's the same farmer. I think that's a really good way to go. So we'll borrow the items for that. And then we will also take that. So we'll do both those contracts. And I was talking earlier. Wow, more sunflowers. Well, please tell me those are both sunflowers. Yeah, they are. Good. So there's another sunflower contract there in field 15, which is fairly big. But we've got this. And I was talking about sugar earlier. We may be able to place something, or at least hold on to some sugar beet from this. So I think we will borrow the items for that as well. And then if we get round to it, and if we get lucky and get through these fairly quickly, we'll hold on to the combine for the field 29 job. And we'll take the one on field 15 as well. And see if we can make a nearly 8,000 on that. That would be really good. So first up, we're going to go and do field 23. And yeah, we've got a combine nicely set up here for that. So let's get the tractor on the way with the power tube. We can send that down to the field. Oh, it's a JCB that we've got for the sugar beet contract. We should end up with a decent amount of sugar beet left over from that we can just hold on to until we need it. What we've then got to do is the milk, which is the greatest fun. So the first one we're doing is field 23. Let's take... Oh, no. Let's get this headed over there. Field 23. Oh, it's right up there near us. So we'll set destination over there like that. And then we can come up and follow with the combine. And hopefully we'll get this contract complete. And it will take this contract first. That will be the slightly worrying thing, is if we can't take this contract. What I also want to do is to get us ready for later. We'll send all of this equipment up to the field that this has got to go to. This is headed to field 33. So we'll send that toward. They'll send this towards field 33, and that way, if it starts to rain, we can just go and pick up this contract instead, which will be very useful to us. It's 20 past 3, and we've got about 2.5 hours to get this field harvested. So we're going to see how quickly we can get this done. This is a bigger piece of kit than this one required. So hopefully it'll knock it out fairly quickly. Presuming... Oh, I know what we haven't done. I need to hook that up. Yeah, presuming that we can get this done fairly quickly. Whoa! That's a little bit juddery. We should be alright. What is going on there? I think this contract's messed up. That is not got anything going into the actual combine. Okay, turn the tool off. Fold it up. Let's fold the front up as well. What is going on there? So not an FPS issue, definitely an issue with the harvester. But that is weird. Right, let's unfold everything again and give this another try. If that doesn't work, I think we might have to cancel this contract. Thankfully, this isn't the contract that we got the equipment with. Okay, and try again. Nope, that is not working at all. That's really weird. So, cancel this contract. So that's field 23. Yeah, if I can't deliver any of the sunflowers, that's no good. So cancel that. Yes. Please tell me that's not charging. Missing crops, 700. That's awful. Right. So I might add that back in. Lost £724 on that. Yes, I can see. We will... I'll add that back in because that is a game fail for some reason. Yeah, fold up. Yeah, I'll head over and try and do field 33 and see if we can fix that, because that is just weird. That is very... In fact, has that changed? No, not field 33. Ah, that was weird. Field 29, which is over the other side. So I'm going to head over that way and give that one a try instead. So I think I've found out what the issue is. Very strangely, looking in my warnings here, that is all the Beware of Straw mod is having a big problem. So I'm going to get that sorted, and we'll probably turn that mod off for when we actually do that. But for now, I think we're going to have to leave this combine here. I'm going to get the tractor and trailer down here as well, and then we'll be able to take on this contract next time. I think it's going to be a big couple of days contracting as we try and get these fields done. Yeah, there's actually something else I want to do, because we've got another harvesting contract turn up. The other one has disappeared. We did have a similar contract, but this one is pretty good, so we will accept the contract for that one as well. And then we've got those in here very nicely. Should bring us in some money. We'll turn this off. And yeah, that is where we will pick up next time with these 3 contracts. Getting some money in so that we can finish off the power harrowing of our field. For now, though, I'm going to leave it here. So all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.